Save up if you want advice. You do. If you come at me, you better bring your A game. Step it up, step it up. If you think you got this, don't you hesitate. Run it up. You can't compete with someone who doesn't play your game. You can't compete. Can't you see we're not the same? My eyes get a different view. Big dreams you cannot subdue. Watch and learn a thing or two. You do. Climb into a higher plane. Get smaller with every aim. Watch me as I take that reign. You do. If you come at me, you better bring your A game. Step it up, step it up. If you think you got this, don't you hesitate. Run it up, yeah. You can't compete with someone who doesn't play your game. You can't compete. Don't you see we're not the same?
I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I am no regular citizen. Do you understand what you witnessing? You cannot tell what the difference is. I want it all and I'm winning it. I do not care about opinions. Time to make a few decisions so I can take a position. I'ma go get it, I'm punching and kicking. I keep on moving, they off of me. Just do it and stop at talking G. I'm not expressing no modesty. I can't see nobody stopping me. If there's a problem, I gotta solve it. Straight to the top, I can't see myself falling. I gotta grab it, there's no time for stalling. Number one stunner, don't have other options. Now I'm fired up. I'm sorry, brother, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. I came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I want it now, and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gon' back down. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. Said I'm fired up. I'm sorry your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. Came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up.
beat you to the punch, leave you stunned, and I won't stop. And I'm the last one standing, and they call me champion. When it's do or die, everything's on the line. I won't back down until victory is mine. I'll be the last one standing when they call me champion. You know it's a matter of time, a matter of time before I come to get what's mine.
Don't need no distractions, so they gotta go. In my flow, keeping hopes high, gotta try and survive. It's my life, so I strive to be the best, and I say that with my chest. Now I'm rising above my station, no limitations. When they assign me to win, I'm ready for graduation. Trained up, prepared for every situation. Don't be confused, just say congratulations. This is God-given, ain't no restrictions. They always talking, but ain't got no diction. Every fairy with it, but I'm scary with it. You'll get buried in it, horror like I'm carrying it. On a mission, be the best, not like any of the rest. Got the goals, ain't got stress. I already made the cut and I already passed the test. Now you already passed the test. Now I'm rising above my station, no limitations. When they assign me to win, I'm ready for graduation. Trained up, prepared for every situation. Don't be confused, just say congratulations. It's time to deliver, sending shivers through your spine. Never give it up, never give it up. My mind is clear. I'm the winner, this is mine. Never give it up, never give it up. It's time to deliver, sending shivers through your spine. My mind is clear. I'm the winner. This is mine. Never give it up. Now I'm rising above my station, no limitations. When they assign me to win, I'm ready for graduation. Trained up, prepared for every situation. Don't be confused, just say congratulations. Never give it up. Now I'm rising above my station, no limitations. When they assign me to win, I'm ready for graduation. Trained up, prepared for every situation. Don't never give it up, never give it up. My mind is clear. I'm the winner, this is mine. Never give it up, never give it up. So I strive to be the best, and I say that with my chest.
Ready right now, ready right now. Came for the win, gonna win hands down. This ain't a game, where's my motherfucking crown? Give it to me right now, let me grab it right now. Ready right now, ready right now. We don't ever lose, cause we got it right now. Push you in the face with a score right now. You don't like it where it is, come and see me, you a clown. Ready right now, ready right now. Ready right now, ready right now. Ready right now, ready right now. Hey, ready right now. Ready right now. Ready right now, ready right now, ready right now, ready right now. Come and see me, you a clown. Ready right now, Ready right now, ready right now. Came for the win, gonna win hands down. This ain't a game, was from off the crown. Give it to me right now, let me grab it right now. Ready right now, ready right now. We don't ever lose cause we got it right now. Push you in the face with a score right now. You don't like the way it is, come and see me, you a clown. Ready right now, ready right now. Ready right now, ready right now. Ready right now, ready, ready right now. Hey, ready right now. Ready right now. Ready right now. Ready, 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 ready right now. Ready, 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 ready right now. Ready, 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 ready right now.
Everyone strive to reach the peak. Zoe is here, participating in every frame, perfecting the view for every battle. From soul to the world, Zoe strives for perfection, knowing that every frame is crucial to victory. As the tournament rages on, Zoe stands with you.
Battle.
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 Every frame.
Every frame.
Every frame.
Every frame.
Every frame.
Welcome to VCT Game Changer Pacific.
Right now and prepare for the duel. She takes one.
VCT Game Changers Pacific. It is day one, and it's really exciting to see all of the teams here at this very first Pacific Game Changers LAN event. We can see all the teams here, as I said, and it's really more exciting to see my co-panelists here, Riku and Quack, who will also be your casters today.
I'm so happy!
This is your first Game Changers event, too.
Yes, I am.
Welcome.
Exactly. Thank you very much for the warm welcome. And yeah, I'm looking forward, just as you said, looking forward to what everybody's prepared as, stage 1, stage 2, and now we're here, the true test towards Berlin.
Your first LAN as well, right?
This is my first LAN to
my
Valorant. Oh my God, I'm so proud of you. Thank you so much for having me.
Just shaking hands all around like an actual panel, right? But Quack, it's also nice for us to be back on Game Changers, right? We had quite a busy year, to the understatement of the year. But I think it's so exciting to culminate in this, especially since, as we mentioned earlier, we're going to be seeing a lot of players compete at their very first LAN event.
That's the biggest thing. I mean, oh, whoops. Almost dropped the thing.
Calm down.
A lot of excitement happening
excited,
already.
I know.
Yeah, I know. It's so exciting, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's a huge thing because so many years of FSL or Game Changers, and it has always been online. For the first time ever, it's going to be a LAN, and the players all over Asia, they all get to meet and hang out and compete.
Yes, exactly. And I'm so excited to see how that stage is going to transform so many players. As you can see, we have our schedule, and it's going to be quite a busy week indeed. We have group stages the whole week, followed by playoffs this weekend. We have 2 groups as well. So it's going to be exciting to see how that's going to affect our matchups, especially since, you might be preparing more you might have a lot of experience, rather, with one team over the other, and suddenly you get to play against players that you've never even encountered before.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about that sub-region versus sub-region excitement. And a lot of these teams, right, again, when we talk about their first LAN, it's a different ball game when you hear the crowd over here at the arena. So I'm really excited how it's going to turn out, because it's 4 final teams for, again, October 5 to 6 here.
Yeah, and Quack, it's going to be exciting too to see how transformative this is going to be, because as we were saying earlier, right, the stage changes you. There's a lot of things that could go on, especially since, I mean, we just saw just a few hours ago how different it is playing in front of a crowd. So I'm eager to see, after so many years of seeing these players, play online, how is that going to change them? Are they going to step up, or maybe will they tremble just a little bit?
For sure. It's one of those, I might not be, a coach like our esteemed
Yet,
from the before.
right?
But yeah, it's a real thing whereby, when you have that environment where everything's physical, or you got people cheering for you, that can either work with you or against you sometimes. And it can cause your hands to shake sometimes. And, you get that adrenaline going, and it affects your performance a little bit sometimes.
Hey, even things like the height of the seats or sitting in a different position could, affect your performance, right? Yeah. So I'm eager to see these 8 teams bring it on the stage, and we get to see MIR take on Perfectionist. Can you roll your R?
PURR.
Oh,
yes.
Did you know I cannot do that?
Wait, can you make an
I can't
attempt?
either.
What?
PURR.
It's a very weak attempt. Can you roll your R? Yeah, we are ashamed to Southeast Asia, but we will see MIR take on Perfectionist, and we're going to see SISU Esports take on, I get to say it, Swag Lord 9000.
Yeah.
I can't believe that that's the name of the team.
Believe it, we're going to be seeing them the whole week, and we get to say Swag Lord 9000
Every round, we get to say that.
Yeah, we get to say that.
You lucky
Today.
ducks.
Yeah.
You lucky ducks. Look at that. Of course, looking into our brackets, we have double elimination in the group stages with the top 2 heading into playoffs this weekend. And of course, what is at stake? You have those top 2 overall for this tournament heading into champions at the very end in Berlin.
Yeah, exactly. This good mix over here at Group B. We've got Korea #1 over here, and as well as South Asia, alongside SISU from from the 3 representatives of SEA, and of course, Swag Lord. Cannot forget 9,000. Yes.
Swag Lord 9,000. That's what's up. I think it's really interesting too as well. I mean, yes, there have been a bit of discussion online with the groups that are in Game Changers Pacific right now, But more interestingly enough, for Group B specifically, it's the underrepresented sub-regions competing against.
Yeah, and we're seeing right now perfectionists prepare for this matchup. And this team, I would say, is quite interesting because hi, Twirly. I love that we're gonna get to see her on land. But you know, it's quite interesting to see all of these backgrounds, right? And right now we're seeing MIR as well. We were talking about how these two are pretty much undefeated in their specific regions. So how is this matchup going to be, especially since Riku, as you mentioned earlier, right? You have experience on one side, but you can never underestimate Korean teams.
Yeah, they definitely have a lot of, you know, toward access. When you mentioned this earlier as well, backstage towards a lot of the top teams in Korea as well. But on the other side of the spectrum, perfectionists, when we look at their individual players, they have a lot of experiences in other sub-regions. Not only South Asia, we've got NA, we've got SEA as well. So you can see the combined powers of their experiences from multiple teams outside of, you know, South Asia region.
And it all comes together and culminates in this one little matchup right now, right? I mean, Korea, of course, you know, they are a really big, I think, factor, big region inside of VCT, just even, right? Like there's a chance that these guys, these girls, could have, you know, scrimmed against some of the other bigger Korean teams.
True. You mean like the team that we saw just hours ago? give a very memorable performance. But it is on the table, right? You do have that ecosystem that just supports you in that way. And, you know, looking at how they performed, there are some players already that pop out in my head, right? But of course, you can't underestimate the players on Perfectionist because they've been doing this for so long. I'm so excited to see how these players have evolved as well.
Yeah, it's such a huge factor. I think it might even give them an extra boost of confidence coming into this tournament. The fact that they've been playing from South Asia, but they've had to compete inside of the Southeast Asian ecosystem, like FSL, playing online. From South Asia, that's not easy, dude. It's like about 100 ping. And they still managed to qualify for playoffs in the past. Now they finally get to be here in person in a LAN event. It's like equal footing, equal chances.
I just can't believe that this is Casper's first LAN. You know, it's kind of like
for so long.
Her first?
Yeah. Are you sure? And then you look back and you're like, oh
No way.
yeah.
She's always been so good.
I know. We've been saying her name. We've been like, you know, watching her since you know, for a very long time. And I just can't believe that we're finally gonna see her in action in front of our eyes. We're gonna see her the stats for MIR Gaming, and we see that, you know, Lotus is very much favored. I mean, with 100% win rate right now, and their most played map as well, Quack. It's something that they would definitely, or that other teams I think rather would want to look out for.
Yes, that's a very big point because I think coming into this tournament, you don't really know what your opponents are going to play like, apart from, you know, watching some of the VODs, which even then can be rather limited just because of game changers and how it's been running out. So you're trying to play up against, you know, without a lot of experience, how your opponents play and whatnot. So what you usually would want to go with comfort picks, and I think Lotus should be one of them for MIR.
Well, in addition to that, I do think Ascent comes into play as well. When we look at some of their stats in combination from Stage 1, Ascent is their second most played map and also very good performance, especially the addition to Flick. Oh my god, their Ascent, they've not been winning a lot during Stage 1, but with Flick's addition, I do think they worry less on some of the maps, including Ascent. It's actually very good.
These three unknowns at the very end, though, I feel like maps like these are double-edged sword.
Yeah.
It's like you do have tape on the other maps, but going into this, like, do you maybe want to challenge them on Ascent when you don't know what they could bring out? They could bring out the zombie comp. Who knows, right?
Zombie comp.
Who knows?
This is what I mean. I mean, like, you know, looking at some of the South Asian game changers scenes, like, we haven't seen too much, apart from perhaps some of the online qualifiers, but there's no tape on that. So it's tough for MIR to really study up, and it's a bit of a gamble. So that's why you're talking about, like, the potential of interesting comps like the zombie comp being pulled out. MIR has to be very cautious about this, and perfectionists as well, because it's been a while since the previous game changer splits.
Yeah.
So coming into Pacific, you might change things up and your opponents might be surprised.
Yeah, and looking at this head-to-head that we have on our screens right now, we have Dorothy versus Aluwu. And these are two I mean, it wasn't hard to, single them out, I guess, on their respective sides, right? Especially since, you have these two usually giving that hard entry for both teams.
Yeah, honestly, I really, really love Dorothy's Jet a lot. I think the way that she shined during the finals of Game Changers Korea, she was going ham on Icebox. May be a bit silent because of Flick during a set, but Icebox, whenever they were at the back foot, numbers disadvantage. You can count on Dorothy, especially with as long as she has the operator or the Blade Storm, she can make it work.
Yeah,
That's a very big thing. I think it's that operator potential that Dorothy can pull out because we don't see that as often from Elu. So there's a slight difference in how they both play duelists.
Yeah, it's also going to be interesting to see what they could bring out as duelists, right? We do see a lot of interesting picks so far in the current meta. So I'm really interested to see, like, for example, Aluwu. I am a big
Phoenix.
fan of her. Wow. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of her raise, but is she gonna bring out, something maybe that's more to the meta, right? Maybe we see a no duelist comp all of a sudden. It's entirely possible. I do think that, like, for the side of MIR, something that's really interesting is that I believe that they parted ways with their coach recently. So going into things like map veto and composition changes, how is that going to affect the team when they have such a big change in their support system for such an important tournament?
Yeah, that's an incredibly big factor, considering the fact that they're going up against perfectionists. When we look at, again, we keep repeating how their individual players have a lot of experience way back until like 2021 of FSL and Game Changers. So at that point, it does feel like a big factor for them to definitely rely on. So the new coach definitely has to have a lot of pressure on the line, especially on their first LAN.
Yeah. And I think that also, Quack, you have MIR and Perfectionist, but would you say they are favored teams coming into this tournament?
Like the whole game?
Yeah, like the whole thing?
I think it's pretty clear who
yeah,
the big favorites are.
It is.
But for this one, I think,
Hey!
there's a lot of fans for both sides.
I wasn't expecting that.
Wow.
I
we
wasn't.
didn't tell
This
her
is
beforehand, so it's a surprise.
This is genuine shock. I was like, I wasn't expecting that. That's interesting. Okay, wait. I feel like I have to defend myself here. So
You do.
I do. I'm always somebody who favors experience, the veteranship that comes in. I do know that you have a bunch of different styles that are in this team, but I do think that experience will come through. But I mean, I do know that it's hard to kind of okay, you have MIR who's very solid.
Yes.
But yeah, is this gonna be a close matchup?
I think it's going to be close. I think out of all especially this match in particular is going to be. I don't know who's going to win, but I do feel like MIR has this upper hand. Maybe because I have a little bias. I'm a big fan of Flick. I'm a big fan of Dorothy. The way that they play is just so. Especially Flick, very aggressive. I'm on a Sentinel, but I can entry for you, and I'm a big fan of that kind of playstyle.
I think there is some argument to be made for the other side too. I personally went with MIR just because I think they have a lot of opportunities inside of Korea, and maybe not so much for Game Changers yet. It's a little bit underrepresented, but the way that they are able to play, the way that they're playing against some of their counterparts, they clearly were #1. Meanwhile, for Perfectionists, what's interesting is they are just pretty much aim diffing most of the teams in their region.
True.
But then coming into here, how are you going to adapt on the fly? That's one of the bigger things that I have.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's a good argument because it is hard to deny, the facilities, the support, I guess, that MIR Gaming has, especially even for a Game Changers team, right? You just do have access to, scrimming, training,
true.
Bumping in ranked games with some of the best players in the world. So it's kind of hard to deny those opportunities that will definitely level up their game, right? But I do think it's also hard to deny the experience that's on Perfectionist.
Yeah.
I believe in Casper, who has a lot of experience as an IGL. She's been through so many tournaments already. It's going to be a real test for her because, as we mentioned, first LAN. So I do want to see that, suddenly unleashed in her.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Casper entered during stage 2. It was Rose that was actually on the MLT roster, the core of Perfectionists coming from stage 1. So at this point, Perfectionist was already strong. But with the addition of Casper, oh my god, I think they leveled up even more. So again, and the fact that, Casper and Twirly were already in the same team in the past, so there's really no question when it comes to synergy already.
It's also like the fan base as well, like being brought in, because that's one of the bigger things. I mean, Korea, you might have like access to scrims against Saprissa, maybe even like Genji, I don't know.
Yeah.
But for Perfectionists, of course, they might be playing against teams like 9 to 5 workers. That was the
Yeah,
thing.
true.
But they have so much support for all the teams, all the players inside of South Asia. It's just such a vocal and like loud and huge fan base that they really need to come in with that support.
Yeah, that's why, it's going to be a really interesting matchup to begin with.
Yeah.
Especially since, later on, we are going to be seeing, some very big teams that will make their debut here on the Game Changer stage. I can't wait to see how SISU will perform up against Swaglord 9000. I'm never shortening that name.
You have to say the full name every time.
ever. But I think, other things that will come into this as well, I'm excited to see the map veto too, see what these teams have prepared. I do wonder as well, like, how they, whether they're the type to actually, like, how they would prepare individually and how they prepare as a team, because the fact that you have Perfectionists, spread out across like so many different kind of styles can be a challenge, but it can also be their greatest advantage.
Ooh, yeah, that's true. Like, it's two sides of the same coin. How do you make sure that all of these different play styles from different sub-regions and your experiences with other players come together, especially if you're up against, MIR Gaming as well. They looked really coordinated on their, their sub-regional tournaments, especially during their finals.
They're more likely to be on the same page.
Exactly that. So that's why I'm just really excited to see this whole entire mix, salad bowl, if you will, of just chaoticness.
I think that's the main thing.
Yeah.
We have like a really, like, seriously, no kidding. This is a very real, rare opportunity for all of us, not just, as casters, but also like people watching back home, the players themselves, because this is the very first like Game Changers Pacific LAN. The first time we're seeing teams like across the sub-regions come together. So we don't have much to come back on. Like, there's not a lot of history of like how they've played against each other. It's the first time we're seeing them come and compete. So it's very interesting to see. Like, it's a bit of a toss-up. We are talking about the different like structures, different play styles, but how will it actually play out on stage? We don't know. So it's exciting to like really hold our breaths and see how that happens.
It's a good way to position it because I think a lot of people don't realize just how different a LAN event can be, right? There's so many factors that just make things, kind of like reset things, and suddenly you're back to zero. And it's like, sure, you probably played across all the other Game Changers, maybe since like 2022, but if it's your first LAN, sometimes it's like, oh, it's like everything's totally different, and it's like, oh, how do we do this again? But I mean, it's overcoming that will really bring out the true athletes here, the true superstars.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, there's even most likely stories on where this is probably their first time seeing each other, especially if they're playing from separate, like far away, maybe in the province, maybe in the cities. I think them finally having to bond together as an entire squad is so important to make your team much stronger.
Yeah, dude. Like, just eating breakfast at the hotel this morning.
Yeah.
I see like Alexi with Aneri, they're having fun. That's what it's all about. That's why you come to LAN.
Yes. That chemistry is really hard to kind of like build up immediately, right? It's not like, hey, I'll see you on stage and, we're just going to do our thing. There is that chemistry that has to come in beforehand, because eventually you want to build this kind of like hive mind ongoing with a team, especially when it comes to things like mid-round calls, right? Especially when it comes to things like, the split-second decisions that really make or break an entire match, right? So for these teams, like as you mentioned, Riku, that are seeing each other for the first time, right? How does that build and how does that chemistry change once they step on that stage?
Yeah, honestly, honestly, like, there's just so many factors. I mean, you mentioned earlier, like, you know, the sitting position, the angles, everything else, but as well as having to see your teammate face to face during a tournament, facial expression, every single thing, body language. Honestly,
Fist bumps.
fist bumps. It's so important. You know, let's do one right now.
Fist bumps.
Yeah, it's very important. Like, again, it's so nice to see them right now.
Yeah, yeah. Overall, though, I kind of want to zoom out and ask you guys if there are any heavy hitters that you're favoring in this tournament. I know there's one very obvious one. It's hard not to be biased, but there's one very obvious one. But who are your favorites coming into this tournament?
Apart from the most obvious hard hitter.
Let's address the elephant in the room.
Just for today.
Sipto has already gone over to Game Changers Championships in the past. We are looking at them as the team to beat. But
Yes.
anybody else?
Some really talented players, yes. Anybody else? I think for today, without doubt, Swag Lord 9000.
Swag Lord 9.
They've
It's hard
tried
to
like
swag.
to play. They've always tried to like qualify for FSL before. I've done some like admin work a little bit here and there for the tournament, but like it's tough for them because the ping just never quite lines up for them. They're always playing at a disadvantage. But now they finally have their own little league and they managed to qualify here. Not only that, not only did they outperform every other team in their region, who have some really interesting names, by the way. They managed to play on some of these maps with really interesting, innovative compositions. Like I've never really like seen this before. Deadlock on Lotus, and it's a lot of attacking round wins.
Yeah, that's true. They do like to play a lot of Deadlock, almost in every single map, even Ascent, Deadlock, Cypher.
It's
as
exciting.
Well. Yeah, it's
Deadlock,
insane.
Cypher.
That's why I want to see some little bit of mix-ups here on the meta.
Yeah, well, just last week we were surprised by an OS team. I'm prepared to be surprised once again by an OS team, especially since that region, they may not get a lot of opportunities, but when they are presented with that opportunity, they're the type that's just like, let's go get it.
Yeah.
And then suddenly they're unexpectedly blowing other teams out of the water. So I am excited to see that come through. I love the intro video, by the way, that you guys have, you guys have on your social media. A big fan. But yeah, it's exciting moments like that I'm really eager to see, especially since just setting the stage, for example, not to spoil anybody, but just setting the stage for everybody out there. We do have an audience that will be seeing all of our players here this entire week. So whether they'll have to shake out some nerves, whether they actually thrive off of that, and it actually enhances their performance, that's something that I really want to see. I'm prepared to have like all of this lore of all of these players and suddenly say, but you put them on LAN and it's another story.
Like it'll just go out of the window. Basically.
Yeah.
There's gonna be a lot of shakeups, and I think if Quack Swag Lord 9000, I don't know. I can't help but think about MIR gaming because I can't help but also think about the parallels that happened from last year and this year. We got Bleed from Ascension, right? SEA representative. Okay, moves to Pacific. SPG this year. What if MIR Gaming can actually sort of have that lore?
That's actually
as
an
well.
interesting point. If you look at like Game Changers last year, right? It was East Asia qualifiers.
Yep.
MIR is made up of like the kind of, I don't want to say scraps, but it's kind of the two Korean teams that were trying to qualify for Korea inside of that East Asia qualifier to, of course, the Sao Paulo Game Changers Championships last year. And they didn't do quite well. They got knocked out really early on in the tournament. But they kind of came together after that. And then that's how MIR was born. So it's very cool, really interesting to see how they've managed to come together this year to really just blow everyone out of the park.
Yeah, that's really interesting as well, right? Because you do have players that maybe didn't have as much spotlight as they did before in previous years. Suddenly you put them in the right environment and in the right team, and it's a different story. We see it so many, right? We see it so many times. Like, do we remember who was on Global Esports not too long ago? You put them in the right environment, suddenly it's like different. It's entirely different. So it's all about the right chemistry and the right mix for so many players. And that could be the exact same case for MIR Gaming. It's interesting that you bring up the global trend that is happening. Because, like, it could be possible for these players, especially since very, very impressive showing in their local qualifiers.
Yeah, I'm just honestly just really fangirling on Mirror Gaming. I just really like what I saw. It's very different. And honestly, when we're talking about parallels, we talked about Perfectionist, right? Having to, have the MLT core, Rose was in there, but then Casper came in. It's very similar to MIR Gaming as well, where it's Juby from stage 1 was actually part of the MIR Gaming core, but guess who came in at stage 2? It is Flick. And honestly, that same story for Perfectionists. They were already strong to begin with, but the addition to Flick really made them even stronger.
Yeah, I do think that like she brings a different energy.
Yeah.
And I'm excited to see that. And on Perfectionist Quack, we do have, again, like some of like very favorite names in the Game Changers scene making their debut here as a team.
Very familiar favorites all around the board. I mean, it's just the whole team essentially. Yes, some of them like Ella with the duelist, of course, but players like Luna can hold angles really well. Twirly, of course, for Philippines. So it's just so exciting to be here.
It is really exciting. So let's get things started with VCT Game Changers Pacific starting right now.
배에는 패배자가 있기 마련이지만 저희는 아닐 겁니다.
Do it like, do it like, do it like.
Look at all that personality coming out from MIR Gaming. It's really exciting. And hey, 332 or something if we want to go with the local pronunciation. Really rocking that neon hair.
I love it. It looks incredible on her.
Teaser for what's to come. Maybe we're going to be seeing more of that. It's possible.
It is very, very possible. They did play like once. Not that good, but hopefully a lot more as well. I mean, just so much personality. Her profile picture as well as like as a player just stands out so much. She was wearing like glasses on top of it.
Oh yeah, that's super cool.
Almost very like cyberpunkish. But of course, they will be up against Perfectionists. So let's take a closer look at that team.
I'm glad we have made this far today, but this is not enough. We need to defeat other teams and be the top.
Perfectionists up for a perfect run? Maybe not, but that is up to them as they walk onto that stage. Can I also just say just how much I love Game Changers videos because there's so much personality.
Yeah, I love the dancing, the funky music. It really, really just highlights a lot of these players.
Like what Casper says as well, right? It's just not enough just to make it here. They need to come out on top.
Yeah, and I'm so excited to see how that second win comes out, right? Once they're fueled by this stage, this audience as well. They know that this is also the biggest chance for them to get onto a higher stage. So really, really excited to see that. Of course, we are about to head into our map veto right after we see our coaches going in with the fist bump. And I really think here that, Riku, that the coach situation on the side of MIR could be an X factor for Perfectionists, just because like with an adjustment like that, their experience might be able to let them adjust quicker to things. But yeah, as you guys mentioned, everything that you said before, I never ever want to underestimate MIR Gaming.
Yeah, absolutely. We talked about the synergy between players, but not forget the synergy of the coach with the players as a collective unit as well. So again, there's a lot. Considering the format as well, you only got practically 2 chances to enter the playoffs. So you got to adjust quickly on the BO3s that they're going to be playing on.
I think what it comes down to as well is like, this is the first opening match. Game Pacific. Like, you want to start off with a bang, you just need to come in with a clear head, like just full confidence, because once you start to doubt yourself, like even if you're coming in with like a 3-9, you have to make a comeback.
Yeah.
You have to forget about that. It's down to all these like tiny, minute little details where you make some last-minute decisions and it could impact so much.
Yeah, you know, a very, very renowned coach was telling me like not too long ago that the in-betweens, yeah, a very renowned coach who is now a VCT broadcast talent, he did say that like the in-betweens are actually where the interesting things happen, right? The resets, when it's like halftime and you're down, how are you able to make that comeback? You know, how are you able to turn things around for a score that's like maybe, you know, a lot worse than you anticipated, right? Very, very cute. I think that, you know, for MIR Gaming too, they do have that expectation just because of the region that they represent, right?
It is definitely a heavy weight to carry over here at their very first LAN.
Heavy as the crown.
Heavy as the crown indeed, Mika. and at this point, especially the big follow-up.
Oh, fist bump, fist bump, fist bump.
Important.
I will fist bump you something else.
Air fist bump, there it is.
I'm practicing, okay?
Yes, you are.
I am not at the level of like Jen Lee, my goat, but we are seeing that Abyss will be the first map banned out. Maybe they want to play things a little bit safe here.
I think they definitely do. Abyss, none of them played Abyss throughout their Game Changer splits. So expecting that come, I thought maybe they would actually leave it open to ban out some of their opponents' favorite map picks, but instead, it's just safe. We're going to keep things safe until PURR picks Lotus, which is MIR's most played map.
Yeah, exactly, right? When we look at MIR Gaming's run on Lotus, the combined Stage 1 and Stage 2, they played 6 times, 100% win rate, and they're just so flawless in this map. So Perfection is starting on a, maybe they have something prepared. Maybe because of the VODs might have helped them counterattack against MIR.
Yeah. I do want to point out though, Lotus and Haven, like the 3-site maps, right?
Yeah.
It's gonna be like a IGL heavy kind of like situation, especially since you need to have like that deep playbook for all of these certain situations and scenarios that could happen on these 3. And we could potentially end it on Icebox.
BB and Casper are going to have their work cut out for them. I mean, both IGLs for the teams. We could end up on Icebox. We'll see what really happens. But it's very interesting that these are the picks that we have. MIR, of course, they've got quite a bit of experience coming from the games that they've played. But for PURR, they've got a lot of tape to study up as well.
That's the double-edged sword that we were talking about, right? Do you really want to go up against an opponent like into the unknown, so to say? You don't exactly know how to prepare or how to counter them in certain situations if there is absolutely no tape. On the same side, if you are incredibly confident and you have your best map and your best foot forward, but the thing is everybody has seen it. They could break down your plays, so it's your responsibility as well to stay fresh every single time.
Exactly. I do feel like looking at the map veto though, remember Icebox, MIR did not have the cleanest of games. It took a bit of time for Dorothy to ramp up on that map. So I do feel like a little bit of a perspective here. If it goes to map number 3, there is a very big chance that Perfectionist can take this win.
Yeah, I really want to see Dorothy kind of like shine in this. I'm eager to see how her teammates will set her up for that because I do want to see her go ham. Yeah, and you mentioned like Riku, like this is potentially one of the biggest aces that MIR have up their sleeves.
Exactly, and I think that's really what I like about this team because it does feel like just because, okay, I'm a duelist, I will try to entry for you. With the addition of Flick, it feels like they can swap things around and sometimes let the duelist sort of lurk. And in a 3-site map, it could cause a bit of confusion. It could cause a bit of chaos here. So they really have to watch out for the positioning and where a lot of these players from MIR is going to come out from.
That's right, the 2 initiators. I mean, Flick as well as BB. They can work alongside together very well to support, Dorothy to be able to find those entries or just opening picks because Dorothy sometimes plays that operator. That's something that Aluwu will have to watch out for. If it comes down to Icebox, this could be a bit of a toss-up. I feel like maybe just based on statistics and what we've seen before, MIR might have the upper hand. I think. But for perfectionists, when they play here, it's just gonna be a huge explosion. Like they're coming in with so much excitement, wanting to prove everyone wrong, like show everyone what South Asia in Game Changers is capable of.
Yeah, and we talk a lot about Flick on the side of her, but on the side of Perfectionist, I do want to bring up Luna.
Oh yeah.
Who is, you know, so important into just being like that massive stopper to any plans that their opponents might have, right? There's so many rounds in her past where she was like the one hard carrying or like getting those multi-kills that will just stop opponents dead in their tracks, right? And then you have somebody like Twirly, former duelist, now flexing onto more anchor roles, and she's doing so well, as you can see over there on your screens. There she is. Oh, hi Twirly! Sorry, the PH bias came in just a little bit.
The immediate high, the switch to the high. But yeah, I like how you brought that up because honestly, Luna, definitely one of the experienced players over here. She practically did almost a world tour of the regions, you know, from NA to SCA, now in South Asia. So there's just a lot to bring to the table, combined play styles, if you will, from other sub-regions.
There's a lot to pick up, but also quite a bit of stress, I guess. I mean,
True.
Group stage, there are only so many chances.
Yeah.
Like, with a bit of a loss, you never quite know. You just might be out of the tournament. So they definitely need to come in with their best performance to start things off for Game Changers Pacific, the very first one.
Yeah, and Group B is kind of like, it's a bit difficult, right? You know, you go over to teams on Group A and maybe there's a bit more, yeah. But you go over to Group B and it's kind of hard to tell which teams will really
Because you just don't have data.
Exactly.
Yeah, zero.
Exactly. No data, and also like all of these teams have the potential to be like wild cards.
Yeah.
You know? It's like, I don't...
Flag Lord.
Flag Lord 9000. Flag Lord 9000. Come on. There's just that name alone. And then you have Perfectionists that have like all of these really experienced players. You have MIR Gaming that could also like pop off and everything. Then you have SISU, which we'll be getting to talk about a little bit later. So with Group B, if you ask me like which two teams will be making it out, I can tell you I'm honestly not sure. I have my favorites, but it could be anybody's game in this group.
Yeah, there is definitely a big question mark. And at this point, it's like MIR Gaming, I feel like their journey is just about to start for them from their perspective, and then having to add in the LAN. Honestly, earlier you can see like the hellos and the vibes. Earlier when the video was playing for the team introductions, you could hear the woohoos from outside already over to the...
Oh, really? You did?
I could hear the woohoo!
You got good ears. You got good ears. Thank you. I'm gonna compliment you.
I accept the compliment.
But yeah, you're absolutely right. There's big support for all of these players that are coming in. They are representing, you know, the regions all around. And again, you know, first LAN for a lot of these players. I can tell they do not want to miss that shot. They cannot. This is the moment they've been waiting for so many years. They finally have it. So, and you can tell the excitement as well. You know, it might not be very loud, but it's like this kind of like they're getting ready and raring to go, especially since this is a stage that this match in particular as well is so important because of just how chaotic Group B might be.
That's what I mean. Like whatever it is, you know, Group B, Group A, there are so many different circumstances that you could face. But once you're on this stage, once you're in front of your keyboard, your mouse, your monitor, you just gotta be yourself. Just play your game. That's
Do
what
not
it is.
overthink. Yeah.
Did we see a bit of a spoiler there? I kind of saw some
Agents?
pigtails. I kind of saw a neon on the side of the
I don't know.
Spicy.
I saw a bit of a neon there, but as we are waiting for our players to be all locked in, I mean, for both of these teams, we mentioned how important it really is. I also wonder how these teams are going to stand up to the endurance because you have to be playing. You're playing a lot of games.
Yeah.
Almost every day, and then you have to get all the way to the end in this environment, right? Yeah. That's also something that they've probably never had to endure before.
Yeah, that's true. We were talking about a lot of the sub-regional performances, and everyone had a dominating win spree on their sub-regional tournaments. And therefore, the biggest difference here is that not only a test of your LAN performances, a test of how everything's going to come together, but also as well as your mental fortitude. Usually, if you're very, very strong, you get ahead on your first map. How do you close it out? Because usually that's one of the problems. You get overexcited, you probably get this overheatedness, And I think that's something that they need to reel it in. And I feel like the timeouts are gonna, the half times are gonna be so important alongside the coaches.
A little bit. There's just really little to no turnaround time. Yes, you got timeouts, but here we go.
I told you. I
Got it.
told you. We did get the neon on the side of MIR Gaming. So now it's time to see just how much they were able to adjust this composition, right? We're not seeing any major changes on the side of Perfectionists here, which I think is a good choice for them as well. Kind of like keep it a little bit stable first in their debut match.
But I am curious to see how Dorothy can really adjust to this new agent. Because before, this is that Gen G comp, and she plays that texture kind of raise operator. But now onto the neon, I don't know if you're still going to stick on that operator. That means those info sight lines, it's going to be a different approach to how you lock those down.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be a bit of a macro gaming here where it's going to be, okay, now you see me, now you don't. I'm going to be on the other side. And that speed of having to rotate much, much faster, entering sites much, much faster, it could be the difference here. Dorothy, a lot of pressure on her hands.
Yeah, definitely, especially since she's starting out with like one of the unexpected, one of the surprises already, right off the bat, right? Something that they maybe could have, have kept for a little bit later, but they're deciding, no, let's just start out with something that they might not expect right off the bat. Putting these players onto a LAN also means that you're taking them out of their comfort zones.
Yeah.
So remove everything that made you comfortable, that maybe, kind of like surrounded you with like this kind of like, oh, okay, yeah, I can do this. Put you in a different environment, and let's see if that talent is still there, if that fire is still there. And that's exactly what we're going to see as we step into Lotus. I'm going to give it on over to Quack and to Riku.
Woo! Thank you very much, Mika. I'm really excited about this first game, Quack. How do you feel?
Definitely excited. This is something I've been waiting for a very long time. So many years of like game changers, but now finally we have to land. And at the same time, just to see these players actually like in front of us, you want to get to know them better. You want to see them perform. You want to see their personalities on stage as well.
You want to see them shine indeed. And this is definitely the chance as we're entering the first game of the day. It's day number 1, everybody. MIR Gaming from Korea, Perfectionist from the South Asia region, Lotus, first map. Here we go.
And like what I was talking about before, Riku.
Yeah.
Dorothy, previously on the Rays, coming into this Neon. She has played the Neon once in one of the grand finals from Korea Game Changers. And she didn't do that well. She actually played it on Sunset, and there were these rounds where she kind of just slid it by herself and got shut down really quickly.
Maybe that's where the adjustments come from. The break from the sub-regional tournaments up until now. And let's see the rotate happening, Quack.
Yeah, just a haunt out, but they don't see anything, so trying to be cautious and getting called back by Amy into this ace night. MIR has to be careful though.
There's first blood. Precision. Heads are down for Elwu. Getting a double kill right off the bat here. That's -2 already, having the early lead.
And this could give them the ace site. MIR just playing around it. The rotations are taking a bit of time. They don't quite have the utility either. So the only thing they've got going for them is the fact that Perfectionists are down a little bit.
Spike
The
planted.
timing of when they peek out or the angle and how they find frags is crucial.
Exactly, and now that's Flick with the first, taking down Elwu. Again, a lot of body shots will count. Don't need to be that headshot, but everybody already pretty much damaged.
Last player
with
standing.
another kill, and now it's a 1v2.
One enemy remaining.
We talked about the body shots. Headshot, 1v1, unknown to 3-2-2, 3-3-2. And at this point, it is still Twirly at the end, gonna win that pistol for Perfectionists.
Very steady hands. You can see actually 3-3-2 first like possible land. She's shaking a bit.
Yeah.
She had a lot of utility. She could have taken that defuse, very calm and steady. She could have maybe placed down a turret and then gone for the defuse. But she's frantically like looking around. Where's the last player? Where's Twirly? Twirly on the other hand, slow and steady, just creeping up around the corner. Simple headshot. That's all it takes.
Yeah, the discipline when it comes to that post plant as well, not revealing too much. But just as you said, it has definitely revealed a little bit of the antsiness when it comes to the first game of the day, as we see 3-3-2 having to roll back to Waterfall.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough round. MIR, of course, just trying to get guns or, take guns away from Perfectionists as much as possible. But now, all this utility being dumped into the C site, MIR, they have no choice but to kind of just fall back because otherwise it's going to be a free kill if 3-3-2 goes down. So, rotations now coming over. you need to think about how they're going to initiate this fight. You know, Haze, she has the paranoia. She kind of used it before, so it's not going to be too good.
Yeah, but with the stack coming through, though, there is a bit of exchange here and there. With a 2v3, no upgrade, just a bunch of pistol slides through the headshot as Luna gets that one. I don't think there's any nearby upgrades. We'll be seeing. Yep.
Did I exercise your
Luna.
head?
Little crouch Luna now very close to the ultimate. Oh, that's gonna be possible, you know, momentum for Perfectionist if she can pull off those nightfalls, come in with greater takes, like being the catalyst for the team that way. Meanwhile, for MIR, not too bad. I think they got, you know, a couple of guns away from them. But the main thing is now you're starting to see how your opponents play across the map, right? So far, it's been like a little bit of pressure and then the quick rotation over onto A. The previous round, once they had that confidence, they just rushed straight into C. So if you are MIR, you're starting to think, this is how I got to reinforce these sites. That's why they're running with a bit of a 2-3 split this time. 3 players on A, but it's these long sight lights. They're trying to make use of their rifles.
That's true. And having to, what do you call this, pair with a haunt immediately to spot out anyone from lobby. But I think they dodged that a little bit with rotate to B. No first blood just yet. And Dorothy is going to get traded by that. No!
This is what I mean.
Yep.
It's one of those land things.
Yep.
I really hope they start to shake that off. Maybe they need to call a timeout in a couple of rounds. But right now, Nightfall being sent, this is going to be a tough retake from her, hands down. I mean, you might even want to go for the safe right off the bat.
Planted.
Exactly. You definitely do not want to lose those, especially this is your bonus. But it looks like they're going to go try and enter and retake nonetheless. Casper has an eye on drop already. Let's see if BB wins this 1v1 at this angle. And yes, she does get that one. And a haunt now available. Doesn't spot anyone though.
No, it's gonna be Luna just tucked away. And she uses those tiny little peeks.
Woo! Good timing, good everything. 3-3-2. BB though, they're trying to retake the slide slowly but surely. And Amy's the only one left over here. They have an idea. Diffuser killed. Not just yet. And Amy with a 3K. Oh my.
And that's the bonus, Riku. Yeah. This is the round that you want as an attacker, as, you know, someone starting things out. And they're going to be able to keep their economy up. They're going to keep those ultimates up as well. Earlier on, it was a Nightfall. Now it's going to be Elu close to Showstopper. Everything is going right for Perfectionist. MIR, on the other hand, we saw a bit of that fumble.
Yeah.
It's a blunder that you don't want to have, so they really need to shake that off. But at the same time, credit to, you know, the team for trying to push up front. And you really got to admire how BB is taking some of these heads-up duels, you know, dropping straight down and then finding that first headshot.
And those are incredibly impactful here. Now it's Vio's side. MIR's going to play this fast. Luna gets a double. BB, the sheriff shot, will try to retaliate, but poorly finds her head first. Now it's a 2v3. Elu pretty low right now.
Just going in for that Hail Mary play. Whoa. Straight through the door.
3-3-2 with a headshot, but a little bit of damage to the economy nonetheless, but they'll definitely take what they can.
That is actually really exciting to see. Like that headshot through the door. I was hoping for maybe one more headshot and then maybe you can come in for the one-on-one, but unfortunately it doesn't quite happen. Not bad taking those guns away, but ultimately they are all building up towards their ultimates. MIR, you can see that that's one of those rounds where they're thinking like, you know what? We don't have the economy. We just have our sheriffs. Let's just go for it.
Sure.
We'll send it down C. If they get info, if not, they can, you know, pull off a rotation or a bit of a flank. And it happened to work out. They managed to find some kills, and hopefully that inspires more confidence for the next upcoming rounds.
Yeah, I feel like, yeah, there it is. There is the timeout to reel it back in. Because honestly, what's been happening is that they haven't been able to do any retake play, as it's always like a -2 every single time.
Yeah, it's been tough for them because Perfectionists are just getting these opening picks. Perfectionists, it's slow and steady.
Yep.
Maybe a bit of futility just to bait out some reactions from MIR, like the Haunt, for example, like we're seeing from Luna. But after that, once they start to approach these sites, they're always going in together. So when you're playing from someone like, you know, from MIR's perspective, you peek out, you see that many people. It's tough.
Yeah,
You're not
that's
going to be able
true.
to gun them down.
It's always a big minus already to begin with. And so far, we haven't really seen any other difference in formation from the side of Perfectionists. No one trying to flank or lurk from B to A. None of that. It has been just pretty straightforward. And I feel like you mentioned that earlier, Quack.
And they can keep that up. They have the showstopper right now. So MIR calling this time out, they have to be very aware of it.
Lots of mound with Flick here all alone, having to pull out the gun, but stuck in the box. And a satchel is about to enter with the showstopper, the pressure. You're forced to run away, doesn't hit anyone, but it's already times down.
A little bit premature on that, if I must say so myself, but still, rotations coming over from MIR. They need to think about how they want to come into this retake. Of course, LOU, they've always been so aggressive. You need to start reading some of these tendencies.
Especially the smoke about to expire right now, and it's 3-3-2. Elise gets a trade, but the numbers advantage still in favor of Perfectionist.
They're all just kind of holding, but they hear that sprint.
Here, that sprint is going to slide through with a headshot. Dorothy with the overdrive activated. Gets the one, the third, and it's going to get shut down by Luna. 1v2 right now, and it's all going to work out. MIR Gaming gets their first score on the board.
Yeah, shake off those nerves. Dorothy! She just came in with the overdrive up from behind. I don't think Perfectionists were anticipating that. So much of the heat was being drawn over to defender spawn. And it's kind of one of those things where maybe you start to get a little bit overconfident, right? LOU starting to push out. Gotta be honest, frag's not always going towards MIR's way, but they managed to recover off of that ultimate. So needing to keep that up, that mentality up. Perfectionists, they're gonna come in strong and hard because they have the Nightfall once again. And so much of the rounds, it's always this early pressure onto C. It draws some of the attention away from MIR, and they have to think about how they really want to approach. So I like the fact that there are 2 players stacked up outside of Pillar right now.
Oh yeah, that's true. They're able to potentially sandwich if they're able to enter past Mound. And honestly, there it is. Haze is ready for the paranoia. This could be a big play. Doors about to get open. They are stunned. They are forced to look in different directions, and Haze and Dorothy gets a double.
And that's it. Job's done. You got 2 kills, you back off, you wait for your opponents to push through. Maybe your anchor gets a couple of picks. Whatever it is, you always have numbers advantage now.
That's very important. Flick with a double at that. Massive. Good confidence booster after that one. Maybe possibly getting the third, but Casper still lives.
Cover going out.
She's the last one. Tries to smoke them off. At the very least, get the spike plant, right? You still have the ult from the shadows. Maybe you last minute go for it over to the C site. Cause your opponents to think. But she's going to have to be very careful. She's not quite sure where Dorothy or anyone else could be.
And this could be a big of a surprise here. There it is. Dorothy finds Casper. And that's really good. Coming from a timeout as well from MIR.
You can clearly see like the effect of that timeout.
Yep.
I wonder if it's like the coach telling them, you know, just chill out.
Yeah, reel it in.
Like listen to some music, start singing some songs. They do that sometimes.
That's true.
And you can really feel those effects. Like they started to hit more of their shots this time. Earlier on, like I think round 3 or 4, Dorothy was holding the angle down towards A rubble.
Yeah.
And instantly, as soon as someone picks out, she like, you know, kind of stuttered a bit, wasn't able to land a shot. But this time, off of the overdrive, off of the kills from before, all of them are hitting their shots now. Like even Flick anchoring down onto the A site. It was a very clear rotation, and she read it. She was prepared for it. She nailed it.
I know. It was just so good. It's so nice to see the way that MIR like switched it up, having to take control on that defense. From the doors for mound control, actually. So I really like the proactiveness instead of just trying to wait for rotations.
Yeah. So that's what that's what we're looking at. Dorothy, this star duelist for MIR Gaming. She's always been that good on the Jet, especially. Sometimes the Raze on this map, she pulls out that operator.
Yeah.
Now onto the Neon. We're seeing that overdrive very effective. She uses the sprint to really kick things into high gear, get herself into certain positions where, you know, even in that final moment, Casper wasn't quite sure like where she could be. So we need to see more of that. Meanwhile, for Perfectionists, they are playing with a strong advantage. They have the ultimates. They have a pretty good control, good read over the rounds. They want to keep that up. That's what this timeout is for.
And a very understandable timeout. The fact that it has been Nightfall for what? 2 Nightfalls within the span of 5 rounds? Are you kidding me, Luna? You're crazy.
It's been a while. I think she hasn't really quite had the opportunity to use it yet.
Yeah.
You know, really wanting to get closer to the sides first, but then you have like haste, setting up for that, you know, C crunch. Like this is what MIR does. That's why we're talking about MIR. Mika's not here, so we can talk about this. Yeah, that's why we had that prediction, because they are very well versed on this map. 6 times played throughout their whole Game Changers career this year, at least. And it's been good. They have that cohesion. They have the structure. They have the reads.
Yeah, they really have what it takes to stand toe-to-toe against the experience that we keep talking about for Perfectionists. And a lot of ults online here as we go back into the game after that timeout.
And with that, you got to think about how Perfectionists might want to come back in. They don't quite have the guns, but they are definitely looking for the picks, and that's why MIR doesn't want to let them get any of these sidelines. That's why you have early A control, but that means that C is a little bit weaker. 3-3-3, she's going to have to be careful with how she positions herself. She has the lockdown, though, so she might be able to flush them off if she deploys it.
That is a possibility. Now they are spotted. There is the lockdown activated now, and they will be forced out of there. No spike plant just yet. They just want to bait it out.
They baited it out, but teammates weren't quite in position to receive. They could have played around the rotating door just to catch them, you know, falling back from C. But instead, everyone kind of rotated closer towards spawn, towards waterfall, which is honestly a bit of a mistake. So now back to default holds, and you have to wait for Perfectionist to make the first move.
And that is, yeah, you're right, no utility anymore, but they still are able to hear the scream of the Nightfall. They're going to commit this, even though they are on the Sheriff. Eluwu pretty much stuck in a sticky situation, literally, as 3-3-2 knocks her down.
Nightfall for Nightfall, and then Dorothy hears the footsteps.
And there it is, yeah, Dorothy with a good angle here, but the spray's not going to work out. The transfer still worked out in the end, though. And that's Amy, the only one left. Now she's going to get shut down, and MIR slowly catching up.
Dorothy makes me nervous.
I know! There's a lot of people!
She managed to get the transfer at the end. That's
what matters.
Impressive. She managed to recover that. And she is top fragging like that.
Yeah.
So not too bad of a round for MIR, but it was a bit expensive, right? Those ultimates were being drawn out by Perfectionists. Like just planting their boots on C, the lockdown was pulled out.
Yeah.
The Luna ultimate with the Nightfall, and then, you know, BB sends out her Nightfall.
Yeah.
So hopefully they can keep that up. They have the Viper Spit. They can, you know, kind of deploy it to play around this the map. But Perfectionists, they are just playing the long game.
Yeah. And I think so far, right, whenever Perfectionist is able to get the spike down, with the operator, of course, we talked about it, Dorothy now brings it out.
I can't wait to see how she uses it. There might be some tech issues. I see the clock. Oh, yeah, it's paused. Okay.
Time stops.
I don't know if people know this. All right, now it's back in. But during tech pauses, they're not allowed to talk.
Oh, Flick with the early Viper Spit. Oh, sorry. Yes, it is Viper Spit. Dorothy with the angle onto C mound. So what is your decision here? How do you select at this point?
The idea is that the Viper Spit dissuades Perfectionist from pushing into A, and then maybe Dorothy finds the pick as they rotate back to C. But you can tell Dorothy doesn't like what she's seeing. Like, so many seconds passed, and they're not there yet. That means maybe they're going towards the Viper Spit, and she's right. So good rotations now. Flick has to land her shots as well, but...
Oh my gosh! Luna! Get it with the first frag here. And there we go, they entered through the door, immediately just ignoring the entirety of that Viper Spit, and now they get the plant down. Remember, this is where they, you know, win their rounds.
Yeah, very smart, very classic plays. You use the boom bot, and hopefully, if you send it in the right angle, it spots out someone. You just spray in that general direction. So this is now a tough retake. The operator has to do quite a bit of work, at least one opening pick.
Let's see, so Dorothy had the right idea, and misses the shot, and Luna, she's going crazy again, and it's a clean round. Perfectionist, whenever they get the spike down, it's just a win at that point.
Yeah, it's a little bit heartbreaking for MIR Gaming. You know, it's heavy investments into the round. The good thing is they have the economy to do that once more, having won 3 rounds in a row, obviously. But you can tell that they're still hesitating a little bit. Like, whether it's 1 or 2 seconds, they come in, you know, even pulling out the shorty, but then not quite landing the flicks. That means that Perfectionists are just that comfortable. They send in those ultimates, they get the opening picks, and they're like, okay, we got this round.
Yeah. Like, as long as we get that plant down, the smart play as well to find the Viper. Twirly!
Wow.
3-3-2 surprise! It's not Dorothy, it's me, the Killjoy, and that's a good first blood for them.
But Perfectionists are not backing down. Okay, they have the ultimates. They want to just keep going. Elu 1 away from her showstopper.
Let's see here. Might be a bit possible. Get that first kill or get that other kill. They're gonna reel it back a little bit and play slow.
Yeah, wait for that poison cloud to go off and then use paint shells to maybe clear some corners, blast back in. Good sight lines being held though, off angles, so maybe tougher for them to clear, but wow, smokes in time.
Yeah, exactly. Even the paranoia and the smoke is gonna work out for them. They're able to enter the site. Dorothy though gets the kill onto Luna. Remember, such an important kill at 3-3-2. clean for MIR Gaming. That worked out for them in the end.
Good adjustments from MIR Gaming. Just being able to hold those off angles. Dorothy getting the first kill. Now she has her overdrive.
I know.
So perfectionists, like confidence is one thing. They can be really strong and really hit fast with how they want to push into the site. But once you see things like an operator, you need to think twice. Like at least maybe create a bit of pressure on the other parts of the map first. But with the way that they exploded, the idea was to kind of push MIR Gaming off of some of the positions. But instead, MIR Gaming kind of preemptively read that already. So
yeah, they allowed them to enter the site itself without the plant and then just create chaos there.
And that's something that we always see in Korean teams as well.
Yeah.
Like these teams, I'm not too familiar, gotta be honest, with the Game Changer scene, but the way that they practice, like it's like a Korean style, right? They always drill themselves so many times that once the coach puts them in the game, they kind of already know what is plan B, what is plan C. Like, it's just reading some of these early movements and, okay, this is what my opponent's gonna do. I'll just set myself up to counter that. And the whole team kind of works around it.
That's true. It's like they already have this flow chart in mind.
Yes.
You know, I see this and then they trail off of that. Everything's pretty much planned. And it does feel like that was the possibility from the timeout, the crunch, the sandwich off of Mound. And now they're adjusting. It's not that we're not going to prevent them from entering the site. We're going to prevent them from planting the spike instead and then play off of that, which is, again, really good adaptation from MIR Gaming.
Precisely. Perfectionists, though, still kind of in the lead.
Yep.
So I wonder how they're going to really adjust around this. They are, you know, building towards their ultimates. And so far, they've been showing like a lot of comfort and confidence as to how they want to approach these rounds. The mid-rounding and everything, you know, maybe there's not too much depth as to how they want to approach the map, right? It's just, okay, we got a little bit of information. This is what I want to do. I have a set plan in mind. I'm going to keep going for it. Sometimes if it doesn't work out, they try to adjust around that. But otherwise, it hasn't quite been working out, at least in that previous round. So this time, they have to be quite aware of how they want to deal with MIR Gaming now that the operator has been shown. Dorothy's up towards the overdrive.
That's true. And the operator can actually be played by anyone. I think a lot of the MIR Gaming players can carry that operator. So now they're going to be worried. Is it Dorothy, 332, or maybe even Flick at some point?
And Dorothy's going for the Bucky. Oh my gosh.
Oh, here we go. It's Bucky gaming time. Dorothy's gonna drive through with the overdrive. It doesn't spot out another, but Haste has her back with Twirly having to get contact onto Flick. But here comes Twirly with a double. Haste is gonna shut her down. 3v3 right now. There's fights all over the place. And the drop has now been done. 2v3, and they got the spike down.
This is that depth I was looking for. You get a little bit of contact towards C. All right, there are definitely more people towards C. Let's just push A, and they do it with their showstopper. They managed to take the site so well. Viper's Pit now up. How is MIR going to retake this? They don't really have the paranoia. They have maybe the snake bite or something, but that's not too useful. And look at how Elu is positioned around this. She might be able to catch them off.
Exactly. They are not going to be prepared for this unless spotted. Now they have an idea, and that is going to be a no. Elu, again, great shot, great job.
This is perfectionist playing the round to perfection, honestly. Right? It's just getting that contact and already knowing how to adapt. And then once they even get the site, the way that they play around that Viper's Pit, it's just instant decisions. Like, that's how confident they are. And at the same time, you know, even with a little bit of like low HP, Elu, she's able to just play around these positions where she's sure my opponents are going to rotate from here. This is how I'm going to strike them.
Yeah, that's true. She has always been on that drop position. It does feel like they have to be worried about that one. And Dorothy's not going to stop just because we did not win the first round earlier. Doesn't mean I'm going to stop being a Neon.
I like it. That's a bit of confidence. Let's see if she can actually pay that off. But still, ultimates on Perfectionist side. That could bait some rotations or reactions out from MIR Gaming.
There is the reaction. Fast lane and Haste and Dorothy, the tag team duo, able to take down two. Again, it feels like deja vu from earlier, too.
And it's the spike down, Riku.
Yeah.
Perfectionists, they are going to have to play that objective to pick that up, but it's a tough spot right now because Twirly is in a bit of a misnomer spot, but she still gets a kill.
Able to create some chaos at least, and I think they're able to penetrate through the defenses, but they're unable to see Amy, who's actually left out onto B. And now they're just causing chaos everywhere. And 332, surprise, I'm still here, by the way. Dorothy's just gonna dash through Twirly with a headshot. And now 2-on-2. Let's see who wins. Swirly, though, runs out of bullets, pulls up the pistol. And Amy, down controller versus controller. No idea where the other is going to be coming from. Poison Cloud's going to block the vision a little bit. Might bait out something, some sort of reaction with a plant. It's not going to be a canceled plant. It is a commit, and that might cause you to lose the round as Haste gets that kill.
Patience pays off, Riku.
Yep.
This was the game plan, right? It's Casper with the From the Shadows to pick up the spike. I kind of missed that earlier. But once she got the spike down, they were trying to play around it. They had so many of the frags. But once it comes down to that one-on-one, just because the spike wasn't down yet, it's that adjustment from Perfectionist that was kind of lacking. So it came down to individual decision-making and just getting that spike planted kind of out in the open. She wasn't expecting Haste to be there.
True. It's the element of surprise, the lack of information. You do not know, despite having a little bit of time, 20 seconds, but here comes another round. This could end at even.
Still always the operator being bought out. So MIR Gaming, very clear plans as to how they want to control the map, but Perfectionists are reading this.
See, Nightfall now activated. That's his third Nightfall, or fourth even. A lost count because Luna is just that crazy. And here we go. A lot of utility invested onto drop, but they're just going to play a 5-man retake.
Spike planted.
That's where it's going to be the most hectic and most chaotic. You've got the lockdown as well from 3-3-2. So it's going to push them offline, which makes it a lot clearer as to where Perfectionists might position themselves.
Yeah, there's no flank whatsoever. There's none of that sort. It's pretty straightforward. It's Dorothy trading a fast lane and avenue with that lockdown activated. Now Tree having a lot of members coming from the side of Perfectionist as the defuse is going to come through. They're going to commit to it. Are they going to go in? No, the defuse is going to clock right in, and now it ends at even.
Oh, you were not expecting that to happen. I can't believe she actually managed to stick it all the way. I started seeing kills and I thought Perfectionist might just be able to push in closer to take her out, but no. And that's credit to MIR Gaming for being able to pull that aggro away from the spike defuse. So it's like just kind of throwing bodies. I thought they were maybe looking for kills to push them even further back towards behind like Tree or whatnot, but it's so good so far.
It is very good so far. A close match. But first, before we enter into the second half, we're going to go to a short break.
To him.
And welcome back, everybody, to it's still the first map of the day between MIR Gaming and as well as Perfectionist. It's out on even at the moment, so it's a very, very close game, Quack.
Yeah, very close. It started out a little bit rocky for MIR Gaming, not gonna lie, but they found that confidence after the timeout, after the overdrive kills from Dorothy, so hopefully they can keep that up. But for Perfectionist, though, this is now where they get to start to read MIR Gaming's movements, right? And so far, they still have that confidence going for them. They just need to adjust a little bit better to some of these rounds.
And I feel like we talked about Dorothy's pressure, I feel like even more so now that they're on the attacking side, having to take charge in a lot of these site takes.
Taking charge, Dorothy this time, kind of hanging back. So it's an interesting way of not really relying on your duelist to entry yet. Right now, just trying to suss out some of the defensive setups that Perfectionists might have set up. But at the same time, wow, Flick all the way into A, and this is deep behind enemy lines. Perfectionists aren't rotating around this. They're actually just anticipating Flick to kind of overextend.
Might even get spotted out by Luna, or
Wow.
instead is going to get killed by Flick. And that's a really good first blood on the side of MIR Gaming. But do they spot out Amy though? But a trade immediately. Twirly with the double on top of the Nano Swarm kill. Now to 2v3.
And down onto Twirly to kind of hold her on around tree because the spike is still down, but now it's been picked up.
Oh, well, half HP already. It's a little bit of a tough matchup. 55,
30 seconds left.
3-2. He's just trying to bait out with a lot of time. 20 seconds on the clock. Now they peek together. Eluwu with a kill. But with this amount of HP, it's not like there's much that you can do. You're going to get surrounded eventually by Eluwu and Casper. And they're just playing Ring Around the Rosie so silently. And there it is. He spots out 2 players. And they're able to get her in the end.
That's the adjustment that I want to see as well. Like we talked about Death before for Perfectionist. Now we're seeing the adjustments. Like 2-on-1, they could have still continued to like both play Ring Around the Rosie, wrap around on towards 3-3-2, right? But instead they recognized she's low HP. Let's just stick together.
True. Very true.
That's just reminded me of something, sorry. Painful flashbacks. But anyway, it still is a good round win for Perfectionists. And it's like credit to how they were able to just not, you know, fall prey to any of like MIR's tricks.
That's true. It could have ended in disaster. But in the end, they took the more surefire way to win that round. Perfectionists having the lead. Let's see, with MIR Gaming, they have 2 sheriffs in the hands of really amazing players here.
Yeah, maybe at least a couple of picks. So it's like playing around these corners where they could suddenly spring out. But Perfectionists, very well aware. They're going to hold even further back, right? Especially with the guns that they've got. Spectres, you just want to play around close range. Wait for opponents to kind of push it.
Exactly like this. Gonna get spotted by the hunt though. Eluwu forced to come back, but still able to get a kill as VB. Wait, what? No way! Did that just happen?
It's the paint shells. It's that second explosion that goes off, but now Flick.
And now here we go. Wait a minute, MIR trying to even out the numbers. 3-3-2, not looking good with the HP. That happened before, but the headshots might win in the end here as the spike's gonna get taken to A as it is clear.
Yeah, don't get fooled by the initial push towards C site because MIR, they always have these tricks on the attack. It's Flick on a big lurk, big push, individual solo mission all the way to A, and then she finds one shot towards the back of someone's skull.
Exactly. Flick, though, has a perfect angle here. Do they check? Unable to check the rotations, but can hear them running. But doesn't have the window, and there's a turret already there, so the sneaky style wouldn't be possible anymore.
Yeah, too close to the spike now, so maybe just play for time. Again, they don't quite have the guns. Flick, it's all up to her.
All up to Flick now. Let's see if the 1v1's gonna work out here. Yellow HP bar finds the headshot. Twirly decides to let go of the spike. So low, close encounter, but the snake bite!
Oh, she's done it.
Wait, half HP? Is it enough? We'll see.
It's
Diffuse
close.
it.
Nah, she's got it.
There is time. It was close though.
Yeah, good idea with the snake bite, but it's still, you know, Perfectionist reading that that's what she wants to do. Okay, I'll just swing really quickly. And it managed to work out for them. It was a lot of guns getting taken away though. So this is still a very potential turnaround point for MIR Gaming. The fact that you've got players like Flick who has been playing on like Gen G, Global Academy, you know, Game Changers Academy stuff. She has very interesting reads in how she wants to play around the map, and this is the way that they work as a team. Perfectionists, they need to start, you know, being cognizant of all the movements across the map.
And I feel like, again, yeah, they had a right idea earlier. It's just that gun-wise, they didn't have that big of a lead. So let's see now, taking a lot of Perfectionists, having all the sheriffs and one guardian. Will they able to win this one out?
It's gonna be tricky. So they're playing very far back, potentially letting their utility get early information and then come in with some of the, you know, potential spike plant denials. But for MIR Gaming, I think they're anticipating some of like the shotgun corners. So just trying to buy some rotations away to the other parts of the map with like prowlers and stuff, but it's not being bought. Perfectionists always stand their ground. So this means that MIR has to push through, sustain minimal damage, and hopefully cut people off with rotations once they get that spike down. But what?
Twirly from the Nano Swarm,
That was-
able to eliminate Haze. Yeah, I think they were able to stack up a lot of this utility over at stairs. I think they're tired of Flick having to constantly go through stairs and set up this cutting off the rotation. But let's see, BB already planting as Amy gets a Sheriff kill. Dorothy's gonna run out after that as BB follows through. Dorothy holding an angle, looking at stairs. H-Shells has an idea that somebody's there already. Down to 2v1, Elle will remember she's able to do a lot of these clutch plays even on a Sheriff. So you can't count her out just yet. But they're already playing the post-plant 1v1 situation. Dorothy swings for that timing. Good job by MIR Gaming.
Yeah, this is still MIR Gaming able to maintain their momentum to push forward and get the site, get the round. Confident around this site now. You can tell that Dorothy, BB, they were able to play around the corners, going for those swings, like trust in their aim, essentially. But at the same time, very, very smart little trap plays from Perfectionist. I gotta see that like Snakebite Nanoswarm combo again as to how they managed to control stairs, get the info, deny at least one player. This is still a successful eco round for Perfectionist because they managed to take those guns away. Now a couple of players on MIR are on light shields.
Yeah, it's gonna be, it is a lot of damage. Lu, though, is gonna push further, but the paranoia is not gonna work out in her favor as Luna, though, gets a trade in the end.
With that trade, that is going to be like advantage to MIR Gaming. Straight into C, they get the spike down, PURR, they're just playing catch up. And look at Flick's position as well.
Flick's position, always on the ready. Catching off Strays as Twirly falls down in the hands of Flick. Now that's going to be another minus on this retake. Pace with a good angle over here on top of the boxes. Still has eyes on people from Waterfall as Casper gets killed to BB, but Haze is unmoving, unshaken on this positioning. She's not going to leave that spot at all, and Flick is another additional problem, and we're even again, Quack.
Yeah, tough retake agents-wise. They still tried to push through, find some of those angles, but it's that positioning from Haze. You know, up top, Flick as well on the lurk up around pillars. This is so smart as to how MIR Gaming dismantled Perfectionist. If they can keep this up, they're going to find a pretty strong lead very soon. Considering the fact that this is now 8-8, Perfectionist might want to call the timeout and then find a different way to approach it. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to see.
It's so important. I mean, they had the early lead. They kept winning the pistol rounds even from the first half. But having unable to follow through when it comes to the gun rounds, I think both of them get really damaged economically. But now that the way that MIR Gaming plays, the way that they just slice and dice through the positioning of everyone, I think it is going to really serve as a problem later on.
Yeah, I think Coach Trans is really calling this out. Like, apart from the aggressive pushes really out, like from Dorothy, you're always expecting Flick to be on a bit of a flank, on a bit of a lurk.
Yeah.
And like, where could she hold it? It's usually around B. So this is something that Perfectionists need to play around. They need to kind of suss out the positioning and really hold their defenses. If they get taken down very early on, right? If MIR Gaming finds that opening pick, that's going to be a painful loss. It's tougher for them to retake from that point. So need to play a little bit tighter, more defensive. You don't want to lose yourselves too early on. But economy, this is a little bit difficult for them. I mean, maybe build up closer towards those ultimates.
Thanks.
Build a lot of these or bait some of them out from MIR Gaming could be the potential to make sure that they're able to take advantage of this round fully.
Okay, one-way smoke. And yeah, you can see Perfectionists, they are playing so far back. Just anticipating the pushes out. MIR Gaming as well, they're looking to aggress, like, and acknowledging that this is an eco round. We have the utility. Possibly just rush it.
Maybe. There is a possibility. There is this one turret to spot them out as they head through, but I like their carefulness still. Oh, here comes the paranoia. Dorothy's gonna enter. It's just going to be a smooth take on the site.
Yeah. They waited to listen for that turret, check some of the corners, did that due diligence with the paranoia. Now they have the site. Perfectionists, the best they can hope for right now is just a couple of picks. Alu with a showstopper too.
Maybe a free upgrade perhaps as BB deals first blood onto Amy. Now they're still trying. All of them is going to come from defender spawn here. But I like this. MIR not pushing. They don't want to give any kill whatsoever, any upgrade. Spots the first player. Dorothy with a headshot. Nice pull at as well. Make that a second. And Flick with a follow-up, and it's just gonna be a clean round flag. There it is.
That's the movement that you want to see from Dorothy.
Yep.
They're really starting to feel more confident on the stage. And yeah, like you mentioned, it's that discipline.
Yep.
They knew they had the site. They didn't really use their ultimates as well. That's a very big point for MIR because they're saving them up for the later rounds, looking for that double-digit play. And it's just things like this that keep them in the game so well. You know, it's the slides, you know, recognizing she's low HP, I'm going to swap over the classic. Meanwhile, for Perfectionist, oh, that's a
There it is. When you feel it, you feel it. Let's go.
Keep going, keep going.
They know, they can feel it. And yeah, you're right, the double digits so important here. Overdrive available for Dorothy.
Oh my god, okay.
This could get chaotic very fast. Oh, did not get a kill on the showstopper, but Casper takes advantage of the chaos as Haste with a trade immediately, but Dorothy is gone.
And just reading the patterns as well. I mean, knowing that, okay, she's got that, I'm gonna push through.
Sorry, I got a little surprised there. The curtains reveal and surprise it's Flick, but they're ready for that. As Elwood and Luna, the only one left. Luna has Nightfall though to keep this, to get this retake down.
Wow. Earlier on it was Flick as the lurker as well. This time it's gonna be 3-3-2.
Yeah.
So positionally, Perfectionist, once again, there's so much to consider. And they're still working against the pressure of the spike. Best thing they've got is the Nightfall, and maybe you just descend it. But coming in through stairs, there are so many angles to consider. You just don't really have the time to clear everything out.
Oh, yeah, that's true. And they don't want to waste this advantage, but 3-3-2 decides to eliminate that 2-on-2 possibility. Knows Luna, it's going to be 3-3-2, rather going to come from stairs, and there it is, the double digits. And they even have the lockdown for the next round.
So a lot being saved in the bank for MIR. And they are starting to feel themselves as well. Perfectionist, like possibly another timeout, because if they want to come back on this map, a map which they purposely picked to challenge MIR Gaming, they desperately need to find the lead. You can tell Coach Trans is just not liking what he sees.
Yeah.
They have a lot of like the right cards that they could play, but sometimes it's the pressure that they're starting to feel after, you know, at first having the lead, but then now losing grips of it.
It does feel like the adjustments, the layer of different plays, but Haste is ready for that. And a trade happens, but Luna, massive Guardian, 3K, and 3-3-2 shuts her down. But is it going to be enough, though? Fast lane, Dorothy enters the site, fakes a plant, but no one's going to peek. They're going to wait for the rest of the members to come through before they fully come in. But the Killjoy, it is going to be 3-3-2 already locking in that lockdown.
Yeah, pretty soon maybe the spike plant. It's that from the shadows early on from Casper that created a bit of pressure, and they were like, oh, where's she? She could be nearby. But now the spike planted, and then the counter lockdown. Perfectionist, they have a shot, but the gun's not quite favoring them. That's the worst thing that they've got working against it. So trust in the aim, push up front, play with your utility, with the smokes, and make sure you get kills.
But the Nano Swarm as well, getting eliminated before it even pops up. Amy gonna stick through this defuse, and that's what Dorothy wants to kick it right in with the overdrive, tries to stop. I think they have time, and 3-3-2 is not gonna try to push this one out. It's a little bit too late, and Perfectionist trying to catch up. Guns are gone. 4K for 3-3-2.
Still good little recovery for MIR Gaming. They're keeping things really close, Riku. My heart rate's going up.
I know, same.
Good play by Amy. She got off the spike at the last second and then got the shot onto Dorothy. Very snappy stuff. And then her teammates as well, just to play for her to make sure that she manages to stick that defuse. So it's a good thrifty from Perfectionist. MIR Gaming, they still have a lot of advantages, but Perfectionists are hanging in there. Now they have the Nightfall as well once more. The Viper Smith's still ready. They're pulling out the operator on Torley as well.
For the very first time, we've not seen that at all in this game whatsoever. They're trying to pull us the element of surprise against MIR Gaming.
And they have her positioned up towards stairs as well, just to check. But look at how MIR Gaming uses the toxic screen to block her off. So she's being very cautious as to how she wants to play around this. Meanwhile, you have Luna pushing up C-mount. This is a lot of information for Perfectionist because they can eliminate and figure out that, all right, this is MIR Gaming possibly closer towards B or A. And that's why we see the rotations on the map moving closer to those sides. But Twirly has to land her shot.
All right, here we go, Nightfall. Unaffected at all? Question mark, is BB already pulls through inside the site. Amy with the snake bite to slow things down for any repositioning. But the plant is there in the Viper's Pit as well, so it's going to be a hard retake for Perfectionist.
Nightfall too. They're trying to flush them out of the Viper's Pit, but doesn't quite land where they want it to. So Flick has a very good chance, but Elu may be able to bypass it all.
Let's see, just as you said, there's the stun though. They're gonna hold it through. They're running out of time here, and look at BB, they're trying to wrap around, and now they're trapped in the pit of death. They can't look anywhere because they're basically surrounded by MIR Gaming. And there you go, 11-9, close to match point.
At this point as well, like all those ultimates and everything in the kitchen sink thrown into the round.
Yeah.
You pull off a flawless, you rob your opponent's bank. They are kind of broke right now. This is such a good win for MIR Gaming. It's pretty much guaranteed match point. Just the fact that they use that Nightfall, rob the sound away, and then rotate back up around through from stairs, like that takes a bit of time. And they managed to do it. That is just confidence coming out from MIR Gaming and showing that they have the foresight to play around these little set plays from Perfectionists.
And that was quick decision making too. They really had a layer of plan in mind, but let's see how Perfectionists can try to come back from this.
It's not going to be easy, I'll tell you that much, Riku. Playing around the toxic screen though, this is good adjustment, but land shots.
Element of surprise part 2 as BB gets a kill. Elu trying her best here. But there we go, 2v4. And just as we said, it is going to be a tall order for this, for minus guns on the side of MIR Gaming.
Yeah, trying to kind of get some angles from like stairs, or at least to clear it. Heaven, maybe you go down drop. But considering how MIR Gaming has been playing so far, you got to look out for the lurker, the flank. You got to look out for players who are always playing around the spike. So the guns really just don't favor them at all. The best thing, just maybe close range, you get a couple of headshots.
Maybe that could be a possibility. They've got eyes on the spike. Very hard as they push the snake bite. Amy gets a kill, but BB's got to finish this right off. Match point for MIR Gaming on the map selection of Perfectionist.
Match point.
It is their comfort map after all.
Yep.
Like 6 times played in Korean Game Changers. Now Dorothy's pulling out the attacking operator too. Previously it was Twirly, right, who pulled it out like all of a sudden, but she didn't have, the best position to make use of it, and that's just credit to MIR Gaming as well. So it's gonna be very rough. Perfectionists, just don't give up, and if they can keep things up, get like early information, deny some of the early kills, deny early positions from MIR Gaming, they might be able to start a comeback. But so quick.
Wasn't able to react at all. It was just too fast, too soon. And now they're -1 on this hold onto A. Let's see, Pace ready with the paranoia. The Prowler is not gonna spot one as Amy gets a kill with the Bulldog. Amy with the snake bite, but Dorothy, again, just too fast. I saw you at C, how come you're here at A almost immediately? And now it is up to Casper and Luna to do something here.
3-3-2 still like flanking as well. Okay, so maybe a good little shot from Luna, but she has to keep pushing forward. And Casper playing alongside her, especially using those smokes, the blinds. If they can at least stick it to halfway, get a couple of kills, clear out trees, stairs where they need to.
Exactly.
But
I thought there was gonna be a potential comeback maybe, but that's gonna be a no. Wow. Fist bump. She's fist bumping the audience. Like, yeah.
Oh my gosh. they started off like a little bit rocky, honestly. But then now, like, when you're feeling good, you just keep, fist bumping again.
Exactly. Oh, wow.
It kind of showed exactly how things can turn around, right? You saw how good MIR Gaming was just able to, as you mentioned, bit of a rocky start, but they were able to steal themselves, and then you just saw the momentum swing in their favor towards the most important rounds of that map.
Very, very crucial stuff. They even had like a lot of these set plans where you have multiple like plan Bs, plan Cs, and you start to see all of it. So congrats to them for taking that map away from Perfectionists. Meanwhile, Perfectionists, they had that confidence at the start.
They did.
They really, really, really did.
And it's so sad because honestly, they look really good. They look really aggressive at that, Mika. But again, it was the adjustment. That after that, I swear, after that timeout, the first timeout that MIR Gaming did, everything changed.
Yeah, I think, and that's so important, right? That's where you show where the team really comes together, because you saw just how well they were able to, like, yes, you guys did it. Yeah. You just saw just how well they were able to, you know, erase all of the doubts that they had, maybe by, you know, that were come across because of the confidence of perfectionists, right? But you're fine.
Yeah,
you're
my
fine.
hair.
You're fine. You're beautiful.
Thank
but I mean, like when you have Dorothy bringing out the attack operator, you know it's pretty much over, right? Especially since they got really comfy on the A side. At that point, they're like, you know what? We can just keep doing this. Lather, rinse, repeat.
It's like a big brain play because they knew that, like, okay, at this point, this is what, you know, perfectionist wants to do. Because so far we've been getting a lot of the forward space, like C mount, A rubble. So probably they want to take that, and then MIR Gaming is like, okay, I'll just shoot them down.
Yeah, exactly. I think the I wouldn't say she's the unsung hero, but I do feel like she did a lot of pressure. Flick, oh my god. They invested so much one time on stairs for utility because constantly she's always flanking, she's always lurking, but they always switch it up. After some time, it's going to be 3-3-2. After some time, it's going to be Dorothy. And again, these things also happen on Ascent, and they're really good at applying that on other maps.
I do want to point out, though, that this match, every round was very, very close. It's just that you saw that MIR just had better recoveries, even though they were down on the numbers. They kind of knew what to do. They had more protocols in place, and they didn't let, you know, they didn't get carried away by all the momentum that they gathered. I felt that that was what, you know, kind of like set their identity, especially towards the later half. You could tell that they weren't getting carried away. You could tell that they weren't, you know, kind of like being a little bit too cocky. They knew that all they have to do is just, you know, kind of seal themselves, play their game, just keep calm, and we got this.
I agree. We saw that in that second half when it was an anti-eco against Perfectionists who only had like sheriffs. They had the site plant on C, and they just stayed around C. They didn't continue to push out towards like Waterfall, what so have you, because they were reading the timings of the rotations from Perfectionists. Meanwhile, Perfectionists, like, not to, you know, say any bad things about them, but they had those similar situations, but Elu continued to try to push out. And I think that's like the slight difference of feeling overconfident, like, I'm gonna keep going, versus MIR Gaming who are like, okay, let's, you know, chill out. We have this, let's stick together and continue to play as a team.
Not to mention, you know, you look at Flick and you look at Phoebe, just how many shots they were able to land. Look at Dorothy here, a much more successful Neon, shows that she's really been improving and perhaps going to be taking on this. I don't think this is going to be the last time we're going to be seeing this agent on her, so I'm really excited.
Absolutely. Imagine, we talked about how they started off on a rough patch, right? Like a 0-4 start. But ever since, not only the timeout, but the moment that Dorothy launched her attack onto C for that retake, it felt like it was the start of something like bombastic for MIR Gaming.
I still do think that there is a chance, you know, for Perfectionists to come back in this game because we don't have a lot of data on them, right? That's something that MIR Gaming has no idea what they're going to pull off. But what we do see now is that they actually definitely have some set plans, like the Snakebite plus Nanoswarm combo on stairs. I want to see more of that.
Yeah, deadly stuff. And you can tell that, like, you know, this is just the tip of the iceberg of the playbook that they are going to put out. But that is it for the first map. We do have a second map incoming. We do have Haven right on the horizon, but we'll get to that right after this very quick break.
Now, ready right now, come and see me, you a clown. Ready right now, we came to win cause the winners hands down. Ready right now, we came to win cause the winners hands down. Ready right now, came for the win, gonna win hands down. This ain't a game, what's been off fucking crown. Give it to me right now, let me grab it right now. Ready right now, we don't ever lose cause we got it right now. Push you in the face with a score right now. You don't like the way it is, come and see me, you a clown. Ready right now, 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 hey, ready right now, ready right now. Ready right now. Ready right now. Ready right now. Ready right now.
I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I am no regular citizen. Do you understand what you witnessing? You cannot tell what the difference is. I want it all and I'm winning it. I do not care about opinions. Time to make a few decisions so I can take a position. I'ma go get it, I'm punching and kicking. I keep on moving it out for me. Just do it and stop at our talking G. I'm not expressing no modesty. I can't see nobody stopping me. If there's a problem, I gotta solve it. Straight to the top, I can't see myself falling. I gotta grab it, there's no time for stalling. Number one stunner, don't have other options. Now I'm fired up. I'm sorry, brother, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. I came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I want it now, and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gon' back down. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. Said I'm fired up. I'm sorry your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. Came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up.
I'll go off, beat you to the punch, leave you stunned, and I won't stop till I'm the last one standing, and they call me champion. When it's do or die, everything's on the line. I won't back down until victory is mine. I'll be the last one standing when they call me champion. You know it's a matter of time, a matter of time before I come to get what's mine.
We are back and we are heading into Haven, the second map of this series between MIR Gaming and Perfectionists. Now it gets interesting. Now we actually see who has that mental fortitude to be able to reset, especially on the side of Perfectionists, who it was, as we mentioned, it was very, very close. So can they take that, not beat us hard, and come back to this like it's a fresh map?
Yeah, I think, we talked about it during the break, right? This is where experience is going to come to play. How do you reset to that 0 after coming in so close and even possibly forcing that overtime? But at the end of the day, it's going to be Haven. We might see another maybe Neon versus Neon matchup. It's also a possible Neon map, but also the Operator.
Yeah.
In contrast, Operator worked out for the side of MIR Gaming, but not so much for the side of Perfectionist.
Yeah, and it happens because they wanted to make use of that Operator, but once Twirly was forced off of position, then it's like an angle where it's easily smoked off. For example, the Operator you're using it in a retake, not what you want to have. So you really have to get comfortable being uncomfortable for Perfectionists. That's essentially what it is. And maybe kind of anticipating that, okay, this is a map where Dorothy will go on the Jet. We don't know if she's necessarily going to go on the Neon yet.
Yeah,
So I'm going to say it's a Jet. And then maybe you just anticipate that she's going to go hyper aggressive. And then if they can shut her down, then you'll start to see Perfectionists come back into the game.
I do want to point that out too. I felt like towards the later half of that first map, I felt like MIR Gaming, they were shepherding Perfectionists actually quite well, right?
Yeah.
I felt like, Dorothy also is like, she's not the type of player that you don't want to give that kind of player space, right?
Yeah.
But that's what I felt Perfectionist was doing. I kind of felt like there were times where they could push back a lot more. Like they were pushing back, but I felt like, MIR Gaming was kind of like poking us like, okay, we can
And
push
then
it
they're
this
like,
far,
"Ah."
and then this far, and then this far. And then
Yeah.
suddenly they just started snowballing. So
Really?
I want to see a bit more from them. They can take those fights. We know that they can win those
Yeah.
aim duels, but they just have to be able to willing to take it.
And I do feel like the biggest difference as well when it comes to these fights is that normally we get to see Luna get a 3K. And that's the reason why Nightfall seemingly is like online all the time. But after the succeeding rounds, whenever Luna is falls so early into the fights, into the round, it does feel like their mid to late rounds of Perfectionists seem to fall off a little bit more.
Yeah, it's a little bit rough because
Yeah.
he also doesn't quite have the right time or the right
Yeah.
position to use the Nightfall. So it's like you're always playing against these diminishing returns. But Luna is still someone who's able to find a lot of these frags, which is very crucial. So you might want to start to think about how they want to adjust their protocols, for example, because sometimes maybe it's not always such a good idea to have Elu just diving right in. Maybe you want to set up for it slowly, and then Casper, dump the util, and then Elu, and then Luna together, and then Casper can do so much more as well.
Right. And I do want to say also that perhaps Perfectionists didn't quite, anticipate that MIR Gaming would actually have that slow but steady snowball, which I think, is a testament to the coaching staff too. We brought this up earlier about how a big change in the coaching staff could change the entire identity of a team, right? How was that going to play into this matchup? It's playing quite well. I do think that, the MIR Gaming, they're able to actually lean into that, and perhaps, they're giving the right calls to this team, especially since they can actually take those corrections and build on it rather than
100%.
just changing.
We saw that. Round 5 timeout, MIR
Yeah.
Gaming came back.
Yep. And it's just kept it even and close, and then up until the second half. And imagine 0-4 start. That could have been a snowball. That could have been where MIR Gaming was over, But having to come back from that is a big factor for them.
Yeah, because that's when you start getting concerned, right? You're
Yeah.
like your eyebrow raises a
Our
bit.
buy
like,
rounds?
Wait
Our
a
bonus?
minute. It's
Yep.
like, you lose the pistols and it's like, it's okay, it's part of the plan. But then you lose far and you're like, wait, hold on.
Hold on a moment.
Slow down there, right? But we are going into Haven, going into the compositions that we've seen previously from these teams, both having played Haven in the grand finals. Are we going to see big changes here, especially since it looks like it's pretty stock and standard, it looks pretty safe, but now that we know that Dorothy's Neon is on the table, is she going to bring that out now on Haven?
I would like to see it.
Yeah.
Actually, because she pulls out the Bucky sometimes as well. Haven is a pretty good map for that. And if she plays alongside, BB, for example, with the Breach or something, that could, give them so many more options as to how they want to approach the map, coming with executes. It's something that, the potential is there. Have they practiced it enough? I don't really know. So Perfectionists also do have to watch out for a lot of these possible changes, which just makes it so much more difficult for them. Oh my God.
That's true. I mean, the huge break from KRGC up until now, it seems that before even Lotus happened, we were like, question marks. I wonder if this Neon's going to pan out. But the question was answered almost immediately. Having to see the confidence from Dorothy and having to just play up close and personal, and despite some of the losses, it did not stop Dorothy from just doing Dorothy things of having the Operator, having to play up close and personal. Just really love the flexibility of this player.
Yeah, and if they don't go with the Neon, right, there's always a Jet on the table, but I feel like, Dorothy just feels more comfortable on the Jet than like, let's say, you know, her immediate counterpart on the other end, which would be Aluwu, right? I feel like Aluwu is just far more comfortable on the Raze. I mean, when you can get kills beyond death, right?
Yeah, the pain shells earlier.
Pain shells suddenly, you can tell like, you know, just how comfortable like a player like that is. So I wonder if that's also gonna come into play, because you have Dorothy who is just so comfortable.
Yeah.
And as we saw in that first map, as MIR Gaming gets more and more comfortable, they're gonna be like, you don't notice it actually. You don't notice the snowball, which is what's so subtle about MIR Gaming. It's kind of like, oh, we're just gonna move a little bit here, and before you know it, it's like 8 rounds later, and then they got the momentum.
It's very cool that they are able to do that. I think I don't doubt any of their each team's game plans. I think, you know, MIR Gaming, clearly they have so much, you know, with Dorothy. Also, Flick and 332. She really loves Flick.
Sorry.
Flick and 332 on, like, you know, lurks, deep lurks. So many incredible things. Haven is a very huge map for that. But I think, you know, Aluwu, she's very capable of, you know, playing around her utility, playing around some tight spots. As long as she's, you know, mentally able to bring herself back into the game that way, that's what they really need in order to come back through. I think like Casper was having a bit of a rough game as well, so it's definitely tough, and you're having to call and be so aware of everything on the map as well when, you know, MIR Gaming are throwing so many tricks at you. So maybe just like stay true to their identity, Perfectionist. Stay true to whatever their game plan is. Don't worry too much about, oh, I gotta watch the flank. Oh, I gotta.
Yeah, that's true.
Just keep like sending it against it, because what we saw is when they were, you know, not falling prey to Flick flanking around like stairs. You had players just watching the spike on tree. That's when they picked up those rounds. So Perfectionists, if they are able to stick to their guts, essentially, there will be a comeback.
Yeah, it feels like it boils down to let's not overthink kind of mindset, because I do feel like, just as you said, Flick she really forces you to overthink a little bit and watch from behind and be a little bit paranoid or invest a lot of extra utility, even though you kind of only need the one. So again, they really have to just as you said, play their game, play aggressively, play creatively, just go for it.
Ah, yes. The favorite phrase of pro players. We're just gonna play our game. But it's true. That is the definition of it, right? You kind of sometimes, especially in a new setting, you can get overwhelmed with everything that is presented to you. And, you know, I can't fault them for suddenly being shocked. So now here's the adjustment. Now that you know what to expect a little bit, how do you come back from that? So for Perfectionists, going into Haven, I am concerned though, because this is MIR's map pick, and you know it goes to show that MIR as well have a bit more in place, I guess, a bit more sort of like their protocols are better, are more in place, I would say, than Perfectionists. So is this going to be a similar story to Lotus, especially since they have that momentum now?
That's a good question. I mean, they look really good if they're able to keep it up, and I'm really excited to see what they pick, because is it a neon map again? Is it not? Or are they going to be playing standard?
Yeah, big questions. And also, I wonder if this isn't the only thing that they have, but we won't be seeing any surprises just yet. We're gonna be seeing the standard composition for both teams heading into Haven here. So now what we're gonna be looking at is who will be stepping up on this map.
I was just thinking about it. I think I do actually want to see this Jet versus Jet duel, because like that's what you want to have. Like Dorothy, if she's that comfortable, still able to play the Neon, how do you play this Jet now? Show us what it is. And then for Aluwu, you got to step up to the plate. And really for both of them to just go hit on that way, it's going to be a big clash. And whoever comes out on top wins Haven. You want to see that confidence coming out from both sides, and that's when you have like the best matches.
Yeah, we do have a little bit of a switch up, because you do have Flick, rather than being on the Killjoy, is now going to be on the Breach, and then you have like a little bit of a switch up between BB, 332, and Flick. So I wonder how differently that's going to play off. Although, like as you mentioned, MIR Gaming's Haven is like it's pretty good stuff. So this might be more of an adaptation and an evolution to what they already have. So let's see indeed what they have in store for Perfectionists as we step into map number 2, Haven. Riku, Quack, take it away.
Thank you very much, Mika. And yes, sir, we were on our way to game number 2 here. And the question mark is, will we see a 2-0 or will Perfectionists come back on this one?
I certainly hope Perfectionists come back. They have shown that they have some ideas and set plays with interesting utility combos. So
Yeah.
being able to see more of that will be really, really fun. But yeah, Mika is right, actually. With the little role swaps between 3 of the players on MIR Gaming, like that's a little bit curious because the previous time that they played this, they won out 13-7 in one of the it's in the grand finals of stage 2. So that means that they were comfortable on it before, but then now switching things up, maybe just giving some of the players more dedicated roles.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. It has been not even, okay, you're the dedicated Killjoy player, but let's start things off now. A seems to be the approach here as MIR is on the defense and Perfectionist on the attack.
And already you have Perfectionist just, once again, very confidently pushing up front. Very standard take, clearing out the corners.
Yeah, from Garage, but there's so much at backside as BB deals first blood. Casper with a trade here. 3-3-2, angles off, throws the pistol, gets flashed, doesn't see a thing, but MIR, the rest of MIR has their back nonetheless. And Twirly, I believe the only one left alive here versus 3 members, and that's gonna go down to a 1 point for MIR Gaming on the board.
You can still feel a bit of that paranoia on Torley. She was having to watch the flank for so long. That's one of those things where you might want to be able to tighten things up where, like, okay, my teammates are starting to feel a lot of heat. I need to like rotate quickly over, but then you're still wondering about, you know, MIR Gaming and where they could be. Maybe it's like they retook Garage or something. So that's a lot of credit to MIR Gaming and how well they anchored that site. Flick with that one flashpoint through the boxes just had so much impact.
It was crazy. They were pretty much stacked onto that the default plan, and BB with a 4K definitely going to help build the Hunter's Fury as 3-3-2 doesn't hit the shots on the Sheriff, and Luna instead with a classic.
Okay, still just a Sheriff for now. What I like is you have this little B squad towards B. Good little pick off from Casper. With that, she can taper back, then regress onto another site.
This doesn't look good for the side of MIR after winning the first round, willing down the numbers as Dorothy Marshall here sees more, sees the second, gets a kill onto Casper.
Good little piece of information. She falls back, calls her team in to assist as well, and that's now 2 Vandals next to Dorothy. So PURR, they might need to kind of rotate off, but they're continuing to push up front to take those guns away.
Yeah, but now they're so close and too close for comfort, and this is looking a little dicey, but BB is not gonna bail them out as Amy destroys the last player, and now it's 1-1.
Wow, just continuing to pile drive through.
Yeah.
They really didn't like get deterred by the Marshall or potential rotations. They just trusted in their aim, and that's what you have. That's what I was talking about when we were on the desk earlier. Just playing true to their style, even if it's Vandals on the other side. This is what happens. They took those guns away. That's such a big win.
A big win, big momentum shift as well, coming from a loss from Lotus and having to get thrifty. On the other side of the spectrum, though, BB has Hunter's Fury available already.
Wow, they're trying to peek out as well, but Luna will be able to deal with this.
This is very interesting. It's a trade now so far. They're taking early game fights.
And still asserting pressure. This causes Perfectionists to stay around this grass area for now. But once the noise has been cut, then you're starting to think, like, where are they going to hold now? Which side are they going to go to? And then that's when BB starts to push up. This sets up a potential flank. And Twirly needs her utilities to watch for that while her team slowly starts to regress towards A. They still have the utilities. Perfectionists could take down sites.
I don't think BB was spotted at all. Once BB heard the turret being laid out onto the corner, she decides to back away instead, and the Hunter's Fury is available. But now, she knows. Twirly knows, but will not push through. Elwu with a headshot onto Haste. The spike is not planted just yet, but it is going to be now. Good flash here to cause chaos as 3-3-2 gets a kill from heaven above. And now it might be a back-to-back thrifty if things go well. With 30 seconds on the clock, time is ticking, pressure is on. Eluwu with 70 HP. No one wants to budge. They're waiting for each other, Quack.
The dark cover in their way as well. Now we get the spike in. And then a potential like shock dart to clip corners. Eluwu.
Yeah, exactly, with a 3K on Eluwu, but still, the player from heaven, 3-3-2 still unmoving with the headshots on the Sheriff. 46 for Eluwu. How do you isolate these fights? Everything is pretty much covered. Do they expect her to go down from heaven above, and it will be it's not gonna happen as Casper finds 3-3-2.
Sorry. That was such a big leap towards the top of the box. A little bit risky,
Yeah.
but it might throw off, you know, like some crosshair placements if you're playing from under hell. I think that's what she was anticipating.
Yeah.
But that said, credit to Elu for holding down, especially a lot of these angles where she dodged the flash, she was able to continue to shoot them as they tried to push through against her off angle, and also taking out some of the turrets. So this is, again, what we need more of from Perfectionists.
Very risky. It was close for a back-to-back thrifty, but nonetheless, it is the Hunter's Fury unable to convert anything, but maybe a little bit of damage on the guns department.
Meanwhile, for MIR Gaming, still wondering about how they're going to control the map, how they're going to pull off some of these tricks, like when BB went in for that like huge little flank lurk thing. So it's a lot of the smokes just to control the extremities of the map, which might follow Perfectionist in towards B. This is what MIR Gaming wants them to do. Question is, will Perfectionist kind of buy that bait? They still have a lot of tools like the Owl Drone, fault lines, just to give them a bit more space up around, you know, garage, possible rotations to B or C, and this is good.
This will break formation of MIR to fall back a little bit here, but doesn't take away the fact that that's 3 players. Dash activated, Elu tries to peek. Good first blood from Elu, make that a second for her. And the dash has now resetted. Pace in the middle of it all. Might be a little bit dicey as Casper finds her. And now it is just not a good situation now for MIR Gaming.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. I mean, just take a look at how they took control over C. You have Elu pushing out, and even then, the whole site's surrounded.
That's clean. That's mega clean for Perfectionist here, despite the numbers advantage onto the, well, not numbers advantage, but more numbers dedicated to that side is Dorothy. Let's see if she's able to take more down with her. And another headshot follows through. One at window. Gotta be careful as the dash comes in and Luda finds her. But Perfectionist, good start once more over here at map number 2.
That I thought for a second that she made it through to
yeah, same.
around C, but yeah, the shot in the back. Still, I mean, this whole round is just credit to Elu. Look at how she gets the kills and then continues to push forth carefully to find the next frag onto 3-3-2. Like, this is when Elu is in her element. This is what you want to see from this duelist player. Continuing to feel that confidence, just keep pushing up front, steadfast and careful.
Exactly, gotta build that up. Especially with our very special head-to-head matchup with Dorothy and Elu. Finally, we get to see the mirror matchup, the Jet versus Jet. And so far, it has been Elu winning. But it is going to be MIR Gaming going to be playing from the back ends here.
Yeah, a bit of a save round for them. Dorothy with a Hero Vandal. So if they don't see information that's good for them, it's just going to be a retakes game. And right now, completely being smoked off. That's what they're going to go for. What I want to see is a possible flank from like a lobby or something, because then you have a little bit more leg room. If you're just going through Link, going through Spawn, you have to clear so many of these like 180-degree like crossfire possible setup angles, and that's tough.
Yeah, there's just so much. And it is going to be a double flank actually from the side of BB as well as Haste here, as Elu is trying to push further onto Link. Make sure that they get more information. What? But Dorothy! Oh my god, Elu with a trigger discipline, but Flick is ready for that trade. Maybe the only one left here with a Sheriff, and it is going to be just a lot of numbers and perfection with another round win.
Yeah, good little attempt from MIR Gaming, but Perfectionists, you know, staying true to their style, just continuing to take early forward positions, convert that into spike plants, and then holding the post plants, especially on the A side. That's the strongest possible site that they can take. So continuing to keep that up, they can definitely push this into a map 3. Like, once again, Elu just being that confident, it gives them so much more impact.
And it's time and time again having to lead that charge. And it's always MIR Gaming trying their best to match up to her, but to no avail. But here comes the magical timeout, Quack. Remember what happened at Lotus earlier?
Yeah, I'm anticipating like, this could give them another confidence boost again. Because we're looking at players like Dorothy. This time, they're playing on the defense. And they are a bit passive as to how they're doing this.
Yeah.
You saw in that pistol round with the Sheriffs where BB went in. You want to see more of that, like playing for control around these spots on the map and maybe sending some players out on some exploring missions, and then possibly finding picks. In that previous round, it wasn't so much of that just because it was pistol. So now maybe starting to build up towards things like that. Maybe potentially saving up towards operators if, you know, kills go their way. Dorothy has the Blade Storm, so I could see that happening in the next couple of rounds.
That's true. It feels like a little bit of deja vu here. Remember what happened when the ults were almost, all of them were almost online, and that's how they were able to roll back, if you will, come back from that game. And let's see here. Perfectionist gonna set up the tone, get that lineup on the board, and see, it is going to be a C rush as they're already towards the choke point. Fault line, no one's going to get spotted, so 5-man retake it is.
Very confident, straight in. They knew that this is going to be just a site that was open. They didn't see anything, just got it. So MIR Gaming now trying to wrap back around behind again. And remember, Dorothy has the Blade Storm, and she could do damage with it.
Yeah, and that's quite unfortunate. Lurk versus Lurk, and in the end, Dorothy, though, with the Blade Storm activated, just as you said, hiding inside the Cloud Burst, gonna fly across the sky, spotted by Elu, and it's not gonna do you any good. And look at her, she's on fire. And there you go, another clean round for Perfectionist.
Immediately dealt with. As soon as she updrafted, Elu managed to snap onto her head, of all things. Just fantastic stuff with how Perfectionists are starting to feel like themselves again. Yeah. So MIR Gaming, they're trying to read for some of the plays and set themselves up around other parts of the map, but it was a great read from Perfectionists instead. As soon as they went over the C, they didn't see anything. They sent in the default set play to clear out a lot of the corners, and they just managed to take it.
Yeah, we thought we could see something a little bit different there, but Haste could not win that 1v1 against Twirly. Did not anticipate someone was still going to be there. But this is a little bit of a switch up. They're more aggressive now, trying to go towards the center spot.
Yeah, Bucky, pistols, just looking for any possible gun to take away from Perfectionists.
But Twirly has other plans here, just denying everything of that sort. Having a little bit of fun here. All alone defense duty. Dorothy shuts her down. Paranoia does not hit, but nonetheless, Luna is going to make it work. And 3-3-2, the only one left alongside BB. A little bit tough. It's going to be a 1v1 from backside, but kills across the board. It is a very clean round for Perfectionists.
Yeah, once again, just straight in. They managed to clear. They're decisive now, picking a site. I'm going to clear out everything. And then once they have, you know, Twirly spotting out some of these potential flanks, like this is when they're starting to read the movements from MIR Gaming as well, right? Twirly was able to take those shots away, and it's now all ultimates online for Perfectionists because of that.
Yeah, they have so much surplus here. They've been winning even without using the ultimates at this point. And Operator on the side of Dorothy, maybe this is the game changer.
So a bit more tension because of that possibility.
Operator versus Operator. Twirly, she keeps doing it and she does not stop. And here comes the garage attack as Haste tries her best and actually stops the onslaught.
Yeah, Nanoswarm just to flush them off as well. They want to recover from that early exchange. MIR, they need to find ways to gain more information around the map because right now they don't have it.
Okay, sees one, sees the two, dodges the flash, but it's not going to be enough. Luna sees across the board, and there's from the shadows used to catch up here onto A. But it is going to be very fast, and Rolling Thunder used. Paranoia can't see a single thing. Casper peeks, sees one by Cubby, but Flick has other plans. 3K, 3-2-2 follows through. And there you go, the second win MIR Gaming that they really needed.
That was talent and skill. Two players alone. Haste managed to, you know, buy a bit of attention away and do a bit of damage as well. But then from the lockdown, Flick just managed to pick up those 3 crucial kills on the site. The timing on that was perfect with the way that she managed to rotate over. If Haste had not used it from the shadows, that could have been a different story.
I agree. The Chaos was not going to be activated there, and Flick had the best angle. Now available is Rolling Thunder for a possible retake here later.
Meanwhile, for Perfectionists, still online with some ultimates, continuing to go in for early space. If they can get a pick or two, that would be huge, but Haste is trying to deny that.
Really thought that was going to be it for first blood, but I guess that's a no. Operator again on the hands of Dorothy. This is the second time they're going to try to push B, and so far it has not been successful.
Not quite, but this time, because Perfectionists didn't have, you know, more map control across, 332 has a chance, has an opportunity to sneak up behind them. And with like so much time being passed and not a lot of presence being made, Perfectionists are starting to figure out like something might be wrong. That's why Twirly is hiding around spawn. Meanwhile, the operator not sounded off just yet, and that could be detrimental.
That is huge. Hunter's Fury activated to flush out Dorothy, but not spotted at all. Decides to give up that angle instead, fall back to Garage, but falls lovingly into the hands of Luna. And it's still a 1-for-1. Twirly's still a huge problem so far guarding the flank. It may be a big problem again, but no, 332 says no, you are out, you are down. But the spike has now been planted. They need to do this. Another layer of defense here onto Cubby as Amy is still here. Let's see if Hayes is able to do this. Not spotted at all as Casper from across the board even gets a kill. And it's still a no. Perfectionist continues their lead.
Well done. I mean, this is what you want to have, right? Twirly starting to read it, and then she's going to watch out for the flanks. Pushed out a little bit early on, but then Amy instantly came in to take her place. And at the same time, the way that they're taking the site is just, once again, so darn decisive. Whether or not it's the ultimates, they just push in, get the spike down, and hold all of these positions. MIR, they're starting to try to overcook a little bit. They had the ideas and to set up for the flanks, but it didn't come out at the right time.
Which is super interesting too, because when we look back on Lotus, the way that they are able to... Whoa, Dorothy! Good first blood there onto Window. But yeah, Lotus, they would win by preventing the spike plant, but this time around, they aren't able to do that. They're giving up the sights as Elbu gets another kill. And Dorothy might be in trouble here. Ooh, there it is! That's a second kill for Elbu here, Quack.
And with that, just them trying to wrap around the site, but not having the guns.
Yeah.
They were hoping for a Guardian kill at least. But ultimately, they weren't expecting Perfectionists to take that as an invitation into the B site.
It's really rough. They don't have access to any of the nearby guns, and we're just hoping to save all of these ultimates for later, the last 2 rounds. Casper has eyes on BB.
Scanning ahead.
Retaliates, gets a scan maybe onto a member. I see the tag, but Elbu decides to just say, nope, not gonna kill it anymore. 4K. And now it's 8-2.
Eluwu once again. I mean, just look at how dominating she is right now. 14 kills up across the board, you know, against anyone else on the server. And she's been doing this since like playing South Asia, playing Game Changers back in when it was like, Southeast Asia. She's just doing so much, and she's starting to find that confidence once again. MIR Gaming, you know, they were just looking for the opening pick, but they really weren't expecting Perfectionists to just rear their heads back into the B site. And that's when you have Perfectionists start to do these plans where MIR Gaming are unable to read them.
It's really hard. It feels like even though they sort of get the read already, there's always that extra layer that kind of bites them back, but this is such close encounter. Hasten 3-3-2 gets the kill, and now that's super important. They're able to possibly convert this win, even though it's a little bit of a broken by here. Twirly, though, has been playing spoiler for this entire map for MIR Gaming. Just a lot of very hard times. Ace will push through. Sees 3, not gonna win.
Yeah, it's gonna be difficult for Perfectionists now. MIR Gaming.
Casper gasping for air here. 3-3-2. Already pushed up. Does not see this, of course, with the double back. Instincts were right. Amy, though, gonna try to trade here, but again, she's been everywhere. 3-3-2 with the push, and Twirly just going to get sandwiched. Guns out, heads out, 4K in response.
And the difference this time was the way that they took more space closer towards like A short and A long. Spotting out the little drone was all the difference. Like, it really throws a wrench in the plans of Perfectionists, and that's when they started to fumble a little bit. They're like, oh, I lost a player here, now what am I going to do? Trying to adjust around it, it just started to fall apart. So final round of the first half is when they call a timeout. They really want to end this map as soon as possible because they already have built up such a strong lead.
They definitely do not want to lose that. And the moment that they see, oh, it feels like MIR Gaming's coming back again. Timeout! Let's not give them room to breathe at all. It's nice to see the players from Perfectionists all smiles and laughs.
Yeah, they're definitely doing a good job of keeping MIR Gaming on their toes. So this timeout, just to kind of get their heads back in the game, right? That was just one round loss, and then maybe you want to think about halftime and the next half once they have to play defense as well. So being cautious of MIR Gaming now, like they've started to see some of these potential push-outs, potential flanks, and Twirly is doing such a good job at, playing to, disrupt all of those plans. So this is just how Perfectionist can potentially close out the map.
Yeah, honestly, there is still a problem, the Twirly problem. Even though they want to set up a flank or a multiple angle encounter for retake, so far it has been spoiled by none other than Twirly. Even though it doesn't really say on the numbers, her presence itself is just such a huge problem.
And she's pulling out the operator in this round.
That might be huge here, considering the fact that there are many, many attempts from MIR Gaming to push out onto grass, force maybe like a surprise attack, and it has not been working out. Twirly might be leading the charge here onto Garage, but it is going to be 3-3-2. That one might spot her. It's going to be a crossfire, going to swing throughout, and that is it. The operator is gone.
Yeah, she was just trying to create a bit more pressure. So with her death, her teammates are actually going to push up into A. And I think BB is very aware of this, so trying to play the off angle now.
Is kind of let's go. Rolling Thunder activated, prevent anyone from going inside the site itself. BB still concealing her position. They have no idea someone's right there next to them. Luna gets killed to Dorothy. BB though will fall in the hands of Amy. 2v1 situation. Perfectionist can still win this out. 1v1. Where is the other missing player? The guessing game. Here it is.
Still, she has quite a bit of time, Riku. She actually could rotate over, get the spike planted all across the other part of the map. Only thing is, though, she has to think about how she wants to play after that fact. Her opponent has the lockdown and quite a bit of utility as well. But Amy has the Rolling Thunder, the Aftershock, the fault line that just came back. If she plays closer towards like C Long, or maybe even Garage, for example, might be able to...
Didn't even allow to okay, I'm not going to be playing the post plan. I'm just going to take this fight. Very risky, but it ends in a 9-3 in favor of Perfectionist.
I am shocked.
Yeah, same.
I'm trying to figure out if she did that through trying to read the rotation timings or if she just reacted.
Well, that's a good question, but we're going to go over to the second half, but first we're going to a short break. And we're back, everybody, over here at the second map of the day, still between Perfectionist versus MIR Gaming. And Perfectionist, they are on a very, very good lead at the moment.
Yeah, 3 players that you definitely want to keep your eyes on. Elu so far has been such a dominant force, but then her kind of buddies, Amy and Luna, are doing such a good job as well, especially Luna on the post plants. But Amy coming in with some of these heads-up duels.
Again, we really need to see Dorothy really step it up, as Eluvu has been phenomenal for the entirety of this Haven. And we'll see an attempt, an aggressive push with the Sheriff. Let's see if she's able to spot anyone out, knowing that somebody is here on window. already dinked to 25. It's a little bit dicey as she's going to be forced away.
Very, very risky play, but thankfully she's still alive. But in all that time, MIR has actually already planted the spike down on towards A, so this is not very good for Perfectionist, and their utility isn't too great either. Amy, she's gonna have to set up so much the catalyst for her team, and then they have to kind of like all waterfall through, push through spawn at the same time.
It's just going to be a little bit tough as Paranoia only hits the one person as Dorothy. It's a follow-up alongside Haste. Gets a kill onto the Heaven player as well as Casper. A double, but it's not going to be enough with Flick finishing off the round. Good pistol from MIR Gaming.
Yeah, just being able to read the map, push through, get the spike down. They were so comfortable with how they wanted to get that game plan going. Meanwhile, for Perfectionist, the retake, 5-on-5 on pistols, is always going to be a little bit chaotic. And that's when you want to have tighter protocols. And seeing as to how Perfectionists approach that, 2 players, as they pushed out a spawn, checked graffiti. Not the greatest thing. You want 1 graffiti, 1 hell, so they kind of need to work on that a little bit. But right now, it's going to be a momentum play for Perfectionists. You got the rifles. Okay, I saw a Judge, now it's a Stinger, but they want to make use of this and carry them into the next rounds.
It's important to keep closing the gap, deny the double digits on the side of Perfectionists, because if they reach that, it's going to be even tougher.
So very carefully positioning. They want to like allow for, you know, the Stinger or the Ghost player to gain information first, while the rest of them hold the back lines and make use of those rifles to take down the site. The only one here who can stop them is Furley, and her main job is to basically get information or play close range to catch them by surprise. And she's done it.
Exactly. She's done it. She's done her job and is able to escape with her life. It's going to be important for this retake here. A lot of guns on the side, of course, of MIR Gaming, but we'll see as we've seen Thrifties.
If you can hold Garage, then you kind of deny that space for your opponents and maybe start to push through. But what they don't know is 32 behind them.
Oh my gosh, and Flick with a follow-up kill as well. They're not ready for this at all as Casper tries to salvage this. But all in all, Haste with a double. They're catching up, MIR Gaming.
Yeah, good job on that too. They only lost the Ghost Regroup.
Yeah.
So they get to hold on to all of these weaponries and even the Stinger as well, which is, you know, something that you could possibly throw your opponents off with onto the next round. Perfectionists, they managed to gain a little bit of an idea as to how they want to play. But right now, with a full bias, potentially being able to bring themselves over onto double digits, they want to pick a lot more early control rather than just to passively hold, I think.
That's true. It has been retakes after retakes. It hasn't been working out for Perfectionists, so perhaps this might be a little bit of a switch as Elu's pushing once more. Wasn't successful in the first time, maybe the second it could be.
Holding for the angle, she's got Tailwind as well.
Flash activated, does not get the kill, even from across as BB with a Stinger frag. 44 HP onto Haste, I think that's pretty worth so far, but at least Elu is still able to escape with the Vandal in hand.
Yeah, good dark cover from Casper just in time. If MIR continued to push through that, that would have been detrimental, but they actually read it so well, and they're starting to hold back, you know, potentially watching out for the flank as well. They're cutting noise. So Perfectionists are kind of scratching their heads, and they still need to play around the site without the numbers advantage. If the only way they can make their way out of this is if Amy and Elu have the right angles to take some opening picks and then fall back.
Yep, and take advantage of the time pressure that is building slowly in favor of Perfectionists. Flash in the ready, already by the corner at Cubby. Nano Swarm all around for cutting the backside, but they're not able to watch it out. Elu going massive on this round with a triple K, and things are not going in the way of MIR Gaming despite the upper hand at the start. And all up to 3-3-2 to clutch this one out, but she is surrounded. She has nowhere to look, sees the one. But at this point, her position is exposed and no time at all as Twirly finishes the round. Now Perfectionist at the double digits.
And that's just, once again, Elu. She was set up by Amy with the fault line to kind of push MIR Gaming offline back into its A short, and then the flashpoint came out. And that's when Elu saw like everything aligned and just got the perfect shots through. This is what you want to have. 2 players alone who can anchor down the entire site up against 4 players. MIR Gaming starting to scratch their heads and figure out how they need to play around this, because now Perfectionists might push out into these forward positions against them.
That's true. It is the tag team. Honestly, Eluwu paired with anyone in any of the duos for side positioning has been really phenomenal. And now MIR Gaming is like, okay, let's try another approach. Let's go for B this time.
Yeah, keeping things dicey. They cleared out the back lines with recon, so nobody's here. We can get it in, and then just play it all the way to grass. This is where they need to start to be careful, though, because Garage is a point of contention, and at the same time, defuses can be stuck if the smokes are good for Perfectionists. Oh, so they actually push in towards Garage. This is great. Possible flanks for MIR Gaming as well. Perfectionists need to be very careful and very aware. Casper is in a dangerous spot.
Exactly. I don't think she has any idea that this is happening at all. Now they're wrapping around.
Oh.
The rapper becomes the rappy, and BB already has sights. Teleports to the box, and BB and Dorothy gets the kill. Twirly AB respond in kind. And 2v2 situation, they need to hold things out. BB with the massive 4K! And now MIR Gaming gets to hold on a little bit longer and catch up.
Oh my god, Riku. They truly became the rappies. They got wrapped around, basically.
Yeah, true. Exactly.
That was crazy. And it's just such a good call from BB as well. I mean, being able to recognize that play and then go all the way through. It's just something that Perfectionists had no idea. They were even slowly going through, still managing to check some of the lines, but wanting to get that defuse a little bit too much. Now they're on towards Sheriffs. Ultimate's coming online soon for MIR Gaming as well. So a bit more control, closer towards mid once again, because that was left open from before. But because it's pistols, they're a little bit more confident that they just need to clear some of these spaces and then push out. However, if Perfectionists are able to hold C-Link, C-Garage, and re-aggress through, if Twirly can get an opening pick, they could just foil these plans. And that's why MIR Gaming actually tapered off.
Ooh, but the spicy shots from 332 into a triple, maybe a 4K even with the swing. The headshot's not gonna land. Yellow health bars and 4K, a possible ace for 332, and she does it! What a way to win this round!
She was not meant to do that. She was not meant to do that, Riku. She was just there for a recon mission.
Yeah.
And she managed to kill everyone.
What a bonus. What a bonus. I'm just here. Yeah, this is massive.
But very, masterful ways of clearing the angles and isolating them. She was positioning herself around the box just enough to check out spawn, and then onto the other side just enough to check out back of sight on C, and then continuing to push through. The sudden fault line coming out from Flick as well.
Yeah. Nah, that was really huge to finish off that one. Another fault line and even a scan to watch Eluwu here.
Okay, so Perfectionists now trying to be more aware. They're also pushing out on the other extremity of the map. You've got Casper locking down C. So this is a good chance for Perfectionists to complete their stranglehold around them.
No, yeah, that's true. It does feel like, okay, we've managed to find the solution. Maybe C, maybe B has been the weak point, but Twirly though, she was okay, you get an ace. I kind of want an ace too, but nonetheless, Perfectionists. They are so close to match point and they can feel it. Everyone is alive at this point.
Yeah, it's an attempt from MIR Gaming to throw like a curveball at Perfectionists, but it didn't work because of Casper's positioning and kill towards C long.
Yeah.
Like the sudden from the shadows, they tried to quickly adapt into C, but Perfectionists just knew how to work against that. Twirly was, instrumental with those kills.
I swear, every single time, even though, even on attack, she's still a big problem anchoring these sites, these positions. And maybe something much faster from MIR Gaming might be the solution here.
Yeah, the operator being pulled out as well. They were thinking about it, but now being smoked off by Casper. And they also have to think about 2 lockdowns in this round. So MIR Gaming, at the very least, they managed to keep Dorothy planted. If she can get the pick once the smoke dissipates, that could be a very big thing. But Casper keeps her honest. And now it's going to be Perfectionist having to spend quite the number of resources to check and clear and hold so much of these spaces. And unfortunately, it doesn't quite pay off.
That's true. Flick with an important kill right there. Eluwu is gone. And the site is semi-open as the now lockdowns, both of them, are going to be dropped in place. Luna, though, a great defense, but Haste responds. And Dorothy with another off shot here, 3v2 situation. No spike plant just yet as they're forced out of there because of the delayed lockdown placement. Twirly comes back in sight with a headshot on the Phantom, and Haste can't get any close because she's dead. And Casper with a follow-up kill. 3-3-2, can she be a hero? That is the question. Has to look above, but is shot down by Casper nonetheless. Perfectionist at match point.
What a beautiful round for both teams. Just recognizing the early picks and what their opponents wanted to do. And then the lockdowns, they both had, they were both reading each other's minds, essentially. But the positions were advantageous for Perfectionists because Twirly had the upper hand. And at the same time, recognizing that the spike was on the ground. Casper just knew exactly the right time to spray in the right spot. So continuing this up, this could be the potential third map play.
Oh yeah, it's looking like it's going towards that direction. And now it's just a matter of how does Perfectionist close this one out cleanly? It's 1 win away.
Yeah, 1 win away. We saw like the operator being bought out. Probably not gonna see that again. And you also have to think about what the economy looks like for MIR Gaming right now, because certainly they're working against odds.
Yeah.
And so far, like they've tried different things, you know, trying to play around or work around the map. But if Perfectionists suddenly pull off like a curveball, like pushing out aggressively against them, that's when they're gonna get like tossed up. So MIR Gaming has to consider all of this, and you should probably foresee them coming into this last, like potentially last round, starting things off a little bit slow. They even have a Bucky now, Dorothy in with a Blade Storm.
Oh yeah.
Need a drop.
And it's let's see if the question is if she's able to get up close and personal. I mean, they do have the tools for it. They've got Rolling Thunder, activating Blade Storm. Let's see.
Just want to get more information up against Perfectionists. But Perfectionists, on the defensive side, they don't have to do too much. Now a bit more information towards B, and they're looking to block off so much of it. 2 players on the B side too.
Oh, even a couple of shots already. Dorothy is gonna get stunned. Good thing there's a Cloud Burst to hide herself. Luna dealing first blood. Perfectionist looking really good. She wants to escape, but Casper's not allowing her to do so. And now it's the numbers disadvantage for MIR Gaming.
Yeah, taking up more space as well. The only person who can kind of turn things around is BB.
Yep. She's a key player here, looking towards the side. Elowu denies that. No outplay for her. And now Haste and Flick, what can they do?
They have the Rolling Thunder. If they use it at the right time, maybe play it for post-plant, they could sneak 1 round away, but...
Enemy remaining.
But Twirly with the operator sees the second player. Flick, still very healthy, but it's gonna get scanned, so they're gonna peek right on out. And Perfectionists, they take map number 2. We're going to map number 3.
And this is precisely what we were talking about, what we wanted to see from them.
Map number 3 it is. We are going to Icebox. It is the first series for Game Changers Pacific, our first LAN, and we go to map number 3. What a stunning comeback though from Perfectionist, especially since this was, you show me the first map and you show me this, and these were 2 very, very different teams. Much more confidence coming out from Perfectionist, especially since MIR Gaming, you saw that they were kind of putting on the same sort of shenanigans that they had in the first map, but this time Perfectionist decided, no, stop right there. We know what you're doing. We see you. We can see you guys. We see your game plan. We're not gonna let that happen.
Yeah, they just didn't let that game plan get going whatsoever. It's just always Elowu going so aggressive, and then at the same time, like Amy is someone that I think we kind of overlooked. We weren't expecting her to be this good. It's the assists, the timings of it, and at the same time, the ability to frag out and react so quickly to like things being thrown at her.
Oh, I agree. The way that she just really does a good tag teaming duo-ship with Elowu. Actually, anyone that sort of like goes with Elowu is very, that does a lot of high impact plays. And I guess one other player I want to mention is Twirly. I think the first half, the main reason why they couldn't flank, their gaming couldn't flank at all, is that they had to deal with Twirly so many times.
And not to mention, her presence was so powerful. You know, you kind of look at the numbers and you might not think that like it was that big of an impact, right? But it was. this because it prevented so many rotations. It cut so much momentum as well within the very rounds, right? You kind of thought that MIR Gaming, maybe they were just always looking behind, like, wasn't there? Wait a minute. Are her spidey senses tingling or something? She was that powerful. She was it was that much of an impact, and that's how, you know, you kind of see the play or the style of Perfectionist really come through here.
That's the thing, Mika. I mean, it's just a bit of presence. She's playing the Killjoy. She's also sometimes a bit of a human turret. She doesn't need to get the kills. It's just getting the information for her team. Like, okay, this is MIR Gaming trying to flank us now. That's the adjustment from the first map. So once they start to deal with that, that's when MIR Gaming starts to feel those losses and like, okay, how do I work around the map now? I can't really like take Perfectionist head on because they're gonna outshoot us. So they are kind of at a loss, and that's why the score is like the gap is like 13-7.
Yeah, and at the same time, when they can't, you know, pull out their original plan, and there's that little bit of hesitation, right? That's when Perfectionists know, okay, well then we can push them. We can push them further, right? But I do have to give it to MIR Gaming. They were, you know, making that little bit of a comeback, especially when you had that massive 4K from BB, and then followed by a first ace here on Game Changers Pacific, our first ace on a LAN event from 332.
Yeah, it's just the first day. I can't believe that just happened. And the fact that you mentioned this, Quack, it's like she was not meant to do an ace, but she did it. It was there and she took it. And that's the reason why she's the MVP right now. And there were so many really good plays from 332. It's just that usually at the early rounds where you get the numbers disadvantage, it does feel like they can't really do a Francis, pull up Francis, if you will.
Oh my gosh.
I love that. I love that saying. Oh, yeah, pull a Francis or maybe pull a Yatska or something. But no, you're absolutely right, especially since like it seemed like those kind of clutches were very, you know, they're very situational things. Right? And it just like there was that ace was basically just because 332 was sent on a mission and just happened to have 5 people in front of her and she could shoot. Right?
I mean, yeah, a lot of mechanical, you know, decision making and skill as well. But I mean, that's kind of why this is so exciting to watch. I think, I mean, having it down to the 3rd map, our very first match for Game Changers Pacific. And it just shows like for all of these players on the stage right now, like they are here for a very good reason. And they really want to like, continue making it forward. But unfortunately, only one team is actually going to be the winner for this matchup.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's
you
crazy,
know,
crazy
sometimes
competitive.
Valorant, one team wins and the other team loses. Very wise words.
Very true.
Yeah, shout out to Fluffy, by the way. that goes from him. We're going to find out which team wins and which team loses when we come back from this very quick break. We are heading into map 3.
Moving it out for me. Just do it and stop at our talking G. I'm not expressing no modesty. I can't see nobody stopping me. If there's a problem, I gotta solve it. Straight to the top, I can't see myself falling. I gotta grab it, there's no time for stalling. Number one stunner, don't have other options. Now I'm fired up. I'm sorry, brother, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. I came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I gotta go for the goal. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I gotta go for the goal. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta. I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I want want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. Said I'm fired up, I'm sorry your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. Came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up.
Put me in the ring like a king. I'll go off, beat you to the punch, leave you stunned, and I won't stop till I'm the last one standing. And they call me champion. When it's do or die, everything's on the line. I won't back down until victory is mine. I'll be the last one standing when they call me champion. You know it's a matter of time, a matter of time before I come to get what's mine. I'm a fighter. I'm a fighter. You know it's a matter of time, a matter of time. I'm a fighter. I'm a fighter.
Staying humble cause I have to grow. Don't need no distractions, so they gotta go. In my flow, keeping hopes high. Gotta try and survive, it's my life, so I strive to be the best. And I say that with my chest. Now I'm rising above my station, no limitations. When they assign me to win, I'm ready for graduation. Trained up, prepared for every situation. Don't be confused, just say congratulations. This is God-given, ain't no restrictions. They always talking but ain't got no diction. Every fairy with it, but I'm scary with it. You'll get buried in it, horror like I'm carrying it. On a mission, be the best, not like any of the rest. Got the goals, ain't got stress. Are you ready? Make the cut and are you ready? Pass the test. Now you ready? Pass the test. Now I'm rising above my station, no limitations. When they assign me to win, I'm ready for graduation. Trained up, prepared for every situation. Don't be confused, just say congratulations.
It's time to deliver, sending shivers through your spine. Never give it up, never give it up. My mind is clear. I'm the winner, this is mine. Never give it up, never give it up. It's time to deliver, sending shivers through your spine. My mind is clear. I'm the winner. This is mine.
Never give it up. Now I'm rising above my station, no limitations. When they assign me to win, I'm ready for graduation. Trained up, prepared for every situation. Don't be confused, just say congratulations. Never give it up. Now I'm rising above my station, no limitations. When they assign me to win, I'm ready for graduation. Trained up, prepared for every situation. Don't be confused, just say congratulations.
To deliver, sending shivers through your spine. Never give it up, never give it up. My mind is clear.
Ready right now, ready right now. Came for the win, gonna win hands down. This ain't a game, was my motherfucking crown. Give it to me right now, let me grab it right now. Ready right now, ready right now. We don't ever lose, cause we got it right now. Push you in the face with a score right now. You don't like the way it is, come and see me, you a clown. Ready right now, ready right now.
They had a very, very hard time during the first half. And this was a very, very clear win condition. It was basically Dorothy just doing Jet things, having the Blade Storm flying across the sky, landing a lot of multi-kills with the headshots. Operator, this is the if the pressure was up earlier at Haven, I feel like this time around it's gonna get even bigger.
Yeah, I think that Dorothy is the kind of player as well that kind of thrives on that. And you can see MIR Gaming also lean into that kind of energy, right? You can tell when they're getting hyped. However, previously on Haven, we saw that was on the side of Perfectionists, right? They were a bit more quiet, like physically quiet coming into the series. But you saw on Haven how they were starting to ramp up a bit. You saw that because, those sly smiles come in a little bit and say, okay, we got this. Do they have Icebox though, Quack? Especially since we don't really know what they're going to bring out here. It's like I mentioned, it's a massive question mark.
Yeah, it's a bit of a question mark. The only thing that we have to go off of is what they played in like stage 1, but that's a little bit.
Is it
a while back?
Does it qualify? Does it
Yeah,
qualify?
exactly.
It's kind of arbitrary at this point, especially since a lot can happen in that in a span of a few months, right? What have they picked up? What have they changed as well? Especially since it might boil down to players' comfort too, especially coming into a LAN. So I don't know. Like we were talking about during the pre-show, right? Sometimes having no info on a map can be a double-edged sword because now your opponent doesn't know how to prepare against you. You could put up anything and it's a massive surprise.
It really makes you wonder because, apart from like what your opponents are going to play, what agents could they possibly switch to? What we've seen so far is that Twirly used to be that duelist. Now she's the Sentinel, and she's able to do a pretty good job at holding down positions, or at least to get information for a team and watch flanks and stuff like that. As Sentinel, having good aim is pretty important as well. So Twirly is definitely capable. But when you're looking at a map like Icebox, right? Most teams play the double initiator. You have like Sova or maybe a KO and a Gecko or something like that. But for, Perfectionists, last time I played it was 2 duelists instead. So is Twirly gonna now hop on over to an initiator? And if that's the case, is she comfortable with that? Because most cases, it's a very different role. You're playing like back lines and you're not, hunting or like watching angles. You're waiting to throw utility for your teammates.
Yeah. Or could she just go back to the duelist? Like
Reina?
like what we were saying earlier. Twirly being like more of like this anchor roller. Sentinel is very new. It's very, very fresh. It's just months old. But her years of experience in Game Changers, she was primarily a duelist. So that mentality is still there. And I still think that for Perfectionists, it's a card that they can bring out at any point in time.
Yeah, exactly. Having that flexibility, especially when we look at Icebox, especially the fact that MIR Gaming, despite them winning, they already had a hard time. I think looking at it from a bird's eye view, it does feel like this could be a steamroll from the side of Perfectionists. And the fact that, again, on the Killjoy earlier, Twirly, Perfectionists, imagine you have Elobu just on that frontal attack, but the behind the scenes, air quote, you have Twirly to be that big anchor, and it's just so consistent too.
Especially since we're seeing like another side of the way she plays.
Yeah.
But speaking of other sides, though, for MIR, whoa, hold on. Are we seeing anything big? Not exactly, but we're finally seeing that MIR Gaming, does do that default. They will go for a double initiator here, which is basically what they brought out in their grand finals match, actually against in their local qualifiers. But I wouldn't say that MIR Gaming actually lost the momentum in that previous map, right? They still had something going. It's just that maybe we're expecting that slow start once again for MIR Gaming.
Yeah, potentially. You want to see Dorothy pop off, essentially.
Yeah.
But whether or not she's going to be able to do it, that's kind of, you know, the question that we have in our heads, and whether or not she's going to feel comfortable enough to do it. At the same time, you want to see her, you know, friends help her out.
Well, Quack, we are going to find out exactly if these players are going to transform, as we were putting it earlier, into these Lanimals, as we've been seeing, you know, glimpses of that here. So let's step into Icebox and find out what these teams have in store for us.
All right, here we go. Game number 3. Quack, we've been checking a lot of boxes in our day 1. We've got map number 3. We've got our first ace. We've got our first land. What do you think is up next, Quack?
Maybe 2 aces, maybe a knife kill.
Maybe an overtime?
Maybe an overtime? You want an overtime?
Maybe, if we're...
Could happen, it could happen.
Definitely could happen over here, especially it has been quite even firepower-wise. As Perfectionists, of course, they have the momentum here on this pistol, and MIR Gaming, they have to come back from a loss at Haven earlier.
Another 2 players that I want to look at too, though, especially for Icebox, are the Viper players. Casper right now has a very good chance to show us what she's made of, because playing around yellow or green is a very big anchor point for the B site. But right now, MIR, they're just carefully checking out. It was a bit of presence made known to keep players on the A site, but as soon as Luna clears it, that's going to be information for Perfectionists.
No, I agree with you there. It's a big responsibility for the side of Casper. Good thing there is at least Twirly alongside with her to sort of mitigate that sort of role. As now they enter the attack, Poison Cloud activated, as well as the wall, the screen. Doesn't see anyone at all. They haven't cleared a lot of the points just yet in there. Trying to walk back some of them at least to watch the flank as the wingman plants with no problem.
And that is quite good for Perfectionists. Now they have to push up in the forward space and try to clear out yellow.
But here we go, aggressive retake right here. Unable to retaliate. Casper already ready for that second kill for her. And now they're surrounded. It doesn't hit quite just yet, but Twirly is there for her. And it is Bibi trying to wrap around everything. She's the only one left at this point, but is again overwhelmed by the force. Twirly with a 3K, and Perfectionist wins that pistol round.
And Casper celebrating that win as well. This was a little bit tough for MIR Gaming. Their Poison Cloud kind of worked against them. I mean, they planted it there to kind of watch the spike, or at least, you know, cover up that wingman. But because they continued to shoot through, they couldn't see what was on the other side. They were thinking that there were players still up around Snowman, while instead, Perfectionist just wrapped around yellow. And that's kind of where they got caught off guard. Twirly with 3 kills as well.
Yeah, that's definitely fast thinking from Perfectionists. Use the enemy utility against them and really hit hard. Let's see here, though, with an angle on this Outlaw, actually, by Eluwu. Might get an early kill here. Body shot's gonna work out. Not gonna get the second, though, as Luna has eyes on the prize. And Perfectionist, really good start for them at the moment.
That's what the Outlaw has. Now pushing up front as well, just to check and re-clear.
Spike down A.
Not giving any sort of time to adjust. In 3-3-2, let's see if he's able to make something out of this. Maybe that's a yes, but with 36 HP, it's gonna be a little rough to take one more down with ya before the round ends.
Best you can hope for, at least.
Maybe I'm wrong, but never mind. Whirly finishes off the round, and clean so far for our Perfectionists.
Remember, your
A
weapon
couple of
is
kills,
down
2
here.
guns getting taken away, but still retrieved for Perfectionists. So not too bad of a round, but the Outlaw is something that could deal more damage in the subsequent rounds. So MIR Gaming having to be very cautious of it. Like, they have to think about where Eluwu could be positioned. Usually that would be on the A site, and that's why they've elected to head towards B instead. And once again, this is where Casper can do so much.
That's true. Also, the angle of Eluwu this time around could be towards mid. They gotta be careful if they want to cross at some point or take a look at Tube. But looks like MIR's still gonna go for B instead.
Straight through B. Nothing much so far. So not a lot of utility spent as well. I mean, it's quite clear it's gonna be that toxic screen, Wingman and Poison Cloud play once more. Casper, though, right around the corner. She's only got a share, but the snake bite available as well. Her teammates instantly rotating over. Twirly, you know, at the same time, Elulu, they can find quite a bit. And this time with the rifles, managed to spray down the wingman. There's the snake bite.
It's quite painful. The plant's still not there just yet. Good deny. 2 waves of attempts. Failed every single time, and now 50 seconds on the clock. They're just buying so much.
The owl drone just to check as well, but they don't see anything. Perfectionist doing as well.
Spike planted.
Cloud activated screen. Put up well. Firing some shots on the middle. And Elwu wins that one against 3-3-2. Remember, this is the bonus. They need to win this, MIR Gaming. And now Yellow, they're going to get flushed out, but Dorothy has other plans. And it's a 3v3. Elwu literally 1 shot away. Snakebite to stall this one out. Flick's still pretty much alive and very healthy on the HP. Guarding Yellow, but gets headshotted by Luna. Things are falling apart. Haze gets a kill, though. Right in the middle. And BB holds on out. Expensive. But MIR Gaming wins nonetheless.
Yeah, the difference maker there being Dorothy. Perfectionist, they did a pretty good job at, you know, hiding themselves when MIR were trying to clear with the owl drone. But once they started to try to peek out, they weren't expecting Dorothy to take the fight to them. I mean, playing that up close and still being able to take down 2 players before you die, that is so huge.
Yeah.
And then her teammates, all they have to do from that point forward is just to play around the site, the spike as well. And that's what they did. So now Thrash being brought up for haste. She can clear so much with it. Mid is what she attempts to do. Perfectionist, though, just playing it steady. Twirly checking up around kitchen.
Ooh, yeah, this is an attempt towards mid to B instead. Different angle this time around. At least Casper was able to escape. And looks like it's going to be a 5-man retake. There it is, Haste with a Thrash. Doesn't spot out anyone. Doesn't push through.
And retrieves back.
Yeah.
So playing for the post plant now. Perfectionists, they need to be careful.
Oh, but Flick is so low. Luna with another kill onto her. Casper is down, -2 on the side of MIR Gaming, and everything is falling down super fast. And Thrash part 2 comes along, but the swing doesn't matter though. MIR Gaming wins in the end.
Yeah, BB thankfully read that at the last second. I was like, oh, my teammate.
My teammate's vulnerable.
Came to back her up. So Perfectionists, I mean, pretty good ideas of wanting to play around that spike and just come in for the retakes, but unfortunately not quite able to do it because of the Thrash and also just MIR Gaming being able to hold down those sightlines. So you want to see more of those utilities being potentially saved for those subsequent rounds. But right now, it's going to be a bit of an eco. They always have the toxic screen closer towards the A site. So maybe being able to use this to block off MIR Gaming, find some couple of shots through the smokes, perhaps.
Could be indeed very different. A now is the target. Dorothy rushing through Cloudburst. Here comes the spike planter. Casper the off angle. They did not expect this. Luna will fall. Oh, sorry. Twirly is able to kill on Haste. And again, they don't know where to look. Baby at least tries to recover. Still not dead, by the way. Still alive. Twirly gets a kill. And it's all chaoticness that is happening right now. Quack gets a kill on to Heaven. And it's now a little bit calm before the storm. Casper so low, 1 body shot out to do it.
Coming back.
And 3-3-2 still holding on out with 50 seconds. There's still a lot of time. Flick just walking around and they get the plant onto Nest finally.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh, here we go. Oh my god, there's so many things going on screen. There's a wingman passing through. But there you go. MIR Gaming gets the lead finally in this map.
Yeah, trying to use the wingman to clear the space, but just not enough health, I think.
Yeah.
MIR were able to just, stay comfortable and confident on the site. They had the spike, they had the guns, all they had to do was just shoot and pray. Spray. Meanwhile, for Perfectionists, I mean, it was a pretty good attempt at shooting them down. I mean, economically at least, they managed to do quite a bit of damage, even though they were just on Sheriffs. Like, past the toxic screen, that shot from Casper was really good. So on to the next round now. Similar setup, but they have to kind of wonder, are MIR Gaming going to do the same thing? Clearly not. So they don't see anything towards A. They see that they hear the recon ball towards B as well. Now they need to find a sandwich around this.
And maybe that's why they're trying to hold on out. Dorsey, though, will fall. Amy with a response, but just completely surrounded by the rest of MIR. And that's the reason why it's -2 already.
Yeah, unfortunately, a bit of a crunch from MIR Gaming. Long sidelines, though.
Spike planted.
Let's see, Twirly still intact. Lockdown initiated as Luna try to push through a bit more space here, but Hunter's Fury in retaliation. That's gonna be down. Dorothy though, 4 HP, unable to make use as much, but look at this flick will be revealed. Snakebite to stop any potential push. Casper with a tap on the spy, flying as he gets a kill. Flick gets a double. Now it's a 1v2. No, Haste Flick will finish the job, and it's looking really nicely for MIR Gaming.
Yeah, working together. Once again, they are doing such a good job of making use of the mid lanes to set up some crunches, get the spike down, and Perfectionists, like, they just don't quite have the map control. I think the setup is a little bit different. Twirly, sometimes she would have the Killjoy traps closer just to check up around, you know, kitchen or something, but they don't really have that, and that's why the mid lane is being exposed by, or exploited by MIR Gaming.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, they don't really have to go through kitchen at all. It's just enough to go under tubes and call it a day. Dorothy is going to start things out with the Blade Storm and not having to see anyone just yet.
Just checking Blade Storm, so not such a huge investment. Meanwhile, her teammates will be able to get that information even though she dies. Should be able to push up against Casper. But Casper, yeah, doesn't quite have the weaponry. She would have loved to use the Viper's Pit, but now feeling too much pressure, has to back off to play retakes.
And perhaps it's going to be a different approach. Ooh, Snakebite. Still, their haste is on the ready as the lockdown is going to buy them a lot of time, even though they're -1.
One potential could be that Amy uses the Thrash to, you know, push them up front, and then alongside Luna with the Hunter's Fury catch a couple of players. That could give them better positions to use the Sheriff, but now being spotted out by BB.
Here we go. Already down. Amy though with a response here. Hunter's Fury now. They're trying to keep their dancing shoes on board, and there it is. 3-3-2. Trying to set up a flank, trying to cause chaos. Viper Spit, they know that they're going to win with the Viper Spit activated actually to buy some time. Everyone's so low with a headshot. Casper, this could be massive. Diffuse already. She's trying to stick it, but gets the kill. With Flick getting the kill nonetheless. And that's still a win for MIR Game. That was so close, Quack!
So close. Casper, what a shot.
That was great.
I mean, she's doing wonders for her team, but unfortunately, not the right gun and just, you know, alone.
Yeah.
So it's really, really tough.
It really is, and the timeout is understandable, considering that every single time, even back to Lotus, they were always ahead. It was always MIR Gaming trying to catch up, at least during the first half.
But now onto a different map, different setups. I mean, a timeout from Coach Trends is actually good for Perfectionists because they might be able to adjust their defensive setup to something that works against MIR Gaming. Because MIR is always trying to find these gaps, trying to exploit some of these weaknesses, whether or not it's the mid lane, going under tube, or just, you know, straight up in towards beat. And with that, you know, Twirly has quite a bit of a responsibility to set herself up with the traps, especially the turret or the alarm bot. Meanwhile, her teammates, I mean, still, Casper wasn't quite able to find much inside of her Viper's Pit apart from sticking on towards the spike. It's a tough thing to retake against. Now they get to buy back up.
True. And with that said, they don't have the Viper Spit anymore for this buy round. And Amy does have the Thrash, though. I guess one thing that I'm really curious about is that, okay, there is a turret by kitchen, but is that going to be enough if they try the mid to B again?
At least for now. But MIR Gaming has kind of read that, so just going for more default or standard approach. Pressure towards A. This is what they tried in the pistol round. Gecko just to exert presence around A, and then everyone comes back to rendezvous towards B.
Oh, that's true. It is the same setup. Casper and Twirly hand in hand over at B. Maybe this is a better setup to slow this onslaught down. Snakebite prevent the spike from going down, but the Viper's Pit is there. They just get so much space. Haze is already planting. Twirly inside the Viper's Pit decides to back away instead. BB, so far extended. Thrash might do the scouting for them, but doesn't find anyone just yet. Kills are on the board. Luna gets one. and Elwu is just in a risky position, but then again, they need to. Viper Spit is down.
Yeah, the Thresh cleared it. Now they can pick it up again and continue going.
Exactly, here's part 2. Oh my god, bump tits! But doesn't get stunned. Elwu gets a kill, a second, and they take it down. The timeout was beautiful.
Yeah, good adjustments, good reads, good adaptations, and at the same time, just being able to figure out what MIR Gaming's game plan was once they started to see it. And that's all credit to, you know, Casper as well as Twirly.
Yeah.
Playing inside of that Viper Spit was a bit risky for Twirly, but she just did enough to see that, okay, nobody's on the spike. Amy can now use the Thrash and potentially clear it even more. Once they saw that nobody's in there, this pit is going to go down soon. Flick is on the other side. That's when they start to feel more confident coming in for those gun duels.
They kept pressing the issue, and it was definitely worth it. Slowly catching up here with a 2-round gap. It is a quiet start so far. It has been the pattern for MIR, as they're trying to bait out a few things, but Elwu actually playing very close onto Nest.
Yeah, different approach this time. Forward position being held. Potential to cut them off if they try to approach pipes, but onto the other side, that's the lurker being dealt with.
Oh, she was spotted! Oh dear, now she is trapped. Does she actually escape? No, Dorothy has eyes on the prize. And it's now down to 2 members here on the side of Perfectionist. It's going to be a fast plant.
Yeah, well done by MIR.
Well done by Dorothy as well. Casper trying to even out the numbers to make this retake doable. They don't have any ultimates. It's going to be plain raw power. Good scan, though. And they might take advantage of this. There's the second one. 3rd kill for Dorothy, though. Can't find the head. Has to switch targets, but falls into the loving arms of Dorothy with a 4K, and the gap is increasing.
My God, Riku. What a round by Dorothy.
I know.
It's like Dorothy again. This time she was aided by haste with that one little dizzy being tossed up into the air. If they didn't do that, they wouldn't have seen Elwu. So good job. I mean, Amy tried to bail Elwu out, but it's just so difficult to do that. And to stay alive as well when your opponents are starting to surround the site. And that's just one of the ways that, you know, MIR Gaming shows a lot of tactical depth as to how they approach the protocols once again.
And they never lower their guard. They actually dizzied that to make sure that Ness is always clear. The discipline from MIR and the dash! Dorothy and BB! The tag team! And they cleaned everyone out, and now it's all up to Twirling Casper to do something.
Oh my gosh, they actually did it. And now they're looking to do it again.
Woo. 3, 3, 2. And now Twirly. Let's see if she gets a kill here, because honestly, this round's already in the bag for MIR Gaming to take this 7-2. There it is. 3K for Dorothy, and she's on fire. Remember, the icebox. This is exactly what happened during the grand finals.
Yeah, she had like 8 first kills, 0 first deaths from that one. 26 kills overall. This is when Dorothy is at her scariest. She's starting to heat up. I mean, Casper had a pretty good start, and she's been doing a good job of anchoring down sides or denying the spike as best as she can with a snake bite. But it's just being tossed all over around because MIR Gaming keeps them on their toes. Before, it might have been B site. Now we're seeing A repeated several times. And Perfectionists are starting to back off from that.
And they're starting to really take a more aggressive approach. They've never challenged the tube angle before.
Yeah. Elwu and BB.
Lead up here, the dash activated. Not even going to use it. Don't even need Cloudburst enough. Amy as well with a follow-up kill.
Okay. This is going to reverse chances. But then the Gecko slowly clearing out space.
I know. Now it's a bit doable from MIR. And now they decide to back away. Elwu again has not left mid, by the way. Still having eyes on that angle. Could be part 2.
Duel under tube.
Yeah. Oh, they're being very careful here. Maybe trying moving up and down. But they're not going to challenge that angle anymore.
Yeah, Perfectionists recognize that they have the numbers advantage, so just trying to stick together. Just making sure that cover all exits of mid.
Maybe a bit doable. Still, they don't find Twirly though. Spike is down. Now they've spotted. Now they know where the last player is going to be at.
left.
Of surrounding maneuver on the side. Dorothy no outplay. Twirly finishes the round, and Perfectionist, it's definitely a needed win, Quack.
Last round.
Yeah. Tricky 1-on-3 for Dorothy to be in, but that's just how Perfectionists managed to work as a team.
Yep.
Like, first of all, denying the early entries, and then playing around mid. Elulu holding this angle is such a strong factor for them. It's something that they haven't done before, and that's why MIR Gaming didn't really expect it.
That's true. They've been disciplined for every single round so far, like trying to check every single corner before they enter a site, but mid seems to be the less priority of Perfectionists for the entirety of this map. So yeah, you're right. It's definitely not going to be expected.
What?
Maybe Pipes?
Maybe, but this time it's still Dorothy with the operator beating the Odin.
Oh, wait a minute, Thrash! Haze was about to use it, but unfortunately the timing was not in her favor and it gets spotted out by Elwu.
I thought she was going to help her teammate out.
Yeah,
she was so close, but Toxic Screen now up, and MIR kind of has to either back off or, you know, BB might be able to scan for them.
Let's see, the wait is torture here. I like how everybody's holding their ground. MIR forced to walk in. Amy getting a kill in Luna as well. Dorothy with a Blade Storm, remember. But Twirly just shuts that memory down. 9 HP for Elwu, and the Thrash? Where did that come from?
From Amy.
From behind?
That was so
Switching
close. I mean, yeah, Perfectionist again, just doing such a good job at finding that early pick.
Yep.
And this is the two teams like being so evenly matched, surprisingly enough. What it comes down to is that early pick off, and then BB trying to push up with the Odin, but to no avail.
Yeah, it's a little bit difficult after this comeback, but let's see if Perfectionist continues to catch up with his short break.
To him.
And we're back, everybody, over here at map number 3. It's just the first series of the day, everybody. And it is, this time around, MIR Gaming in the lead for the, I guess, the first time so far in the first half in the rest of the maps.
Yeah, but only by 2 rounds, Riku.
Yeah.
I actually really like this. It really shows that both teams are quite evenly matched. That comes down to now the strategic difference. Who's going to be able to find that lead and to keep that lead on their side? Before, you might have think it was MIR, but Elulu is starting to heat up.
I think so too. It's the Dorothy versus Elwu matchup. It's getting really, really hot over here on Icebox.
But now, MIR Gaming pushing up towards A. They are getting so much. Meanwhile, they don't see anything, so they might start to push out. And then the spike towards B. 332 has to hold her job.
But Dorothy, gets the spot out onto Twirly, the one with the Sheriff. And surprise, it's Haze versus Casper, and Casper wins that one. And there's a lot of sneaky positioning for both of these teams. As Dorothy gets a second kill off screen. And it's a 3v4. Let's see how they're able to retake this. Oh, wait, no way! 3-3-2, able to get the kill. Nonetheless, Luna, 25 HP, somebody drops! And Luna gets, what is happening, Quack? It's chaos all over! But at the end of the day, MIR Gaming takes the pistol round.
I'm like almost losing it, watching the taps away, and then like players just starting to drop down just to try to find those trades and everything.
Yeah.
And it's so close. Perfectionist definitely trying to react in kind, but then MIR, again, they just had the positioning, they had the numbers, and just being able to come back in for the retake just pistol stuff, but now you can tell that they are really trying to play for that long game. They have those 2 rounds up. Now it's 3. They want to extend that even more. Guardians, Outlaw being brought back up, and on the defensive side too.
Very, very aggressive buys, just as you said. They want to keep extending this lead, increasing that gap. And 4 Sheriffs, by the way, on the side of Perfectionists here. Let's see if they are able to take advantage of those buys. Dorothy says, nope, you're out.
And they continue to try to push through.
Well, they're stopping them. Dorothy gets a second too. Oh my, and Haste alongside the flash as well. Good body shots from Haste. Toxic screen about to go down. But Casper is just trying to hide because against 5 with just 2, it's hard.
And then you also have BB checking down mid.
Let's see, 19 HP, a bit of big damage already. They've rotated to mid, but it's going to be a fight. 3-2 with a kill. Twirly with a nice headshot here. And Spike is still in their vision. So Twirly really needs to get the 1v1s down. Let's see, Crosshair in place, and 1 body shot's enough. And MIR at 9 points.
Yeah, very nice cohesion on the side of MIR Gaming. I mean, it's definitely that Outlaw from Dorothy.
Yeah.
Just, oh my god, punches through. You feel that impact. And then Perfectionists continue to try to push it because they possibly thought that she might have rotated off, but it's not the case at all. And then BB having the cognizance to check mid, it just cuts off on the rotations. And you know, this is something that gives MIR Gaming a good chance to turn things around. They get to hold on to their guns. A judge being brought out by BB as well. And they're setting themselves up for A, which is one of the default plans for Perfectionists.
I know, that's a really good stack. They're getting a really good read against Perfectionists here. Having to give up pipes and back down. Only 1 scan, so they have no idea where the rest are.
Luring them into the crosshairs of BB possibly as well, but Dizzy getting shot down quick.
There is the flash again, forced to keep destroying a lot of these utilities. BB hiding under the toxic screen. Let's see if somebody falls victim to that as it's about to go down. Actually uses the owl drone, reveals that there's another player in the midst of A. Do they rethink their strategy? I don't think they have time to move around anymore. Oh my gosh, I thought the judge player was gonna take it, but surprise, Casper wins that in the bag. Toxic screen up, Luna with a dart kill, and Dorothy still being very patient. Gets a headshot, gets the second! That's massive, no third! Twirly shuts her down. 2v2, plant is about to go. From on top of Nest. Flick, still trying to mitigate. Doesn't land the shot, so important. 3-3-2 with important flank. They have no idea, they have no eyes on this. Good headshot, 1v1. Amy trying to hold on out. Has the Vandal, remember, she knows where she is, and it all lines up. Important shot by Amy, and they keep catching up.
Once again, it's Amy who brings it back to her team. But yeah, what a round from MIR Gaming. It's incredibly close, and ultimately, for the 3rd round, if you're able to take this many guns away from your opponent, you might be able to stick on to that momentum. And that's, I think, what MIR Gaming has done, considering the fact that some of them were on Sheriffs. The judge, yeah, a little bit off for some reason, but that's like credit to how sharp Casper was, being able to check that corner that quickly. So it's a lot of good game plans from both sides. The toxic screen to try and block them off from Flick, but also Perfectionists trying to maintain their distance and slowly creep up.
All paid off. Yeah.
It's, oh, okay, you got the Thrash available, the toxic screens as well from both sides, but this time thrown off at a bit of an angle. So Perfectionists, they're gonna have to clear this with utility, or if not, respect the toxic screen.
There's a different angle as well. Might be a 1v1 at mid. Let's see how that goes later on. Oh, position revealed with a pre-fire, actually. Elu climbing up. Dash about to expire, but the toxic screen again makes it hard to see anything. Amy, first blood, Luna follows up, and now it's gonna be hard to retake.
Very difficult. Rafter's not quite clear. Controller's not available for you. Haste is a little bit far off as well.
Oh, Twirly though. Nicely done. And I don't think he's spotted as Haste. They bump heads again, almost. 1v3 situation. Will BB rise to the occasion? Still has complete utility, but does not want to reveal herself to use that headshot. There's the other player. Anticipates the second. Could be a third. 2 bullets left. The scan, it works out! Runs out of bullets, switches to the classic, goes above, doesn't have time with the zip line. The idea was there, but again, Amy with the clutch.
What is that play? No, she was so close to it. Had everything going right for her, except for the spike taking away against her. Very unfortunate. She even landed like a couple of shots.
Yeah.
With a classic, she swapped over to it. But Amy, just so steadfast. Again, it's maintaining her distance. She kind of read that this could happen and just, she doesn't get flustered. That's one of the biggest factors for Amy on Perfectionist right now. But for MIR Gaming, you know, not too big of a loss. They get to try to find a way to come back in the game. Timeout being called.
I mean, they are in the lead. It's like one of those things where, how do we close this out? It was a 3-round gap, and now I think they're slowly catching up. This could get a little dicey here.
Definitely feels as though Perfectionists might be able to come back. The timeout being called now for MIR Gaming is to try to find a different approach because they're trying to, you know, swap around their setups, especially the toxic screen from Flick. But it sometimes is one of those things where Perfectionists, if they're starting to feel themselves, they just don't really get bothered by any of this. They wait it and they do their due diligence, but once it's gone, once it's down, they find ways to push up aggressively, and they have the aim and the shooting to be able to make that happen.
I'm sure they have everything to back that up, and I feel like Amy is definitely one of the primary statements to that constantly, right?
Down to the one-on-ones, oh.
So important, so crucial. And now the timeout has expired. MIR Gaming, how do they reach the double digits? They have 3 ults here to utilize.
Wow, it's Flick with the Odin.
I can't roll my tongue. What happened? Oh dear. Well.
Okay, she has been kind of pushed off just through sheer presence being made known. Her team is aware, so they're looking to set up for the spike denial, but what they did not expect is Twirly.
She was scanned! She was scanned! They took the fight, the 1v1, but at the end of the day still, BB with a really nice additional frag. A very important one. 3-3-2 follows up. 3v2 situation now. Eluwu still has to eliminate the people in mid. It's taking a little bit of time, but Dorothy, this gives away Dorothy an opportunity to trade. Amy, remember, she has been the clutch master, especially at Icebox. But at the same time, Dorothy, she's still very, very amazing at this map. And now MIR Gaming off of that timeout takes it to the double digits.
Dorothy still on the server. I mean, she's starting to do her thing. I mean, 21 kills now. Before on that map in the grand finals against, I think, Urachacha, she was 26. 5 kills away from matching that score. And if she keeps this up, you know, she definitely is a force to be reckoned with. Oh, the coach's so happy about that. But for Perfectionists, I mean, they had quite a bit of utility. They tried to use the Thrash to clear it, but it's just a bit too... How do I say? It's not very clean. Like, the due diligence wasn't made. The wingman being sent out, but you had 3-3-2 off towards the sidelines, just using that Guardian to shoot that down so quickly. MIR Gaming had the plans to be able to cut off, you know, the rest of the team from the spike. And once that spike is out in the open, that's just so much more pressure for Perfectionists.
Yeah, that's true. The fact that also they were -1 with Twirly staying at spawn to see if she can catch someone off guard, catch someone off of the rotate. But the problem was she was actually scanned, and part of me is like, wow, they're really doing all of their due diligence to catch every single, like, you know, the different plays that could catch you off guard on the table.
All right, both teams again still quite evenly matched in terms of skill as well as like strats, but when it comes down to it, the players who are able to steal themselves, and right now, you know, a bit of that from Twirly, ultimately, they are the ones that come out on top. Twirly, she might have gotten that pick from before, and that's what gives her the lockdown, but she needs so much more of that to extend her team's life in the rest of this map.
And that's the thing, right? You're actually forced to use an ultimate here, but let's see. More of an aggressive stance here as Haste deals first blood. They try to escape. They're going to get scanned. They know that they're pushing. BB decides to retreat instead, and they're happy with the 1.
Just want to set up from MIR Gaming. Off the timeout, anticipate that they might go for this B push. Instantly is Dorothy pushing up against them. Ooh. Now pushing down mid as well.
That's the scan again. The Sheriff's not going to land. Haste with another kill at that. Things are falling apart as BB will push the issue Doesn't spot anyone out just yet, but just because they're sandwiched, that's why they're forced out. And here,
Twirly?
Take flight.
Twirly?
oh, wait, what's happening? Twirly though, with a double kill, they have not spotted around. Amy with a follow-up as well. 3-3-2, trying to salvage the round. Ain't no way this is happening. This is so messy, but in favor of Perfectionist. It's crazy. How?
What it came down to was MIR Gaming starting to think that they could sandwich them, but then they pulled out the Thrifty. Riku, this is insane. They've just anticipated and acknowledged the fact that we are stuck inside Garage, but our opponents might not push up against us just yet. They don't have the Dizzy, they don't have Wingman to clear, so Twirly goes in on the biggest flank ever, all the way from Boiler down to mid. And with a Sheriff, she finds 2 picks.
And that really enabled that Thrifty for Perfectionist. And now it's a 2-round gap, and now it's eco for the side of MIR.
And ultimates for Perfectionist. MIR, oh, how
They might just be back in the game after that. Oh, here we go. Lou dealing first blood there, finds one. An important player, by the way, for for MIR Gaming. Dorothy is gone in this round.
So far back, not really quite the ultimates. It's just some high-low setups.
See here, Haste, unfortunately unable to find a second. A lot of low health members as Flick deals a double herself. Now it's a 2v2. Spike has been planted already. Now the lockdown being placed to keep extending this time. They could retaliate. A Sheriff Thrifty herself! 3-3-2 spots that out! Now it's a 1v2. Eluwu literally 1 body shot away. 1 or 2 out to do it. Flick already defusing, finds the one onto Nest. It's a little bit dicey, but the lockdown is enough. Zip lines across. Do they anticipate this? They have the same idea. They're gonna bump heads, and it's still Eluwu in the end with a 4K. Having this entire map just so close.
It's so close, but down to these little decisions.
Yeah.
That could be the turnaround point for Perfectionists. This could be what gives them the lead if they are able to take this next round. 3-3-2, when the lockdown was going off, she could have stuck that spike defuse to down maybe at least half, but went for the kill instead. And that's when, you know, hearing the zip line, Perfectionists were ready for it.
Yeah. They were. It's most likely one of those things, like, you know, at the heat of the moment. I mean, it's very intense. Yes. It's very intense right now.
Incredibly intense, and Ultimate's still on the side of Perfectionist. Very slow and steady approach in towards the A site. MIR, though, getting so much information on the other lanes of the map, mid as well as B are being clear, so rotation's being pulled back into check.
Has been constantly an A push. And so far, the retakes have not been working out. Let's see, though, with the guns in play, Viper Spit activated here, and Thrash still in the hands of Haste. No plant just yet. 60 seconds on the clock. They're still the Nest plant actually gonna get denied. They have to go up and pick up the spike.
Twirly.
Let's see, though. There's 2 people. They're anticipating this. Dorothy, though, doesn't have the right crosshair with dodges, at least. Not gonna get eliminated, but there's a second player as they isolate the flight. Flick is right there, and the Thrash actually gets someone detained. And Dorothy, everyone from here is coming from different parts of the map. 2v2 still nonetheless, as Luna, remember, she's such a big playmaker, but Dorothy is as well with a 3K. 11-9 now, Quack. 11-9.
We talked about being able to steal yourselves, being able to be the player or the team that keeps your heads in the game. But MIR, they just go and take it a step further. They can continue to apply pressure all throughout Perfectionist's game. And that's, you know, holding angles out towards B, and instead of rotating back to join back your teammates, they push up to set up flank lines. And it's things like that where you start to see, oh, I've got players coming all over the place. And that's how they're starting to feel that pressure, how they're starting to find, you know, themselves in between a rock and a hard place. So 1 round away from match point now. And at this point, economy-wise, Perfectionist is to keep buying up.
It looks really, really good for MIR Gaming, just as you said at the moment. Viper Spit used onto A, and 3-3-2 gets first blood onto Amy. A very pivotal player when it comes to clutches is gone so early.
Not only that, she continues to hold down mid. Perfectionist, they might have pushed back through kitchen now. Let's see what Casper can do.
Oh, Luna responds though. And mid seems to be now open for the taking for Perfectionists. They can now slice and dice the entire formation of MIR. But looks like they're not revealing too much just yet. They're holding their ground as the spike is down. Out in the open as Twirly tries to recover. Kills Haze, and she is down. But here comes Casper. Here comes the rest. BB tries her best. And it's a 2v1 Flick. When it comes down to it, oh, now they know where she is with that missed shot. Oh, gonna push through the snake bite. Now she has an idea a little bit where it's planted. She's gonna slowly walk in. Casper gonna reposition. Flick just removing information, but Luna finds her first.
Is that one tap? I gotta see that replay.
One tap.
Oh.
Spicy.
Perfectionist, I mean, this round was the equivalent of basically a Hail Mary pass. They just went all the way through mid. Wasn't quite sure what was gonna happen, but thankfully Casper managed to swing all the way through kitchen and wrap back around. And at the same time, her teammates were able to come back in for some trades after some heavy losses. And that was one of those things where MIR Gaming wasn't quite sure that they were going to do that because it doesn't always make logical sense. So now, both teams trying to go for that A play.
They tried, but at least Dorothy was able to escape from Nest. But still, Elubu is able to get a kill off of BB, so no scan anymore for their team.
No guns either, though. MIR stuck, pinned down backside. It's going to be the utility that undoes them.
Ooh, though, with a really good angle as well as Luna. Things are falling apart on the side of MIR Gaming, and it's so clean for them. 3-3-2, the only one left here. I don't think she can do much at the moment. 11-11!
Yeah, Riku. Just like that, we tie up the score. Perfectionist, I said it before 2 rounds ago, this might have been the turning point. And it certainly looks like it could be. Perfectionist and MIR Gaming both tied up, but the Ultimates, although kind of favoring MIR Gaming right now, if either team does actually reach that match point, like they could definitely turn things around. The economy on MIR Gaming side is a little bit weaker, and that's when you start to see them, you know, the cracks are starting to show. If they can win this round, then I don't know, could be a potential overtime.
I know. Remember the checklist we had earlier, Quack? It could actually come true. Flick, though, has a really good angle here onto yellow, but remember, when things don't go a Perfectionist way, once they just try to push this and force this.
Oh, Flick has hold.
See? Okay, Flick. Very, very cheesy angle right here. I don't think they're ready for that. Might be the second kill, but no, Casper takes her down immediately. And now they try to run back somewhere else as Wingman already gets the plant down.
So all it comes down to is the play from Snowman. They've got the utility for it. Haste doesn't quite have the dizzy, but they need to push up front.
Oh, the snake bite. Just trying to flush out the players from yellow, but Casper still has that additional kill. No flank whatsoever. Dorothy's gonna push through with a cloud burst here. Tries to peek. 3-3-2 with another important kill. BB with a second. 2v3 situation. Things are not going well for Perfectionists here. All up to Luna to stall this out. Not gonna be using any of that sorts. And 3-3-2 finishes the job. And now MIR Gaming is at match point.
It did not look good at first, Riku. Perfectionists, they had the toxic screen. MIR Gaming, they were at utility disadvantage, but they just kind of pushed up through. And once the screen was down, look at the mechanical skill from players such as Flick. Being able to get that heads up to up around yellow, her teammates, BB as well, pushing in. That is how they push Perfectionists back. And then not just committing to the kills too, they body blocked. They came in to stick that defuse, and this is now Perfectionist's last stand.
Will we see that overtime from the checklist earlier, or will MIR Gaming truly finish this off? Elubu with an aggressive 2 approach, but 3-3-2 is right there underneath. Has other plans. Elubu, though, has already penetrated through their defenses, but they know where she is. Haze has eyes on her. Flick with a very ninja-like approach, but gets spotted by Twirly. But at the end of the day, the numbers advantage is towards MIR Gaming here. Dorothy with a Blade Storm right up, lockdown, even drop. And there's so many utility not in their favor. They're stuck in this corner, Quack.
Oh, pin down.
Everywhere. And Dorothy finishes this series 2-1 with the Blade Storm to the face.
What a map. I can't believe MIR Gaming has just done this. 13-11. It could have been an overtime.
Yep.
And unfortunately, a bit of a heartbreaking loss for Perfectionists. They were this close to extending it. They were this close to finding yet another round or to potentially take that lead. But down to those tiny little moments, it's just MIR Gaming. They are so good at playing with your expectations. Final round, and all of a sudden, they start pushing up.
Exactly. Like, that was the first time that we've seen 332 actually place herself far forward onto tubes. That was the first time. That was also the first time that Eliwu actually climbed up to tubes herself. So it's just one of those things where who gets to execute the most surprising element in this final crucial round.
Very unfortunate, but you know what? This is just such an incredible debut. Are you okay? Oh, good job.
Oh, I mean, it's a good momentum booster. Imagine this is your first LAN, first game of Game Changer Pacific, and then you win the fact. It's so good. It's such a good story for MIR Gaming.
That's just like polite fist taps.
Yeah.
But yes, I mean, the story for MIR Gaming, just incredible plays, incredible players, and the way that they work together as well. Meanwhile, for Perfectionists, they really have the individuals to really pull it off. But then just down to some of these moments where you really start to feel that pressure, it's just so much, especially on the stage. I mean, I can't believe that this is what happened down to 13-11.
Especially, you know, MIR Gaming had to come off from a very tough loss at Haven. That's such a good comeback.
Yeah, incredible comeback for sure. The way that they worked around the utility, the way that they kind of switched around their setups, especially from the coach timeouts and stuff. You can really see in some of these moments where they are, once again, not overextending, not overcommitting. They recognize that we have numbers advantage. I'm just going to stick on the spike, body block things. And that's how they play. Always together as a team, pretty disciplined, not, you know, too emotional. Meanwhile, Perfectionists, it's just like really unfortunate for them that sometimes, you know, playing against the back foot, they almost tied things up. They almost push themselves into overtime, but it's like star plays. It's 3-3-2. It's BB being able to control and find those heads-up duels around yellow so many times.
It feels like every player from MIR is able to get a highlight off of this, and I feel like, yeah, you're right. 3-3-2 towards the very end, a very important build to just break formation. At that point, after that first blood, it felt like it was just scrambling for a lot of other picks, and after that, it was just over.
Yeah. This might just be, you know, our very first match ever, like Game Changer Pacific, but it already feels this intense. I just cannot wait to see, you know, what other matches we have. But at the same time, right? I mean, it really shows that both teams definitely deserve to be here. Perfectionists, they might have lost, but they are so good, and they still have a chance to continue playing.
Yeah, absolutely. It is GSL, of course, and Perfectionists. It was so close.
They had more first kills than MIR.
Yes, right? It's crazy. They were really mixing it up at the first few seconds of the round. It really kept MIR Gaming on their toes, but it felt like, you know, we should match that if we want to win this series.
Yeah, that's what it really is. Unfortunately, you know, it clearly wasn't quite matched, and MIR Gaming definitely played the objective a lot better. They're losing out in, you know, thrifties, rounds where it's like first kills, even the, you know, clutches, but the more steady rounds, the ones where they have a clear advantage, logical decision making, playing the objective, it's very clear that that's where they shine the most. So that's what they did best, and that's how they will continue to prevail.
MIR Gaming really, truly impressed us here at Game Changer Pacific, and of course, it's Dorothy being the MVP of that map, because again, this is literally her zone.
Yeah, didn't quite break her record of 26 kills, I think,
Almost there.
but very, very close to it, right? Yeah. I mean, you can see that very clearly. Perfectionists, they often start off the round like pretty well, first kills, topping out against Dorothy, Casper. But at the end of the day, a lot more kills are evened out across the board for MIR because of players like 332, BB as well.
Yeah.
Maybe even Flick sometimes. Not so much on this map, but
True.
on the previous maps for sure. And that's what you want to see from a team like this. Like everyone being able to step up, everyone being sent off onto different plans, different missions, whether or not it's to check mid
Yeah.
or to pull off some incredible lurks. And they're always so good for a lot of these plays. MIR Gaming is an incredible team. I just wonder, like, who's gonna be like, who would you want to interview? Who do you want to see on the stage?
Ooh.
I know you're a big Flick fan,
Flick
but
fan. Okay, you know what? I feel like Dorothy definitely because having to come back from having to have a hard time matching up Elovu at Haven and having to give this performance onto Icebox to get that reset, and to be one of the reasons on why Icebox was very successful for them. So Dorothy,
yeah,
for me.
I certainly hope that we get to listen and hear what she has to say as well. I mean, that this is like, again, such a tremendous opportunity for all the teams, all the players here. And for them to be on this stage, like, what does it feel like? You know?
Yeah, that's true. Especially it's their first time, maybe even first time seeing each other like as a group, as a team. But yeah, this is a really good showing. We kept talking about the parallels of the other team, but of course, let's send it over to Mika on stage to listen to the winner's interview.
With BB of MIR Gaming on stage. BB, 안녕하세요. 축하해요.
안녕하세요. 감사합니다.
For that first win here at Game Changers Pacific. And of course, we have Hannah to help with some translation. Now, I just saw you getting so hyped during so many rounds. So are you the type of IGL that really leads the energy in the team?
네, 일단 GCPacific 첫 번째 승리를 가져가게 돼서 정말 축하드리고요. 경기 도중에 굉장히 신나는 모습을 많이 보여주셨는데 평소에도 그렇게 활기찬 이제 성격이신지 궁금합니다.
네, 저희 팀원도 아무래도 애들이 흥이 넘치다 보니까 저도 같이 흥이 넘치게 되는 것 같아요. 팀 덕분에.
Yeah, so all of our teammates are very energetic as well. So I'm just vibing with them during the games.
We can definitely feel the vibes, especially in those last few rounds. So I understand that there was a bit of a coach change just before this tournament. So how did that change the way the team plays?
네, 이번 GCPacific에 오시면서 코치님이 이제 바뀌신 걸로 아는데요. 혹시 그게 팀한테 어떤 영향을 줬는지 궁금합니다.
딱히 나쁜 영향은 없었고 저희 잘 이끌어 주시고 전략적인 부분에서도 많은 도움을 주셨어요.
As of now, there's nothing negative about it. He really gave us a lot of strategies during the game and positive feedback, so it's really good for us right now.
And final question, which team in this tournament are you guys most excited to play against?
네, 마지막 질문인데요. 혹시 이번 GCPacific 때 가장 만나고 싶은 팀이 있을까요?
저는 일본 팀의 제타 디비전.
Zeta Division from Japan.
Zeta Division. Oh, we're going to look forward to that matchup. BB, thank you very much for
Thank
your
you.
time. 감사합니다. We're going to throw it to a quick break, but when we come back, it's going to be SISU versus Swag Lord 9000.
Staying humble cause I have to grow. Don't need no distractions, so they gotta go. In my flow, keeping hopes high. Gotta try and survive, it's my life. So I strive to be the best, and I say that with my chest. Now I'm rising above my station, no limitations. When they assign me to win, I'm ready for graduation. Trained up, prepared for every situation. Don't be confused, just say congratulations. This is God-given, ain't no restrictions. They always talking but ain't got no diction. Every fairy with it, but I'm scary with it. You'll get buried in it, horror like I'm carrying it. On a mission, be the best, not like any of the rest. Got the goals, ain't got stress. I already made the cut and I already passed the test. Now you already passed the test. Now I'm rising above my station, no limitations. When they assign me to win, I'm ready for graduation. Trained up, prepared for every situation. Don't be confused, just say congratulations. It's time to deliver, and you shiver through your spine. Never give it up, never give it up. My mind is clear. I'm the winner, this is mine. Never give it up, never give it up. It's time to deliver, sending shivers through your spine. My mind is clear. with my chest.
Ready right now, ready right now. Came for the win, gonna win hands down. This ain't a game, where's my motherfucking crown? Give it to me right now, let me grab it right now. Ready right now, ready right now. We don't ever lose, cause we got it right now. Push you in the face with a score right now. You don't like it where it is, come and see me, you a clown. Ready right now, ready right now. Ready right now, ready right now. Ready right now, ready, ready right now. Hey, ready right now. Ready right now. Ready right now, ready, 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 ready right now, ready right now, ready right now, come and see me, you a clown. Ready right now, ready right now, ready right now, come and see me, you a clown. Ready right now, ready right now, we came to win cause the winners hands down. Ready right now, we came to win cause the winners hands down. Ready right now, ready right now. Came for the win, gonna win hands down. This ain't a game, where's my fucking crown? Give it to me right now, let me grab it right now. Ready right now, ready right now. We don't ever lose, cause we got it right now. Push you in the face with a score right now. You don't like it where it is, come and see me, you a clown. Ready right now, ready right now. Ready right now, ready right now. Ready right now, ready, ready right now. Hey, ready right now. Ready right now. Ready right now, ready, 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 ready right now. Ready, 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 ready right now. Ready, 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 ready right now. Ready right now.
I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I am no regular citizen. Do you understand what you're witnessing? You cannot tell what the difference is. I want it all and I'm winning it. I do not care about opinions. Time to make a few decisions so I can take a position. I'ma go get it, I'm punching and kicking. I keep on moving, they off of me. Just do it and stop at I'm talking G. I'm not expressing no modesty. I can't see nobody stopping me. If there's a problem, I gotta solve it. Straight to the top, I can't see myself falling. I gotta grab it, there's no time for stalling. Number one son that don't have other options. Now I'm fired up. I'm sorry, brother, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. I came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. Said I'm fired up. I'm sorry, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. Came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up.
Put me in the ring like a king. I'll go off, beat you to the punch, leave you stunned, and I won't stop till I'm the last one standing. And they call me champion. When it's do or die, everything's on the line. I won't back down until victory is mine. I'll be the last one standing when they call me champion. You know it's a matter of time, a matter of time before I come to get what's mine. I'm a fighter. I'm a fighter. You know it's a matter of time, a matter of time. I'm a fighter. I'm a fighter.
Staying humble cause I have to grow. Don't need no distractions, so they gotta go. In my flow, keep it above my station, no limitations. When they assign me to win, I'm ready for graduation. Trained up, prepared for every situation. Don't be confused, just say congratulations. This is God-given, ain't no restrictions. They always talking but ain't got no diction. Every fairy with it, but I'm scary with it. You'll get buried in it, horror like I'm carrying it. On the mission, be the best, not like any of the rest. Got the goals, ain't got stress. I already made the cut and I already passed the test. Now you already passed the test. Now I'm rising above my station, no limitations. When they assign me to win, I'm ready for graduation. Trained up, prepared for every situation. Don't be confused, just say congratulations. It's time to deliver, sending shivers through your spine. Never give it up, never give it up. My mind is clear. I'm the winner, this is a mine. Never give it up, never give it up. It's time to deliver, sending shivers through your spine. My mind is clear. I'm the winner. This is mine. Never give it up. Now I'm rising above my station, no limitations. When they assign me to win, I'm ready for graduation. Trained up, prepared for every situation. Don't be confused, just say congratulations. Never give it up. Now I'm rising above my station, no limitations. When they assign me to win, I'm ready for graduation. Trained up, prepared for every situation. Don't be confused, just say congratulations. Time to deliver, sending shivers through your spine. Never give it up, never give it up. My mind is clear. I'm the winner, this is a mine. Never give it up, never give it up. So I strive to be the best, and I say that with my chest.
Ready right now, ready right now. Came for the win, gonna win hands down. This ain't a game, where's my motherfucking crown? Give it to me right now, let me grab it right now. Ready right now, ready right now. We don't ever lose, cause we got it right now. Push you in the face with a score right now. You don't like the way it is, come and see me, you a clown. Ready right now, ready right now. Ready right now, ready right now. Ready right now, ready, ready right now. Hey, ready right now, ready right now. Ready right now, ready, 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 ready right now, ready right now, ready right now, come and see me, you a clown. Ready right now, ready right now, ready right now, come and see me, you a clown. Ready right now, ready right now, we came to win cause the winners hands down. Ready right now, ready right now, we came to win cause the winners hands down. Ready right now, ready right now. Came for the win, gonna win hands down. This ain't a game, where's my motherfucking crown? Give it to me right now, let me grab it right now. Ready right now, ready right now. We don't ever lose, cause we got it right now. Push you in the face with a score right now. You don't like the way it is, come and see me, you a clown. Ready right now, ready right now. Ready right now, ready right now. Ready right now, ready, ready right now. Hey, ready right now, ready right now. Ready right now, ready, 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 ready right now. Ready, 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 ready right now. Ready, 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 ready right now.
want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I am no regular citizen. Do you understand what you witnessing? You cannot tell what the difference is. I want it all and I'm winning it. I do not care about opinions. Time to make a few decisions so I can take a position. I'ma go get it, I'm punching and kicking. I keep on moving, they offer me. Just do it and stop at our talking G. I'm not expressing no modesty. I can't see nobody stopping me. If there's a problem, I gotta solve it. Straight to the top, I can't see myself falling. I gotta grab it, there's no time for stalling. Number one stunner, don't have other options. Now I'm fired up. I'm sorry, brother, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. I came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I want it now, and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gon' back down. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. Said I'm fired up. I'm sorry your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. Came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up.
You to the punch, leave you stunned, and I won't stop till I'm the last one standing, and they call me champion. When it's do or die, everything's on the line. I won't back down until victory is mine. I'll be
everyone strive to reach the peak. Zoe is here, participating in every frame, perfecting the view for every battle. From Seoul to the world, Zoe strives for perfection, knowing that every frame is crucial to victory. As the tournament rages on, Zoe stands with you.
Battle. Every frame. Every frame. Every frame. Every frame. Every frame.
Welcome to VCT Game Changer Pacific.
Prepare for the duel. She takes one.
Welcome back to VCT Game Changers Pacific. We are about to get into our second series of the day between SISU and Swag Lord 9000. Gotta love saying that name. You gotta say the whole thing.
We gotta say it right now.
Swag Lord 9000. Only on Game Changers, people. Only on Game Changers. Wow, I had a little bit of the GB vibe there. Only on Game Changers. Folks. We're gonna get into some Valorant action. But we really are, because our first series of the day was quite a surprise. It went the distance. I'm expecting this one to deliver as well, especially since you have some very interesting players that we are gonna be seeing on that stage.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, having to watch SEA as well once more take it on stage is going to be very, very exciting. It's going to be, Series 1 really set the stage on how it's supposed to come around.
Yeah, and Quack, we're seeing some a lot of familiar names, especially on the side of SISU. These are names that we've been seeing for a while in the Game Changer scene, especially in Southeast Asia.
For sure. I mean, just names like Mura and everyone along with them. Just the fact that they actually had this kind of a run this year, in fact, actually. I think it's very interesting to see how SISU has grown as a team, the players growing alongside as well. So I want to see what more they have to offer, like, for this entire tournament. I certainly hope they don't go out too early.
Definitely. I was actually sitting there with them earlier, and getting to know the team as well. And again, you have players, you have a core that has played together for quite a while, right? They're very, very comfortable with each other. And then you have Polly come in for the side of SISU. And Polly, is one of the most experienced players that we have here in the Game Changers scene. Of course, has competed already in Game Changers in Berlin, if I'm not mistaken, from the very beginning. And she's a very powerful controller, always known for those Astra plays. And excited to see how she's going to be leading this team.
For sure. I think she definitely has a lot of experience picked up from the previous Thai teams that she's been on. So that's an interesting thing about this team, is the fact that most of them are from, the Philippines, you guys know, and Polly, who is from the country that we are now in, Thailand. So she's made that video before talking about getting to know her team. They communicate in English. It's a bit of a challenge sometimes, especially, you know, when they do switch over to Tagalog. But Polly managed to keep up, and she learned some words from them as well. So it's already like they're building chemistry together.
I gotta ask which words she learned, but we
Oh.
also saw there Swag Lord 9000 walking in, and this is gonna be really interesting because, as I mentioned, Quack, you know, we have been taken aback by some OS teams not too long ago. I'm prepared to see what they have, you know, what they're going to bring, especially since, you know, that region is one that never fails to surprise me consistently.
Never. I'm already excited. I mean, just like looking through their VLR page, like, oh my God, Deadlock? What? Their Swag Lord 9000?
Have you seen their socials? Oh,
No,
have you seen
I
their socials?
actually have not.
Okay, if you head on over to their socials, they have the most hilarious intro vid. I don't want to spoil it. I don't want to spoil it. But I think everybody should see it. It's an experience. It's an experience.
I mean, the name itself has already pretty much set the tone of what kind of team this
exactly,
is. Yep.
Exactly. So,
and when we talked about picks earlier at the very beginning, like the meta, and I feel like out of all the teams here, again, Swag Lord 9000 is the best team to look at when it comes to the meta. I do think they have 2 Deadlock players even. So depending on the map, like, okay, who wants to play Deadlock? Oh, me, my turn.
Instant double sentinel, maybe? Maybe?
Pretty much, yeah.
Could be.
Yeah.
It's a good strategy these days. But on the side of SISU, also, you know, you have these players that we've been seeing for a while. You have Piety, by the way. Very, very interesting fact about her. Her brother was on Team Secret, actually, as well. So correct me if I'm wrong, but this could be the first brother-sister in VCT that we have. Because we have a lot of brothers in the VCT system.
Yeah.
But I do believe this is the first like brother-sister. Oh, yeah. So we had NDG.
Yeah.
And this is KDG.
KDG.
Yeah.
That's so cute.
Yeah. And looking at their maps. Yeah, esports families. We have a lot of those. We have a lot of those. Looking at the maps that SISU favor over here, I would say that, you know, I guess this is also kind of arbitrary. Just because like they have Lotus, which I have played a lot, but I do think that they wouldn't go into this without having something up their sleeves with regards to the other maps.
Definitely. They've had a bit of time to work on it as well. I mean, clearly some of the official matches that they've played before, like Bind Icebox, for example, maybe not the best performances, but they are playing against a lot of tough teams, especially in Southeast Asia. So maybe they've taken a little bit of time to work on that.
Yeah, and of course going over to Swag Lord 9000 with their maps as well. Again, like as we mentioned earlier, a little bit arbitrary because we know that this region doesn't exactly get as much experience as the other regions. So it's not to say that they might not have anything prepared on, like, say, a set, or they might not do well on a set.
Yeah.
It's just that it just so happened that in those games they maybe did not perform their best.
Yeah, I do feel like there's this common denominator of really loving Lotus. I think maybe because it has something to do with the flexibility, the meta that you could do, and the fact that also both of these teams can play off fairly aggressively as well. So I do see why a lot of the teams kind of favor a lot on the Lotus bit. One thing I'm curious though is the Ascent. I don't think we're gonna be seeing that, and that's my gut feel. But a lot of Haven and Lotus, in general, for me. Yeah, for this entirety of this tournament.
Very popular these days.
Yeah.
With the new meta comes a map meta as well, right?
I will say I anticipate it's either Lotus or some other comfort pick for both teams.
Yeah. I think it's also a trend. Of course, you don't want to reveal your cards like right off the bat, right? But right now, looking at this head-to-head, right? We have Piety and we have Ferret. Very, very cute name, by the way. And it's curious to point out this particular head-to-head just because like you have two players who are just so important at basically being that stopping power for both sides of this. So earlier we focused on a lot of duelists, the entries, but now it's more of like who could be on the back lines or just right after the entry.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when we look at Ferret, I do feel like, especially during the finals, she has been really, really consistent, even during losses of when they would lose, like Swag Lord. If you get to see Ferret always either at the top of the standings almost all the time. That's how consistent she is. She also plays a controller if it's really, really necessary at some points. But that flexibility really helps the way that they shape the meta as well when we look at it from a bird's eye view.
Essentially what you want to look at is, when you have two players like these who can flex into different roles, they are at that pivotal role where they are able to kind of read your opponents, read your teammates, and just be able to provide that support in crucial times.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we're hoping to see, especially since very, very thematic as well. We're seeing how these teams will come together, right? Again, it's a chance for these teams to finally get off of the online kind of like mindset and get off the offline mindset and go on the stage, right? Because it brings out something else, and we saw it from MIR Gaming earlier. We saw it even from Perfectionists, right? The energy is totally different. And as we're saying from our predictions here, we are favoring SISU, but Quack here goes for Swag Lord 9000.
I just got excited. The name, the agent comps sometimes, like having the deadlock, and also like playing that winning on the attacking side of Lotus. That's awesome. I really hope we do get to see the Lotus at some point. But then now that I'm thinking about it, I think someone's going to ban it. So we might not see that today. But I do think that if they are a team that's capable of pulling that off, then they should be a pretty strong team. I'm excited to see what they have for us.
Yep, not to mention it means that, they're not afraid to be a little experimental. They're not afraid to go off meta a bit. And they're not afraid to play agents in unconventional ways, which is actually where Valorant itself evolves. So you get different ideas everywhere. So I'm very excited to see these two teams take the stage. So we're gonna get into our second series of the day, SISU Esports versus Swag Lord 9000.
You can catch us with the badges in the hot cars. If they try to pull us over, it's not ours. Ayy, I got a feeling like a pop star. She says she's sick and tired of love, she just want war. I know they didn't think that we would make it this far. I know they didn't think that we would take it this far. Your boys spinning in pop tarts. Out here trying to keep up with the rock stars. You can catch us with the badges in the hot cars.
Before coming here, we trained hard to compete fiercely against every team, and we believe we will surpass them all.
I know they didn't think that we would make it this far. I know they didn't think that we would take it this.
SISU Esports. Gotta love that video because there's a certain kind of grit to this roster, I feel. Like, they aren't afraid to, be very, very aggressive, especially if you have players like Piety, especially you have players like Sawamura, who has been playing in the Game Changer circuit for a very, very, very long time.
She loves to go aggressive, and it happens so many times. I think just one of the biggest things is their growth throughout this whole year. The fact that they finally managed to clinch a second place in a Game Changer Stage 2.
Yeah, they definitely landed that big, big upset. And I'm sure there's a lot of lesson learned when they went up against Zipto.
Yeah, well, we'll see how much it comes into play, especially since they'll be up against Swag Lord.
We want to prove ourselves and show everyone what we're capable of.
The team with the name we all love to say, but we're gonna see how much swag they actually have as they step on that stage. They do have players like Rosa, for example, who we have seen before in Game Changer Southeast Asia. So how is this roster gonna form their identity on that stage, especially since they're up against maybe one of the stronger teams in this tournament?
Yeah, they definitely have the opportunity to play spoiler here and just really catch everybody, not only SISU, but everybody off guard. And I feel like this first series for them will really set the tone of, the things that they definitely want to prove on stage.
There's so much that they can do, so much that can go wrong as well, but hopefully we see everything come back to life. And then also just the main thing of showing a little bit of love to the Oceania region. We don't always get to see them too often, but now that they're finally here, a lot of chances for them to grow as well, being able to play against some of the other teams, all throughout Asia.
Oh yeah, I think there's always it's always a pleasant surprise whenever we see new teams and new talent, especially from a region that doesn't get enough love, I feel. But I would say for SISU, you do have that pedigree there. You do have a core roster that's very comfortable working together. You have a lot of experience. So I would say that they're coming into this as the favorites in this matchup.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I get their experience again. It's very similar to earlier when we looked at, oh my gosh, my brain sometimes just really fails me. But again, the experience is really going to really help you out here. And I feel like, SL9 can really do the same thing that MIR Gaming did. Get that upset on the board and just really hammer it down.
There's something I want to check here, by the way, as we see going into our map select. If you look at Graham's camera, apparently I learned. I'm looking. Yeah, indeed. Okay, so if you notice, she doesn't play with a mouse pad.
No way.
Yeah, and I thought it's like I thought do you need a mouse pad? Can I get you a mouse pad? And apparently she's just used to it. Yeah.
Different surface.
Yeah,
texture.
I know.
Will definitely change. Wow.
But
Yeah.
if she's used to it.
Used to
She's
different
used to
tables.
it.
Because if I remember correct, she used to play on on the laptop or something.
Oh,
right?
wow.
That is
The adaptation.
grit.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So we're seeing Haven, we're seeing Icebox as well. Bans on Abyss and Sunset. Abyss, I'm not too surprised. I think we're not going to see that until a little bit later.
I'm surprised there's no Lotus pick.
Same here.
Well, Swag Lord 9000 decided to ban that out. Maybe in the next match, but we do have Bind as a potential decider map. So Haven and Icebox are going to be our maps for this second series. And thinking Haven, there's not much information on the side of Swag Lord, but so I think it's decent enough. I wouldn't say it's their best map, but they probably are comfortable.
Essentially, yeah, it's both teams' next most favorite map.
Yeah. So it's nothing too extreme, but it's also them. I feel like they're holding back just a bit, which could be smart. It's early in the tournament.
Yeah, honestly, I do feel like this is also one of the things where they can play a Yoru, maybe on the side of Swag Lord 9000 is the perfect map for it. Just create some chaos and just have unexpected angles. So I'm really excited to see this agent select and see how they do.
Yeah, again, we don't have any information yet for Swag Lord. What they play when they do have the Yoru?
Oh my god, you called it.
I'm so happy to see
my
this from
gosh.
Emmy. They're really doing it. Let's go.
Jet Yoru. Okay, this is very interesting. Because there are some spots on Haven where you can really make use of the gate crash.
Yep.
And of course, the fake out as well, which can always throw opponents off. But mainly, you want to be able to kind of create a lot of presence and throw your opponents off. But the question is, will an experienced team like SISU really get thrown off by that? They're sticking to their own, age-old current composition.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Sawamura on the Neon.
Yeah.
I mean, in another lifetime, she was known as the Jet. So this is going to be very, very exciting as we step into Haven. I'm going to toss it on over to Quack and Riku.
Thank you, Mika. And it's already starting out to be very spicy. Series 1, MIR Gaming, sort of an upset, but this time around, Swag Lord 9000. This can be a very, very good beginning and start for them.
It sounds like Mika just tossed to herself. Anyway.
Now you hear it.
But yeah, for sure. I think this is definitely going to be a very exciting map. Right off the rip, we already have the Yoru being called out by Riku square on. But yes, I do think SISU is going to be an interesting team to watch as well. Right now in this matchup, you've got the Astra, which is not always commonly played anymore. And then, of course, Sawamura on the Neon. She's very, very aggressive. I don't just mean aggressive in the normal sense, but she loves to dive in, sometimes by herself, and still is capable of pulling off frags. She does that in the Southeast Asia region, but will that stand up to a team like Swag Lord 9000?
Exactly, especially in the big stage over here at Game Changer Pacific. But let's start things off. Rosa having to do first contact already, but Polly though, very far ahead. Headshot, the dink, but not enough. Bethany with a good headshot in as well. And they're coming right through. This is so aggressive from Swag Lord. Rosa with the additional frag. This is chaos already at round number 1.
Yeah, sticking together. Very unfortunate that Polly got caught out in position. So now it's going to be SISU trying to pick up pieces.
Spike planted.
Doesn't seem like it's gonna happen. It's all down to Khan. The only thing she can do from C-Long is just to try to find players who maybe peek into her.
Especially with 3 members damaged already. Maybe that's the opportunity, but everybody knows where she is, especially after that dart. And Ferret finishes off the... Wow! Wow, Quack, what a start!
That is one hell of a crossfire.
Yeah.
2 players on both sides. Then you got the third one staring at you. Very, very tough situation to be in. But essentially, it's this start of the round that all turns things away. I don't think Polly was expecting them to be there. I think she was maybe trying to go under window, if anything. But then you just have Swaglord 9000. Oh my god, you gotta love seeing
It's the best.
all of them bunching up together.
Time to jump.
Just sticking as a group, and there's this innate paranoia that you have to think about. Where's that gate crash? And I assume that Emmy's gonna slowly, especially once the dimensional drift is up, it may even cause even more confusion later on.
Okay, well, at least SISU is trying to be proactive on the eco round. All pistols, all creeping up C. A lot of information gained. If anything, Khan might be able to receive as Swaglard pushes up into A site, but she's actually not positioned for it. She's still anticipating a B hit, and it's not happening. So at this point, it could just be SISU trying to play catch up while Swaglord walks into a free A site. Look at all that free real estate.
Yeah, it's just a lot, and there's 2 layers of tripwire as well after the first. And the timing, quite unfortunate for the side of SISU. They had the right idea, but SL9 is just much faster at this.
Kind of gave it to him. Okay, took down Rosa though. That's an outlaw available.
Might be free, having to dash right through Salmora. We are able to sense that Salmora is up to something here, as Khan does have vision over here. Having to go from heaven. And that Cubby and that kill from Alana. Really nicely done by SL9. And Heidi's the only one left, but surrounded by the rest. And there is a clean round for Swaglord 9000.
Kind of tried to use that outlaw like as if it were a double-barreled shotgun. She just like went straight in, not instead of like scoping in. So unfortunately, she was actually the first one to fall, so that outlaw was kind of useless for her. Meanwhile, for Swaglord 9000, they did lose quite the number of guns though, so it's not the best thing for them. But let's see how they can actually recover from this. They've got a couple of sheriffs. And they are always trying to switch things up. I love that they actually had Bethany kind of watching out towards C-Long. But SISU right now, this is what we're talking about. Sawamura loves to push out.
Exactly, like right now, but is spotted. That is just the clone as they go towards B. Look at the utility at C, by the way. It's just riddled with them.
Very easily read already, though, from Swaglord. They just hearing those sprints from the high gear, and they instantly went into B. Now Lana's holding out back line.
And imagine, this is the bonus of SISU, and there's already -1 on the side of their team. Salmora already tapping the spike, but gets spotted out by the camera. They're gonna dash right through, paranoid. Polly with a double kill on the Guardian. Emmy's trying to salvage this round and make sure that they secure it, but the defuse is gonna stick. But the pre-fire through the smoke is gonna work out. Bethany with a headshot. Emmy finishing the round as well. Clean for SL9.
Just converting the bonus. They always start off these rounds with such a significant advantage just because they are reading the map, reading the movements from SISU, getting the spike down early.
Yeah.
From that point on, they have the advantage. They just play around those positions, and that's what you're seeing right now. In the replay, it's very clear. They just wait for the SISU to run over to the spike, and it's just very clear lines of sight where all they gotta do is just kind of spray through, watch out for that spike defuse, get some kills in, and SISU, it's just tough for them to try to catch up with. It's all sheriffs once again.
Yeah, that's true. They have to like really try to make use of Sawamura's movements here, having to be very aggressive at A lobby, but to no avail so far.
Yeah, not quite. So much presence around A lobby, but once again, SL9, like if you're them, just, okay, I'll go see.
Oh my gosh, they pre-fired. They know what's up.
I know exactly.
The plan was intact. And Emmy with first blood. Again, just so good, like good reads from SL9.
Incredibly good checks. But now, trying to hold into garage. They're doing a very good job of trying to hold space and prevent SISU from breaking into sight.
Maybe this is the key here. Emmy is still staying Cybercade's about to expire, and now he has vision. Grams with a headshot on that Sheriff. Ferret and Rosa, though, has a really good retaliation. And so far, so good for SL9.
Sawamura still trying to push up. She's got to face off against Rosa. Oh.
Quite unfortunate there with a bunch of Sheriffs, and 4-0 start for Swaglord 9000 here.
Yeah, this is just a similar round to that pistol that we just saw. The retakes into C-side continuously gets blocked off by Swaglord just because they have so many players alive, so many players covering all of these positions.
Yeah.
And you can't have that if you're SISU. They really need to rethink about, you know, players like Sawamura going for a lot of these early positional plays. You might be able to push up a lobby, but if you keep doing that and Swaglord just recognizes it, they take, you know, so little time to just rotate. And, you know, it's diminishing returns at that point.
That's true. The way that they're so confident to strike, pick a site and strike, and to just plant the spike afterwards. Unable to spot out anyone just yet. No one is there by sewers, so it's all okay.
Yeah, this time, you know, they just kind of anticipated, okay, this time they're not going to be around A. We will still check with like a clone or something, but nobody's here. And they have so much space to just go into A side. There are bits of Killjoy utility from Piety. That's it.
Yeah, that's it. Alarm bot even down now. Swarm takes a little bit. Fast lane already activated. Piety gets a double at that. Good defense for them, and Spike is down, so they need to recover. Khan gets another kill. Emmy, though, thought she could get another, but looks like this is a fortress. Ferret gonna try to set up the flank, but I think they have anticipated where the last player would be, especially the shots did not hit. Now Ferret, she's forced to back away. Polly, no, Sawamura with the overdrive is gonna finish it off. And Sisu, finally they get to break momentum.
And this is how you use Neon to your advantage. Just the rotational timings, you never quite can expect it. Earlier on, Sawamura might have been around C, but as soon as Piety calls it, they are pushing towards A. She can instantly sprint towards the A site and come in alongside Piety to deny that spike plant. I think that was something that Swaglord did not expect. They kind of thought that the side was clear. They had, you know, bits of recons here and there, but it just didn't really ping anyone. And just through that little window of opportunity, Sisu managed to slip through. So now, ultimate's online once again. Sawamura trying to get more info, but Swaglord once again tries to go in for that C-split push in towards Garage. So Sawamura has an opportunity to try to continue on the offensive to catch them from behind.
They're anticipating it. They're actually looking at window.
Waiting and watching. A little bit of an owl drone as well from Khan outside of B. So suddenly very aware to watch their backs.
Oh dear, oh dear! No, Polly's able to at least get that kill. So now it's a 1-for-1. Rosa entering Garage. Now it's smoked out for a little bit. But here comes Piety, still holding her position, but forced to give it up because of that dart, that recon. Fast lane to save her, and it works out pretty well. Grams with a kill onto Rosa. And now, still no spike plan. They need to keep pushing their space onto Garage. They need to make a choice.
Yeah, they're trying to find a different approach, a different site maybe. Emmy on the lurk though.
Let's see here, 96 HP. I don't think she's spotted just yet. Might spot out 2 players. I'm not sure what happened right there, but maybe we'll see the conclusion of that one. Piety gets that frag. And now it's actually back to C. The spike is at C.
And that is from the Shadows plays. Bethany doing a good job with the Omen, but still, it's a 2-on-4 retake. That's not a very easy thing to do. Bethany trying to make use of the dark cover, so this could pay off, but it's also a bit of a one-and-done spot.
Yeah. That's true. Oh, actually, the 2 of them are gonna just go there aggressively, but the stun's gonna make it difficult. There's the flash, but they're winning, Alana! But Con and Grams just take that away, and they're able to get the defuse down.
Yeah, good initial kills. Could have let that one slip, but Swaglord, you know, being the lords, they they managed to hold things tight. And that's just, again, the team play from Swaglord 9000. They are doing a very good job of this entire attacking half so far. They're always sticking together, always being able to come up with some trades, and they are always just being very aware of what they can pull off. I mean, Graham did a pretty good job from before, but then just once Swaglord 9000 comes in together as a full force like this, it's very difficult to fend them off, essentially.
And honestly, I think that's the reason why we get to see that at the KDA at least. It's very reflective of their performances. Feels like everybody gets a piece of the action per round, and that's the score that we see now.
Right, so many kills. Number 5. You got the ultimates now. And this time, wow, utilizing the Yoru, the dimensional drift to clear out and do some recon work.
Wiz even coming out of there, but just for some confusion as they enter the site. But the paranoid's gonna hit Rosa, so Polly gets that kill. There's another flash to fend them off on towards this half of the site, but Alana gets a kill onto Grahams. But now they have an idea. They're below platform at the backside. As Bethany gets the peek down. Khan has her back though, so it's trades for trades. But the numbers disadvantage on towards SL9, but Alana's keeping it even. Emmy though gets the flash down, and she can't see a single thing. Sawamura coming from that angle, as now it's 100 AP. She slides through, finds the head. Sawamura with the clutch.
Almost managing to tuck her head back into the boxes, but Sawamura, I mean, this is what she does best. She's always so just on the go. And as an opponent, you're not quite able to react in time just because she's that fast. But at the same time, I mean, it was a bit of that team flash from Emmy. Very unfortunate for Alana. But once again, they were very close to getting the site.
It all boiled down into that 1v1. And it's just really close, and now it's very reflective on the gap in the score. And Sawamura just peeking very early, will not get blinded, but will get the scan towards the left, already gets the teleport. So Sawamura just says, I'm out of here.
Wow, B-site!
Yeah, that's insane.
Polly being able to do so much. She had the gravity well from before to set up Sawamura, but then also holding down the line. So Swaglord 9000 suddenly feeling a little bit claustrophobic. A lot of map control, a lot of presence exerted everywhere.
Now they're pushing from B as well. Ferret is able to get that trade off at least, but Emmy retaliates as well. Let's see now towards Cubby. Ferret, the duo ship of these two players. They really have each other's backs, but Piety, Piety's other plans. And someone's at window, that's gonna be Khan. It's a 1v2 situation. Now they know where the last person is. And let's see how Ferret plays this one out.
Yeah, this is the experience from SISU speaking in the game, because they always they are able to play together so well. Whether or not it's just all across the map or pushing out together as a team, they're also capable if they have the numbers. But of course, Ferret trying to play around the spike. She's got 30 seconds, able to rotate all around. The Aldrone spots nothing though.
Oh my gosh, no way! She had the right idea. But unfortunately, it didn't pan out too well. Now they're even.
Yeah, 2 players together. A little bit tough to find those shots, but almost managing to do it. If she went in for like the strafe shot and tucked back in very quickly, like kind of a preemptive shot, might have been a different story. But otherwise, it's still both teams quite even, because SISU are very good at reading this and then trying to adapt. Early on, it was like that Yoru dimensional drift, but you saw that Polly or Piety was still able to find the frag despite you know, all these little antics.
And they're still not stopping the gravity well Sawamura onto sewers, by the way. They're still trying to keep it in their back pocket and still make that available.
And that's just so much control being exerted by Polly as well. Look at how she's still coming back in to check B once again. But this time, it's a lot of presence towards Garage. Piety just staying tucked away. Support from Grahams.
Exactly. Piety through the smoke, Khan as well, they're everywhere. They gotta look towards their back now. The Yoru is on their side. And SL9 now, the adaptation of SISU is just really good.
You can really see like the mastermind like for SISU's game plan. That's what the stars outside of A lobby are for. That's why you've got Polly kind of watching B, especially with a very tiny, tight angle. And then also just Khan, just being able to send out recon from like different positions, Grams and Piety working together to anchor down C site. It's very difficult for Swaglord 9000 all of a sudden to figure out how to break around the sites. So that's what this timeout is for. They have the Yoru, they have options and ways to kind of play around it. One of the things that you definitely want to solve early on though is Sawamura towards A.
Oh yeah, I agree with you there. It's like you're put on a fork road. Do we want to be playing that game with her and just take the fight? That's a little risky with the gravity well, the nebula, everything in their favor for control.
Little bit, but if you have the players who can pull it off, and we have seen that mechanical skill from Alana before, she might be able to make it happen. I mean, there are, a lot of spots, ledges, outside of A lobby they can hop up on to gain vision in towards sewers, in towards A short. And she might be able to shut down Sawamura if the team kind of works their way around that. So it's one of those things where you want to read to how SISU might play. But then again, with a timeout like this, SISU gets to talk as well, so they might change up their game plan.
That's true. I mean, they have been picking up the pace. They're forcing the game or every round to progress much faster with the way that they're positioning on these things. It does feel like they're forcing Swaglord 9000 to not take their time. You gotta make a decision. If you're stuck in one spot waiting for something to happen, you're gonna get surrounded eventually by a lot of the SISU members.
Yeah, SISU, they just push out on all fronts. That's so what's the word I'm looking for? It's just so much crowd control. It's so much space being taken away so many times. And right now it's towards A. It could go towards C as well.
Yeah.
And that's why you have Sawamura working alongside Poli. It's incredible how they're able to do this.
It's the fact that the setup is like, okay, do we go C? Killjoy's there. Do we go A? Lobby, Sawamura, and the Astra setups are there. So B is usually something that they want to attack from garage or just in general straight up.
Experience for SISU. Piety, we were talking about her in the pre-show. But I think Poli as well is a very, very big player to look at. And here comes Sawamura.
There she goes! There she goes again, but still no kills. Paranoid's gonna shut her down. Rosa is gonna retaliate herself and dashes through.
I can't believe that she's doing that. Oh my word. Sawamura. Now she's tapered off.
Good thing she got to escape, by the way.
Yes.
Okay, B seems to be the angle here. They're surrounded now, but the headshot from Khan. A fadeaway shot, enough for her to back up. But someone's a link, by the way. Piety is right there, but Barrett finally is able to take her down. The Rolling Thunder sends them jumping up and down, but not for joy. As Khan is able to follow that up. They're lined up for the shot. The spike is down, and now they have no choice but to take this fight. And SISU has them under their hands, and it's so hard to retaliate from that.
After like a 4-0 start, this is now SISU 6 rounds in a row, Riku. Just incredible plays. Khan now pulling out the operator. Sawamura building closer to another overdrive. Swaglord 9000, I mean, they have this Euro for a reason. We want to see them being able to kind of work around the map, especially when it's, SISU trying to push out so many times. I mean, Sawamura trying to push out so many times.
Yeah. And no, kill punish. Maybe just a little bit of damage here and there, but Sawamura manages to escape every single time.
Yeah, this time not so much, though. Just jumping over to send off a relay bolt. I don't know if that was a good idea because it's early resources being thrown away. Meanwhile, Swaglord 9000 doing a very good job. This time, they just kind of tuck away. Let SISU do their thing. Whether it's a gravity well or a relay bolt, let them do it. And then we slowly start to retake space across the map.
Yeah, it's almost as if they're hurting SL9. Go to B, because you're basically stuck in this one site, and then we can envelop the entire perimeter after that.
Yeah. Perimeter right now, though, still kind of far away. Star being reclaimed and just placed closer back off. So SISU falling back into his more defensive positions now. Swaglord 9000 has an opportunity to push in.
But Sawamura trying to play very cheeky play here. There's the Hunter's Fury to prevent the spike to be planted. And they buy so much time. Polly in a very good angle here. Gets the first, the second, and the third! Polly! What a play!
Just inside a garage at point blank range, she managed to spray them down.
There could be an additional kill from Sawamura. Grams is going to finish the job. That was just so clean from Polly.
Last round in the half.
The playmaker of the round. If she didn't get that, that would have been a very different story. But look at how she crouches down, kind of even tucking behind the door as well. Lana couldn't see her. And then, of course, Sawamura for the final few kills. But that is a round where I think Swaglord 9000 in the early parts of the round had the right ideas to draw out utility, draw out the ultimate, the Hunter Sphere from Khan, but then not quite able to finish off the job once they wanted to push in.
And that's why they were forced off the garage. But this could be speed, and Sawamura is trying to catch up, trying to rotate around. Piety, though, decides to do a forward position here. might fire some shots or might hold down as she's not spotted just yet. Now they know, but the first kill is always the most important one. Alana gets that answer back to jump outside the smoke though, as Khan gets a double and they clean slate SISU with a 4-round lead.
Yeah, this is such a good first half. They didn't drop a single round after the initial beginning. And that's, once again, it's Polly doing so much with her smokes. Just because she's an Astra, she places it down. And it's difficult for Swaglord 9000 to push through.
Let's see how they come back for the second half here. But before that, we're going to take a short break. Welcome back, everybody, to the SISU versus SL9 matchup. Now at the second half of the first map for them. And right now, SISU is in a big lead at the moment.
Yeah, a lot of these players on the SISU squad have so much experience. So many of them now playing together for quite a long time as well. So they are very used to each other's tendencies. Polly, of course, being able to provide so much support for the team. I mean, 11 kills, but also 10 assists, and that's because she's all over the map, omnipresent with her stars. Swaglord 9000, once again, you have this double duelist. You have the Yoru.
Yeah.
You want to see it being able to gate crash all across the map, especially on this defensive side. She can provide a lot of support.
And that's exactly what we expect from her. Ferret, able to deal that first blood, very important. -1, but Sawamura might keep pressing the issue here, but Emmy going around from Garage, flash for safety. And Piety doing a little bit of a lurk here. I don't think they're ready for this. They have eyes on it, but they don't get the shots to land. Piety re-angling herself. And the sidestep repositioning as well might meet eye to eye with Alana here. And the ghost shots still hit their mark. And they now are focused a lot on Sabi. Sawamura with the kill, and they win this round.
Pistol being picked up right off the bat, and this could be double digits for SISU. Very huge for them in this entire map, and it once again is experience showing for SISU, because you're seeing, yes, an initial death, but off of that, instantly you got the whole team reading the situation. Like, okay, it's a death. We hurt the Yoru as well, so probably the rest of them are trying to rotate over. So as long as we have players like Piety watching out for angles, they definitely will be able to catch them off of rotation. So now even buying out the Bulldogs, a lot of them have full armor as well.
Go, go, go.
It's a very huge potential for them to carry on this momentum towards the end of the map.
Oh, very true. Oh, did she hear? I think she heard the jump. And the Bulldog shots gonna hit their mark, even the headshot onto Rosa. Piety coming up huge here. Unable to get the kill on Emmy, but that's okay. Damage is done. Maybe a free upgrade though, but Khan is there to protect that.
Well, Alana has snuck herself in towards this lobby position. At least hearing the footsteps, but now you can see that Polly is just checking as well.
Oh, thought that was going to be a gravity well or some sort. There's the owl drone for safety, but off the owl drone, but unable to, actually still able to get the kill. Good try though, because it's still a 3v2.
Yeah, some guns getting taken away now from SISU. So again, it's the Sheriffs one shot could be the difference. But right now, they are too far off on the other sides of the map to even do anything.
Yeah.
Of course, Polly with the smokes as well.
Yeah, no gate crash or anything to play around the map. But they must attempt. They're going to be coming from both ends of the site. So they might cause a little bit of confusion and chaos here. Ferret trying to peek already, landing a couple of shots, but no damage just yet. Emmy. Coming from
Last player
Let's see how she does. Graham's eliminate Ferret.
Nice.
The headshot is there. Still no trade on HP whatsoever. So this still could be. But Sawamura says, no, we're going for the double digits now.
I can't believe Sawamura just did that too.
Get ready.
She actually, like, it's the sheriff. I'm
Gun
fine.
here. Yeah.
Walks on over, picks up a gun, flicks back to get the... Like, that is... Wow. Very assertive.
Yeah. Just flexing a little bit here from Sawamura.
It is 10-4, but the full buy from Swaglord 9000. And once again, we want to see more from the Yoru. So far, the defensive setups have been pretty, I guess, normal. But SISU, they are all over the map. Again, look at the stars.
The stars are pretty much set up to protect that A lobby. Sawamura, of course, she's leading the charge here, but doesn't see anyone.
Essentially, she's able to kind of hop back if she needs to, while the rest of her team goes back in to check.
Oh.
I think they like what they see, and they are looking to aggress into the site, waiting for Grams to set us up.
True. And there's Piety doing it again. But there's two members watching the links, by the way, so Piety should be careful. There's the star. Polly close up some entrances, but Bethany is able to deny that away. Here comes the attack onto A, the slide from Sawamura. Polly finds the one towards the corner, make that a double upgrade on the gun for free.
And that is why Polly is the player that you want to watch. Look at how she uses her stars. Look at how she even finds kills with nothing but a sheriff.
Crazy.
So much picked up from the previous Thai teams that she's played on. So much experience and just game sense being picked up all across. Now Swaglord 9000 still going in for the retake. Starting things off, the catalyst will be Emmy.
Exactly, the macro and the micro really showing up here as they check on Cubby. Summer tries to escape, but it's not going to work out. Graham with another kill. Polly with a 4K! We were literally just talking about her. She is indeed the player to watch over here now.
Can't believe it. I mean, before this, she was like on Full Sense Sapphire or X-Sense Sapphire before that. And she's learning from all of her teammates, right? Like Jinny, for example. And that's a very big name in Asian Valorant or Counter-Strike if you're familiar. And she's learning so much from all of this, and she brings that experience to her current team as well. Look at how she actually uses the gravity well to stifle that retake. Look at how, oh, I love this gamer posture. But I also love how she's actually supporting Sawamura with, it's essentially like an additional breach.
That's true.
Because it's potential stuns, and then Sawamura slides in.
It's just such a perfect setup for a team that's really coordinated. And we, again, the Polly's really flexing right now. Playing an Astra and getting a lot of kills, 4K, having to multitask, go from astral form to another. It's just really good showing from this player.
In this current round, Swaglord 9000 fighting for their lives.
She's the one even leading the charge.
Star place as well, it's a progressional smoke. And then she has an option to call the team off to another part of the map. Swaglord 9000, they are forced to keep some players on the C site while trying to reinforce the other sides, B and A.
They really have no choices, have no information just yet. Brands, though, it's a kill onto Ferret. Sawamura has entered the site. And Piety follows up with another kill. Things are falling apart inside of SL9. Shots are not going to hit. Teleport, gate crash is going to be there. Sorry, shroud step. And Piety is just cleaning up house at the moment. Alana's the only player left here. He's going to get chased down. The headshot's going to land. If you get a 4K Poly, I want one too.
And that is very, very troublesome for Swaglord 9000 because it's two ultimates now online. Polly one away from her Cosmic Divide, which we haven't seen her use that yet. And I can't wait to see like what kind of setup she might have. But meanwhile, for Swaglord 9000, that was, you can definitely feel the effects of them slowly losing their grip on this map. So even though it is match point, they don't have that many rounds ever since that first half, that beginning with a 4-0. they're going to use this timeout to really mentally reset. They might not come away with a win on this map, sure, maybe, who knows? There's still a chance that you could always come back in. But at the very least, right, think about this, just sit and get used to the stage, and then set yourselves up for the next map, which would be their own map pick.
Exactly. It's like the timeout to mitigate some damage for the next upcoming map for them. But SISU are such a good showing. They really need someone to deal with Polly. The fact that your controller, your main controller, is leading the charge, being front-facing, despite so much utility under the belt, that really says something.
Yeah, very objectively speaking, this is a team, or the team that you want your eyes on for this group. They are one of the ones who very likely will make it to playoffs, but who knows how that plays out against some of the other teams in this group as well. I mean, it's that good on Haven, but what about the other maps? So far, you can definitely expect quite a lot, but it's once again the full buy from Swaglord 9000. And okay, interestingly enough, we have Emmy actually pushing out. She hears the sprint towards A site now, and she's setting up at the flank. Maybe exert a bit of pressure, buy the attention away from Heidi to watch the flanks, and then the rest of the team to push through.
That's true. It'll definitely cause a little bit of confusion on their attack as they're just about to enter the site, but they have full control at the moment, and Ferret staying a bit onto Heaven. They do have information, but they haven't gone through just yet. Look at this, Dimensional Drift coming from Emmy. Spots out a lot as Ferret deals first blood. Might use the flash to get out of Dimensional Drift and not gate crash, and use it as a point of confusion. Is she gonna go out? Is she not? It's a 2v1. Polly, the playmaker, she once again could potentially strike for the second time, and the winning round for map number 1. Polly does it again.
She's just smiling. Just look at her, she's just smiling. She was like 10 HP and just came back.
I can't believe that just happened.
I can't believe that just happened either. Was that 13 rounds in a row?
Yeah.
Essentially.
Essentially is.
Yeah, that's true. That was it. That was like, okay, you have 4 rounds, Swaglord 9000, but that's all you're gonna get. We're gonna go all the way. This was such an interesting map as well. You see now the style that SISU wants to put forth on this stage, right? Sawamura definitely, a lot of attention on her after that play, right? But you look at the stats, and it's like, she actually wasn't up on the leaderboard all that much. She was basically going in and playing the Neon almost like a Yoru, right?
True.
Almost like a Yoru, going in, causing a lot of chaos too. Very reminiscent of another Neon that we saw not too long ago. Just causing chaos and letting the team, just play off of all of that information. And it's just like, it's exactly what I wanted, actually. It's exactly what I expected from a player like her, who is known for like such amazing duelist plays. And on the other side as well, Polly definitely showing why she is one of the top IGLs to watch in this tournament, and everybody else coming online as well. So many great plays from everybody on this squad. And on the side of Swaglord 9000, I think it was very, it was a very brave attempt. Yeah. But I just feel like, once SISU was able to get their groove, once all of this started happening, then it was just like really difficult for them to get back that momentum, especially when you have this Neon interface.
It's so relentless. It's like, oh my god, if you're, I'm gonna use boxing. If you're in the corner, right, you're up against the ropes, and your opponent just continues to throw punches on so many different sides, you don't know where to block anymore. Like, at some point, you just fall back into your turtle shell, and you're just waiting for it to stop. And that's kind of what happened to Swaglord 9000, because Samara is pushing. At first, it was on A, and then she came out garage, and then, like, you're never quite sure where else she's gonna show up. So it's very difficult, but at some point, Swaglord 9000 was able to find a little moment of relief, and that's what I like from them. Although they didn't get the round, they were able to pull ultimates out from SISU. So we need more of those plays and things like that, but once you swapped on over onto the other half, that's when it's like that much more difficult, because SISU on the attack is even scary.
Yeah. I agree.
It's like, they were able to deal well with the first layer, but it's just that, you have to peel all of the layers back for SISU, right? It's like, sure, maybe you dealt with Sawamura, who was in your face, but then how are you going to deal with the rest? How are you going to deal with Grams, with Polly, with Pawn, with Piety, right? It's like somewhere in the map, you don't even know where she is.
Yeah, exactly. I think, you know, when we looked at their matchup against Zipto on the grand finals, right, there was a worrying trend when it came to defense. And it's so nice to see all of that sort of get repaired. They're more confident. They're more like coordinated when it comes to these. And it's just so nice to see SISU just really hammer down the pain over here on the first map.
Yeah, and I felt like maybe Swaglord 9000 just didn't really utilize like the Jet Yoru to its full effect, right? Whether that was because they couldn't get the momentum going, or maybe because they have a different idea, or maybe it was just because, you know, SISU was just going too fast for them to fully put it into effect. I think that, you know, there was a lot of missed opportunities here, but I think they're onto something, but we just haven't seen their full potential just yet.
Too much, except for the first 4 rounds. Those were really nice.
I'm not even sure. Like, I feel like maybe it was SISU trying to like download a little bit of information.
Yeah.
It was like, first 4 rounds, okay, all right. And you had a little bit of a timeout, and then like maybe SISU are just looking at each other like, guys, all right, let's go. And maybe that was it. I mean, this streak, I mean, like even against, you know, especially from teams with like, for these international lands, that's really difficult to do, to keep the momentum on your side.
Yeah.
Even with a side switch.
Yep.
So seeing that happen was like, that's a testament to SISU.
Yeah, for sure. And I feel like one of the biggest contributions to that is, of course, Polly. She had a lot of really shining moments, the garage play, the 4K, and then the very last round to secure the victory over here. She's just queen of multitasking over here. It's a good display of macro and micro all in a one package.
She's basically playing a strategy game.
Yes.
Like as the Astra. That's always what you get to do as the Astra, right? Like Sawamura is trying to be the foot soldier, trying to push up, but she's just like, I can see everything, and I'm going to set you up, and you just go here.
And in the meantime, I'm going to get this 3K, but you're doing
she
this,
also
you're doing
still
that.
gets the 3K.
Right?
That's the craziest thing that she
she's
does.
so good. But I mean, like, we knew this already. We knew these kind of plays were possible with her at the helm. So I'm so excited to see more, because I feel like, you know, they've just gotten that like kind of like high. So there's going to be a whole lot more.
I think it's also the fact that, you know, Swaglord 9000, they don't always play Haven. And this is like their first taste at a LAN and everything. So, you know, we saw little signs of life, that the first start was really good. Maybe Icebox will be better.
Wow, I really made that sound. maybe Icebox will indeed be better. But we're going to take a quick break. And when we return, it's going to be map number 2.
Ready right now, ready right now. Came for the win, gonna win hands down. This ain't a game, was my fucking crown. Give it to me right now, let me grab it right now. Ready right now, ready right now. We don't ever lose, cause we got it right now. Push you in the face with a score right now. You don't like the way it is, come and see me, you a clown. Ready right now, ready right now. Ready right now, ready right now. Ready right now, ready right now. Hey, ready right now, ready right now. Ready right now, ready right now, ready right now, ready right now, come and see me, you a clown. Ready right now, ready right now, ready right now, come and see me, you a clown. Ready right now, we came to win cause the winners hands down. Ready right now, we came to win cause the winners hands down. Ready right now, ready right now. Came for the win, gonna win hands down. This ain't a game, was my fucking crown. Give it to me right now, let me grab it right now. Ready right now, ready right now. We don't ever lose cause we got it right now. Push you in the face with a score right now. You don't like the way it is, come and see me, you a clown. Ready right now, ready right now. Ready right now, ready right now. Ready right now, ready right now. Hey, ready right now, ready right now. Ready right now, ready right now, ready right now, ready right now,
someone who doesn't play your game. We can't compete. Can't you see we're not the same? My eyes got a different view. Big dreams you cannot subdue. Watch and learn a thing or two. You do. Climb into a higher plane. Get smaller with every aim. Watch me as I take that reign. You do. If you come at me, you better bring your A game. Step it up. Step it up. If you think you got this, don't you hesitate. Run it up. Yeah. You can't compete with someone who doesn't play your game. You can't compete. Don't you see we're not the same?
I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I am no regular citizen. Do you understand what you witnessing? You cannot tell what the difference is. I want it all and I'm winning it. I do not care about opinions. Time to make a few decisions so I can take a position. I'ma go get it, I'm punching and kicking. I keep on moving, they off of me. Just do it and stop without talking to. I'm not expressing no modesty. I can't see nobody stopping me. If there's a problem, I gotta solve it. Straight to the top, I can't see myself falling. I gotta grab it, there's no time for stalling. Number one stunner, don't have other options. Now I'm fired up. I'm sorry, brother, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. I came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I want it now, and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gon' back down. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. Said I'm fired up. I'm sorry your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. Came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now.
like a king. I'll go off, beat you to the punch, leave you stunned.
We are back in the middle of our second series of the day between SISU and Swag Lord 9000. We are heading into Icebox, and we saw that amazing momentum from
yeah.
the side of SISU. Wondering if that continues all the way into Icebox, especially since I'm pretty sure the last time that SISU played Icebox, it was very memorable.
Yeah, when I look at Swag Lord's Icebox as well, I mean, when we look at their recent performances when they went up against Penguin Party at the finals, it was a much cleaner game. It felt a bit more standard looking at their compositions, nothing too surprising. It felt like it really played to their strengths. And, you know, if we were expecting a lot of things from Emmy at the previous game, I think this time around, if they go for the single duelist, mono duelist comp, it's going to be Rosa, definitely.
Mono duelist. Yeah, I mean, no, you're not wrong.
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
not wrong.
Not a
It's just like,
poly-duelist.
Not a poly-duelist.
Which would probably, you know, you'd think maybe that SISU might bring out the poly-duelist. No, poly-controller is absolutely better on the side of SISU, especially coming into Icebox. But yeah, you're right. I don't think we're gonna expect anything too crazy here on this side, especially since, you know, it is gonna be the second map, and SISU, they have a chance to like close this out as a 2-0.
Yeah, they have a chance, but that's it. You know, they have had mixed performances on this map before, and it's always a little bit tricky. This is a map where Polly is kind of, well, I don't want to say forced, but she has to play a different different age and different role, which is the initiator Gecko. And yeah, 13-2, that's very tough to like shake off. So when you're playing against a team like Swaglord 9000, where they are so used to playing Icebox, it's definitely something you wonder, have they worked on their past, you know, mistakes or weaknesses or flaws?
Yeah, it's a comfort pick also for Swaglord 9000, right? The Icebox. So I definitely think that SISU has, I'm expecting them to be as dominant, you know, coming from that first map and into this one. But there are openings here for Swaglord 9000, especially after that regroup. And we keep talking about it, right? How this LAN is going to change the players and how that mental reset is really what, you know, what makes them into, you know, a solidified team. So erasing that first map, especially having such a really tough, you know, haven, I feel like, you know, Swaglord 9000, they just have to reset, go back to 0, think that this is probably map 1. All over again.
Yeah. Like it's one of those things where, okay, we take it round by round, but this time we just take it map by map. Erase what happened and just focus on what we did right when we went up against Penguin Party, because they have a little bit of a reference tool with the matchup between Zipto and SISU, which they had a very hard time. And I remember we brought up how the defense of SISU, at least during stage 2, wasn't the best. I feel like their attacker side really outshines their defense. But looking at what they did against on Haven against Swaglord 9000, it does feel like they've managed to repair a few things. They're a bit more solid now on that side.
Yeah, not to mention Sawamura is coming in really warmed up.
Yeah.
And again, she's like one of the players that I feel like is pretty much a household name in the game. You know, in the case in Southeast Asia in particular, right? So I feel like coming into this, you know, if she does go on to that jet, that's home for her. That's a very comfortable Sawamura.
When her name was like Capricious.
Yeah. The player formerly known as Capricious, right? It's gonna be a classic. I would love to see that, especially since she's playing here on LAN.
Yeah. I mean, she's definitely someone who pops off. But I think that's also kind of like a double-edged sword sometimes. I'm always a little bit nervous watching her because, yeah, she's like popping off on that neon, but that's only because she was like supported by Polly and everything.
Yeah.
If she's going back to like the old Capricious days as Jet, sometimes on like, you know, different teams, without the synergy there, without the support there, if she just dives in by herself, she can, you know, sometimes falter to, you know, succumb to her opponent.
Yeah, right. It was the isolated duelist case, right?
Yeah.
So like going in, rushing in, but a little bit too far, like going too fast for your team to catch up.
Yeah.
I don't think that will be the case here though for SISU, just because Polly's leadership is just, you know, we just saw it. I saw like the team outside really vibing.
Yeah.
So I feel like Polly's experience and leadership is just really bringing the best out of this team. And on the side of Swaglord 9000, I just feel like it's just them needing to shake off those nerves. It's just them needing to get used to so many things at once, which can be very, very overwhelming. So hopefully going here into Icebox, which as we mentioned is their comfort pick, they know this map. Hopefully it will bring out something more from them, especially since this is their map pick too.
Ooh.
Hey,
Wait.
there's something strange here.
Something strange with the foot.
We have a Sage coming in from Swaglord 9000, and we have the Harbor on Gramps instead. So we're seeing that double control, but not exactly in the way that I thought it would be. Polly is also on the Sova this time around.
I like this super much because we talked about how does Polly facilitate your duelist, and usually the Astras sort of has a little bit of that out, but I do feel like the Recon, you could sort of play around it a bit more when it comes to that information, or a little bit of a distraction here and there. But Swaglord with the Sage, I like this from them.
Hey, it's a change. And did you just say I like this super much?
Yes, I did.
I like this super much. By the way, Chad, I can confirm that myself and Riku, we are separate.
We are two separate entities.
Yeah, we are separate entities. Quack might disagree at this moment because like he's here with us and he can like feel our energy and it can get overwhelming.
See, we're talking at the same time. Just not confused.
Yeah, no. You're not confused. This does happen even to the best of people. But yeah, we're seeing some changes in here, and I think it's gonna be. I'm really interested to see how SISU is gonna play this double wall setup, right? The Viper and the Harbor. So I can't wait. I am excited super much as Riku is. So I'm gonna leave you with Quack and Riku to take us into Icebox.
Woo, let us go to Icebox. Will Swaglord 9000 take this to map number 3? We'll see to ride the momentum and just finish this off 2-0.
I super much hope that Swaglord 9000 brings things back.
You guys are never gonna let that go, huh?
Well, I mean, these compositions are not exactly foreign to the VCT circuit. We've seen teams like DRX or maybe even Loud pulling this double controller off before, especially DRX last year, 2 years ago. But for Swaglord 9000, this is like, back when Paper X did the whole like Jing battle Sage thing. So having the Sage is something that can, give yourself a lot of interesting inputs into the map, especially if you're able to use that wall very well.
Yeah, it's both good on defense and offense as well, especially when planting the spike. So we might see a good example, especially pistol rounds, since it's hard to bring down.
But at least right now, it's just going to be Swaglord 9000 all bunched up towards this 1B position. Khan, very interestingly enough, doesn't reveal herself, holds a very unorthodox off angle instead, but the crouch peek undoes her.
They were ready for it. Okay, no one's peeking at yellow. I think they're trying to be cheeky about it. And Rosa with a forward push past Snowman, or at Snowman already, using the toxic screen to conceal herself. And remember, Rosa has been one of the pivotal players when they went up against Penguin Party at the finals. So we're really expecting a lot from this player, as Piety is going to spot out Ferret. The retake is ongoing. Bethany able to finish the job with Greyhound. Now it's still 3v4 though, as Sawamura taking them down one by one. The dash is there, but the wall follows suit. And it's not gonna be another kill for her, as Emmy and Bethany ensures the round.
Yeah, that's the one thing I think SISU didn't quite anticipate, is the fact that you would have a player like Emmy kind of crawl all the way from behind as well.
Yeah. And
that's just Swaglord 9000, we've seen them do these plays before, but still, the DPUs actually got stuck all the way through for SISU.
Oh, that's
SISU,
true,
yeah.
Oh, yeah! I'm silly.
SISU are just... I can't believe they actually managed to do that. Oh my god.
It's probably the wall. They used it against SL9, as it is vertically placed, but Sawamura with a forward push here on the Marshall, or sorry, Outlaw. And really nice wall there as he gets a kill. She gets a kill onto Ferret. Now just pulls down, goes towards the side, and that's a second kill for her. And Emmy damaged a little bit, but it's still 3v3.
Yeah. Up from behind though, it's gonna be Khan. Swaglord 9000. This is huge information for SISU. They can only push forward and watch their backs.
What was that shot? Missed the first. I'll get the second instead. Piety over here, and now you are surrounded. 4K for Sawamura, and this is just starting for her on this map.
Yeah, we were already anticipating that she would heat up like this.
Yep.
She's still doing it. Jet, Outlaw. Of course, when your opponents don't have shields, this is what you're gonna do. But for Swaglord 9000, not too bad being able to take a couple of guns away.
One enemy remaining.
They could constantly bunch up together though, so I'm gonna keep my eye on that because sometimes when you do that, you kind of relinquish map control on the other parts. Still, we do have players like Emmy who are able to set up some lurks and flanks.
Maybe Rosa will deal first blood as she spots out Sawamura here. There's a second player, it's Piety. The Owl Drone's gonna spot her out. Now they have an idea, an inkling. Having to get more control, vertical control on the map. Pawn will give up Nest a little bit here.
Take flight.
And the Owl Drone is just gonna try and find anyone here. And he only sees the one.
Yeah, early lines being denied by Swaglord 9000 towards the A site. So once abilities refresh or once they kind of set up for it, very huge potential for them to break into the site and get the spike down. Gun's not quite favoring SISU, of course, so Swaglord 9000. Alright, so it's actually just them picking up the alt orb. And with the presence, leaving a player here, and then the rotations back over to B because Emmy has cleared in quite a bit of space. Grams, though, if she's able to find or spot anything out, then this might be a different story. But so far, nothing.
30 seconds
30
left.
seconds. The pressure is going to be building here. Alana trying to play off the toxic screen. Not going to win that one with a headshot, but Piety is able to respond right away. 3v4 situation, and the plant is down.
And with the wall as well, so from the Sage, Swaglord 9000 gonna fall back all the way.
Right here.
SISU has quite a bit of work cut out for them. They're gonna have to break through. There's an alarm bar, possible snake bites as well coming out from Ferret.
Yeah, there's so much post plan
Out of charges.
involved. The time is ticking. They had to run all the way from A. They're unable to even clear yellow at this point. Just a lot of jiggle peeking, buying some time. This is just SL9 really securing the round and making sure they get to keep all the guns to carry over on the next.
That's exactly what they're gonna do. Okay, that's very cool. To use the barrier orb that way, block off sight lines towards Snowman, and then you have a little bit more control from green or maybe play around yellow as well. So it's a very different way to approach how you want to play post plant on the B site, but it works a treat because SISU were unable, they didn't have the players or the numbers to come in for this round. And that's all down to that little switch up play when you have players like Alana buying their attention away on the A site.
Having able to be even very pushed forward using the screen, it's a very, very effective way to just draw attention.
We do have Sawamura here with the operator though, and then towards A, it has been early pressure coming out from SISU or Swaglord 9000 forcing them to clear maze or pipes with utility. But this time not seeing too much. Sawamura, the rest of the team, they're just looking to anchor down this mid lane.
Poison's gone. That's so smart. Seeing a pixel of that turret and then allowing your other teammate to peek off of that, you would not expect an operator to be there.
Yeah, team plays from SISU once again. Emmy pushing all the way up green now. She might want to call her team over or just kind of sell a bit of a fake towards B.
But is spotted.
Yeah.
That's it'll be a tricky situation. Understandable that Emmy wants to retreat from there, but now they need to make a choice.
What's it gonna be though? Running out of time, they're gonna have to go through A.
Spike
and they even
down
lose
A.
a member. The spike carrier is down. I mean, the rest are there anyways. But with 30 seconds on the
left.
clock, A is the only choice right now as Rosa tries to get more space off this site. Sawamura
One
still
enemy remaining.
has his operator, and Polly and Khan finishes off everything. Sawamura with the period statement. 3-1. SISU continues.
Yeah, with the operator too. This is now something that Swaglord 9000 has to consider. Riku, this is a bit of a weird plan from Swagler 9000. I'm not gonna lie, it definitely feels kind of awkward when you can tell that Emmy wants to, you know, make use of her position or call for her team to rotate over, but without the numbers, especially when you have the operator still online somewhere on the map, you can't quite do that safely. So that whole game plan kind of went sour and it had to be scrapped. Now on to the next round, straight into A. Going in together as a full squad, this is what you want.
Yeah, no lurks, no Killjoy on B. They just really want to focus all their resources here. Deploying drone. Will it be successful is the question.
Yeah, Polly will be able to use the recon to spot them out. So information already gathered, and also a very different toxic screen just to cut that site in half.
What? But Khan though, able to take down Rosa. There is a trade, but Polly rather, able to take a lot of SL9 members down. Reckoning activated. 3v1 situation. Graham's really maximizing that one out, and Emmy's forced to really try to get a pick before anything else.
Still, it's just a Marshall. Oh man, Riku. I mean, even if she comes back out to the top of belt, unless she flicks the heads or something, this is very, very tough.
Maybe it's a possibility, but looking at a different angle, they were all together on that same area. And SISU, again, the momentum is very, very pretty much in their favor.
So much. Sawamura's operator still not quite dealt with. In fact, they just kind of avoided it altogether, all the way into the A site. I don't know if they were anticipating or expecting that SISU would be able to put up such a huge roadblock in front of them. I mean, you have the Reckoning and you have players all playing up around pipes just to fend you off like that. It's definitely something that Swaglord 9000 are starting to struggle with. You wonder if Coach Skelter will call in a timeout soon.
Yeah, considering this is going to be a bit of a lower buy with the triple stingers on their hands, Piety is going to back away, going to respect the firepower that SL9 has at the moment.
Going back, but still, at the very least getting the spike down. This is a possible win for Swaglord 9000.
You should run.
Wall is about to be placed, actually, to just really funnel all of their focus over here. Wait, what? What happened? I thought Piety was there sneakily for such a long time, but Ferret gets a kill again. Lockdown is going to be used to slow the defuse or the retake down. Graham's using this toxic screen to her advantage, but the shots are not landing, unfortunately. So Ferret takes this round back for the team, and Khan and Polly are going to try their best to take this to 5-1. What will they do? Time is ticking. They're running out of time here, but they're looking at the flanks still. As Khan gets another kill, but that is it. You get the kills, you get the 4K, but the round will not be for you.
Yeah, good little win for Swaglord 9000. This is one that they have to celebrate. Khan, yes, it's 4 kills. She got her Viper's Pit off of that, so that's something that's going to aid her in this defensive half. I mean, Viper's Pit is very, very strong when you're starting out in defense, and still, that Viper's, that operator, excuse me, is still there as well. So although it's not a bad round, they managed to use the lockdown to push off so many of the SISU players, control the site, get the spike down. They need more of that, and I'm not quite sure what the strat is going to be. They have the Viper Spit online as well, but we haven't seen too much, especially when you have players like SISU now.
Even the aggressive push by Sawamura, good thing the shot did not land.
Trying to reposition too.
Oh dear. Sawamura gets a second shot at that, but Rosa was already ready for the trade. Emmy as well from mid, getting a kill as well, and because of the resurrection, the trades are, well, untraded.
Unalived and came back to alive. Okay, so now Swaglord 9000, still Emmy watching down mid, thinking about the rotations, but they don't have to. They just have so many numbers. Ooh.
So many numbers and buying a lot of time as well. Emmy already forced into this corner, but just playing around.
Oh
okay, just
God.
Use all your bullets. Piety is the plan of Emmy, and actually stands on top of the box and finally finish the kill. And there we go. Alana finishing the job. They didn't even need to plant the spike to win this round.
That was awesome.
Yeah, I agree.
It's kind of like playing peekaboo with each other. Piety is like, oh my God. I really wonder what the atmosphere is like on the stage because of that one little.
we heard
See
the
player
crowd.
cam? Do we? But still, oh, there it is.
One enemy remaining.
that took a very long time, but mission accomplished from him.
Yes, and into the side, Swaglord 9000 able to recover because of the way that they approach this early A pressure. But then you have this toxic screen again, allowing for SISU to push up.
Might take another aggressive shot at this. Even Piety moving forward again on towards mid, which hasn't been the best for SISU so far whenever they would challenge that.
The whole point of this is to deny that early A control. They don't have the guns this time, though, so it all comes down to the opening shots.
Enemy mark.
Let's see if they're able to scan out Sawamura. I don't think they have used, but they have spotted her out!
Wow.
First headshots, but it is Bethany that's gonna finish the job on to her. 3v4, again, they don't have the guns. This might be an easy plan unless Khan has something to say about it. There's the headshot landing, maybe the second. No, Alana just stops her in her tracks, and 2v3 situation with not a lot. Piety in such a very, very interesting angle. She spotted out, no kill. Grams from the top. And Bethany and MIR are gonna succeed.
The angle wasn't bad, but the slow orb definitely affected her ability to find the shot, ability to really kind of move herself out of harm's way or anything. But that's kind of what Swaglord 9000 is adjusting to SISU's game plan now. It's always this, okay, I see you toss the toxic screen in this specific way, so I will prepare myself to find you and get those frags to flex you out of position around the A site. Then they can get the spike down. Then they can play the post-plant game. So SISU really needs to adjust this. The toxic screen angle towards the opening side of A main, that has to change.
Yeah, it has been read multiple times, it seems. And it doesn't seem like they needed to challenge mid a little bit because it seems that...
Sorry. I just noticed that.
Wait, what?
Yeah, the no mouse pad on Graham's...
Oh! It takes a lot of skill.
Yeah.
Use a mouse.
There it is.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's true.
It's the Bruce Lee yellow and black pulsar mouse, but no mouse pad underneath.
That's
crazy.
wild. That's wild.
Sorry, I got distracted.
No, it's okay. Like, I had to think about the science behind it. But it definitely is a very unique talent indeed. And now the timeout from SISU, understandable. They haven't been able to build momentum. It's actually been taken away from them.
But like I mentioned, so now they are changing up that toxic screen setup. It's closer towards the site now. And then you have Sawamura in with the operator. Tailwind available as well if she needs to back out.
Even up close and personal of a style for Sawamura. And she gets spotted by Rosa. That's indeed what happened. And that's the operator that we've been talking about.
I said it before as well. I was very afraid of Sawamura heating up way too much. And this is it. Overheated a little bit, hunted for that kill because Polly had the recon that spotted out a player. And Rosa uses it to her advantage.
And they gotta be wary here. Polly still intact. Rosa spots out the body. And there we go. The collat shots is enough. And they're slowly leaving members here.
Forces out the Viper's Pit from Khan as well. I don't know if that's what you want to have. Now towards the B site, simple rotation from Swaglord 9000. Unless the players from SISU on the B site can fend them off, this is not a very useful Viper's Pit.
Yeah, there's a lot of trust on the two players with full utility here. Graham's actually out of the open, is going to get taken down by Ferret. 51 HP, that's still a lot to work with, and the wall is going to ensure the plant.
Once again, yeah, we saw it in the first few rounds.
Spike planted.
Planted very cleanly. Can't see all too much unless you retake yellow, and that's going to be a tough angle to fight for without a lot more utility.
Wow.
Investing the lockdown for this.
That's true. And now the Hunter's Fury is going to get baited out, maybe even getting a combo of hits as Spirit lands a shot onto Piety. Khan doesn't want to give up this round just yet. Lands the first headshot, has the poison cloud still intact. 24 HP, so low. A couple of body shots and sprays onto the spike. She tries to stick it, but the dart is going to do the job.
Yeah, Riku, it's going to be the dart that ends it. A great way for Swaglord 9000 to take the round. It's once again these little rotations and a lot of patience being exercised by some of the players, like Rosa. I mean, look at how she was going in for that standoff against Polly for like the longest time behind fence, but then finally spotting her out and then managing to get the frag. So once more, SISU, they had a really good start, right? But now they need to kind of calm down and temper their approach, especially around this A main control.
I agree. The fact that they've lost 2 ultimates and unable to convert into a win. Salmura, though, decides to push to the opposite side of the map instead with the Sheriff. That's out to safety.
That should be peaks. Okay, she's getting the orb. All right. Meanwhile, Polly just kind of checking out for mid. Doesn't see anything, so this could be a bit of info for SISU that the approach is headed towards the A site. Swagler 9000 though, they have everyone here, everything available. They could just send it in.
Especially already Rosa in position with the knives. Con going an off angle here. Do they spot this one out? They both fall. 2v4 still in favor of SL9. They're gonna cleanly take out this round. Plant the spike. Graham's still getting a lot of these kills first before anything else, but maybe something might happen. Full utility, but the wall is going to be a bit of a nuisance.
Very pesky. Even if you break through it, you don't know who's on the other side.
Yep.
She does have the cove to kind of play around, though.
Unless isolate the nest clear first. There was a plan in mind, but Ferret, they decided to just take the lead here. And now, a two-round gap between the two, SL9. Got the momentum now.
Yeah, I think she took a couple of shots from Bethany as well. It slowed her down. That's why that final kill went through. And this is Striker 9000 doing a very good job reading the match, just playing around it, feeling a little bit more confident. So for SISU, you would want to see them just really adjust their ways around this. First of all, you want to read the map, but then at the same time, the double controller. They have so many utilities that they can use to stall or push off the approach from Swagler 9000. But instead, what we're seeing is a lot of Sawamura wanting to find an early pick, take the alt or something.
And they've just been sort of like taking advantage every single time to sort of wait it out, take your time, because maybe someone else from SISU might push.
This time it's towards mid.
And this time it's Graham's. The one who got starts. The flick. Emmy. Crazy reaction time. Maybe might even get the second. No, Polly decides to say enough is enough. Now 4v4. Polly. Piety actually diving into the Viper's pit. Unable to see a single thing. Sees the wall. Sees the information. Wants this mission of finding Ferret is going to be difficult, and she succeeds nonetheless. No Viper's Pit anymore. Toxic Screen goes down. Con eliminates 2 players. Alana is the only one left for this post plan. A lot of low health members. A miracle's not going to happen. And there it is. SISU wins this round.
Unbelievable round, Riku. I can't believe Piety pulled that off. I can't believe Khan pulled that off from behind as well. I mean, like, a very intentional setup from Swagler 9000. Right, you got the pit, got the wall. I'm just going to tuck in this corner. If you come in, I will shoot you. That's the whole plan. But Piety's like, I know where you are.
Yeah.
And then she actually kind of pre-aims, pre-fires that corner, manages to take down her opponent. And then you have Khan coming up from behind at the same moment.
It was a classic display of, if I were my opponent right now, where would I be?
That's the whole thing. So Swagler 9000, not too bad for the first half, but hopefully they want one more round. They have the lockdown that they could use. Viper's Pit to block off A though. And look at how much space is afforded to SISU now. If you were Swagler 9000, you might think they could be up nest. I don't really want to play around this. Which funnels them closer towards middle, closer towards B, and that's where Grams and Salmura are.
And yeah, it might be risky to go through, you know, the top spaces. Oh, Salmura. Not the knives, but they still have a lot of money or guns.
Quite a bit. Striker 9000 really needing to find a way into that pit. If they can just deal with it, if they can just break into the A site, this could be the round.
It's going to be an important round indeed. Emmy, though, a secret mission for herself. Puts the lockdown, and now she has an idea. Okay, probably on pipes. But he even leaves. So, the ult is gone. Polly?
Unable to find the kill though.
Tried to lure her out, but
Yeah.
now
30
continuing to push
seconds
in. Look at Emmy. Meanwhile, the rest of the team in towards B.
Here we go. Rams with a very good angle here. Doesn't get the
Spike
second kill,
down,
but it's
B.
enough to stave off some sort of the aggression. Forcing the Jet to use to plant instead. Alana
Spike
though
planted.
has her back, has an idea where she's at. 82 HP, so very healthy. Yellow health bars on the side of SL9. Con with the flank again for the second time around. This could end disastrous for SL9 here. Con checking every single corner,
enemy remaining.
and now it is Alana not knowing where to go. Emmy though is gonna fall down and is gonna end in even for the first half.
That final kill was like a one tap or something. Sawamura. So when she's like tempered a little bit more, right? Not necessarily pushing out so much, just holding mid, holding the angle. Then she can kind of pivot back to B if needed. And with that, just so much more confidence to go in for those kills.
It's very, very apparent, and now it's even. It's gonna get even more exciting. But first, we'll take a short break. Welcome back, everybody, over here at map number 2, Icebox. It is now very
Sorry.
even.
I'm cracking up because I just imagined Riku voicing this squirrel. Sorry.
It's the squirrel casting now. I'm sorry. It's still there. The camera's nodding like they agree. Oh boy! But here we go. Round 13. The second half now, 6-6. Let's see who gets the momentum going here.
I like that Sweglord 9000 are trying to get proactive down to mid as well. But Sisu, very quickly on, it's an attempt at a B split push.
Ferret though has something in mind. I don't know if this is gonna be a good result. This Pi team is ready for these shots. Rosa knows where they're at now after that too. But Alana kills across the board, kills across the map. It's so looking good for SL9.
Maybe a Cove spike plant for Sisu at the very least. But then you have them completely surrounded. A couple players towards middle. They're trying to reposition as well. And then you got Snowman. The shock not quite connecting. So if anything, Sisu, they just need to kind of play around mid, wait for the spike tap.
Yeah. Maybe. Oh,
one enemy remaining.
Gonna not expect
Spike
Emmy to
down,
be
B.
there. It's only Rams left here. Nice headshot though, but not so healthy on the HP. And SL9, really good start on that round here.
Yeah, essentially, I mean, what you have is basically Ferret pushing out of tube, and then Rosa as well out from A. With that, it's a lot of information that, yes, this is very clear. Sisu wants to push into B, and they just completely had them surrounded. At that point, it's just little picks, little kills coming through.
One enemy
and
remaining.
Sisu weren't even able to get the spike down. I hadn't thought about that, and that's Swagler 9000 once again keeping things competitive on this map.
It's so different compared to Haven. Now it's like they're standing
toe-to-toe here. Just a lot of smoke happening over here at B.
Poison's off.
Just to give SISU a bit more space and maybe for Piety to try to sneak up into kitchen or something. Sawamura already in clear yellow, but with the guns that Swaglord 9000 has, they want to maintain a distance and continue to tap away. Don't let them get the spike down. If someone tries to push through, just keep on tapping through the smokes.
It's definitely information acquired.
Poison's off.
Little bit of a pixel vision onto that smoke screen. But Emmy though still in place. No spike plant just yet, but are already able to spot out. There's one player tucked away here, but Rosa trying to find any sort of funny business. But Sawamura and Grahams having 2 kills back to back. What is happening? Okay, the drop from Bethany up on top. Gonna be proven to be effective. The transfer is not gonna work out. Polly just denying all of that. And only Alana left to salvage this round. And she is surrounded. And SISU recovers from the pistol loss.
That was off of Sheriffs.
Yeah.
Sawamura's kills. How? As soon as the toxic screen falls, they just played around that.
Yeah.
Graham's as well. By the way, no mouse pad. She gets that kill. That's wow.
I still can get over that. That fact. There's no mouse pad gaming. This is a very good round for SISU, and of course SL9. They had the guns, but they couldn't maximize that one just yet.
It really sends a message to teams like Swaglord 9000 that SISU is a team not to be underestimated.
Yep.
Even when they are in those Sheriffs, like just simple plays with curtain falls and shots from the Sheriff, they are able to turn the whole table around. So now it's Swaglord 9000's turn with the Sheriffs, but they are on defense and they're spread all across the map.
Maybe Ferret is able to land an unexpected kill here, but that 2 players actually gets the 1 before she falls, and that is huge.
Yeah. Good bit of damage. SISU now rethinking their decision to kind of go in for the default holds. Probably don't quite want to re-aggress into B. Still thinking about the potential of some of these Sheriff lines being held. The Guardian being picked up by Rosa as well.
Let's see here. It's denying any sounds of information that will break soon with the Owl drone being laid out on the table. Even the Cascade as well. I see you by the corner. Sawamura dashing in. Con and Grahams with high impact kills on this round. And I know it's on the Sheriff, but the execution has been clean.
Still trying to approach them from behind.
How will they be able to at least minimize some of the guns away from the following rounds? Con, it's a good eye on this one. Crouched up. Wow, Emmy from the other side actually is able to find an angle. Alana's just distraction at this point. Now they're forced to look at 2 sides of the coin. Even though they won't get the defuse, I think this is still pretty important, keeping them on such closed doors, closed angles. Gonna get scanned out. They're gonna push, and they still get to escape the spike explosion.
Yeah, managing to get away with that too. SISU. Oh, they kept Emmy in. Yeah, I mean, she was meant to, so that she finds the round loss bonus for the next round. But SISU are doing a very good job at keeping the momentum on their side. Before that, it might have been close. They got that thrifty, but then now, just continuing to push up front with the momentum that they have. This is a very clear execute into the site, making use of like Sawamura's dashes in, and then the team to play off of that contact. It's very tough for Swaglord 9000 to react to plays like that if they are not prepared for it.
Exactly, and remember, SISU, their attack is definitely much better than their defense. They're really showing their chops at this other strategies. And Sawamura, very interesting angle here. Con finds a kill onto Emmy.
Very nice pick off, and that pulls the attention back in towards middle. Con still trying to use this little window.
Oh, the dink into the body shot. I mean, even if Con falls, he already did an amazing job pulling the attention towards mid. Piety already here on B side alongside the rest of the members. Reckoning may be used onto A, but their actual attack is over here. Ferret already in position. Not a lot of blockades for her to Must sacrifice positioning, gets a kill though
Spike
before she
down,
goes
B.
down. 3v1 situation, Bethany, the only one left towards Snowman, and they rush in to get her down, and Grams with a 3K finish on round 16.
Just SISU once again. I mean, a single player down mid, and that's the difference. Unfortunate for Swaglord 9000. I mean, they really need to kind of anticipate some of these movements and to check a lot of the sides on the map, because you're never quite sure. So much of it isn't always clear. Just because, you know, it might be closer to your territory of your half of the map doesn't mean that it's 100% clear. You always want to check and recheck a lot of these areas, because players like Khan can sneak up. So timeout definitely needing to be called for Swaglord 9000. They are facing a lot of pressure and a lot of obstacles in their way.
It's again the creativity, the way that SISU is able to pull back. Just because the Reckoning was used on a single site doesn't necessarily mean that they're all going to be there. And I think that distraction and the way that they are able to play mid is just very challenging for the side of SL9, and that's the reason why this timeout is badly needed.
Just trying to figure out what's a possible defensive setup or another approach that they could utilize. They have the players for it. They have the fraggers for it.
Yeah.
So maybe like kind of doing what SISU wanted to do before, which is that early kind of push out, early pick to kind of temper SISU's expectations, temper SISU's aggression into sites. And possibly this is what the setup towards B, green, could be. Still not quite the guns.
More of that forward approach for the slow orb to deny any sort of rush. But will that stop SISU from still pursuing the issue?
Maybe not quite, but just to lure them in towards Ferret's crosshairs. Not gonna happen.
A slow orb wasn't enough at all. I don't think it reached that range.
Right
so
here.
Sawamura was able to pull back very easily. Here we go, Bethany. Last line of defense over here, at least for now. Gets a headshot, pulls back, retreats, and now they have to find her. She's gonna try to go away, but the body shots are gonna be enough to take her down. Now everyone's gonna be coming from mid, one from kitchen. The Cove is gonna be there to get the plant safely, but it's not clear just yet. But Khan, he's gonna clear everything out, including Graham's, and the double digits onto SISU.
3 points away from closing out the map and the series, Riku.
Yeah.
Oh, Swaglord 9000. I mean, I certainly hope that this upcoming round is what that timeout was for, because in this little eco, they were... I thought they were trying to kind of lure them into its Ferret, but instead it kind of felt like an aim duel where, you know, Ferret was just holding the angle and not quite able to react in time. So SISU, you really can't afford to let them set up offensively. Once they are in position, like towards green or towards pipes, they're going to execute into sight in an instant.
That's how confident they are. Maybe the operator's going to be the game changer, and just as I said that, it doesn't land a shot. Trying to find the other member, she might get punished, forced to leave yellow.
And that's going to push the operator back. Meanwhile, you have players already starting to creep up towards mid.
Ooh, Piety though. Trying to see if she can spot out anyone. I don't think she will, as Emmy is a bit patient on that. Did she see the... I don't think she did.
No. I don't think so.
Maybe the second one, Piety, when she crosses the window. Unless Emmy leaves her spot. Oh, I don't think they'll see. Maybe this one instead. Rosa, they have the right idea. That's a really nice pick from them.
Okay, I think she definitely did, and she called out to her teammate to watch it.
Yeah.
So now SISU, hearing the footsteps, Piety has been left undetected.
Oh, but Emmy has eyes on her. This transfer is not going to happen. But the spike is down. It's all up to Grams and Sawamura to protect this. Grams on a forward spot, by the way. Sees the legs, gets the kill onto Ferret, not leaving her position just yet. Because you know Sawamura has her back on top. So this angle could be dangerous for the side of SL9 to retake. The wave has expired. Alana and Bethany tag team and takes them down. And SL9 at least has a bit of breathing room after this.
They had
Yeah, 2 rounds away from tying it up. Good little round, good patience once again. They're very efficient at controlling the map in this way once they get the right reads. Emmy holding down the first line and then calling out to Rosa. This is where they're going to end up. And once they head on over into the A side, the rest of the team is ready to receive them. So many players able to fight off and come in for that defuse.
It's honestly great, the trigger discipline of having to hold out first or having to just disseminate information before doing anything else was the smarter choice. They are rewarded.
So off to the next round now. You still have that operator. The Cascade's always trying to block her off. They don't want to let Khan get in position for that Viper's Pit, so quite a heavy responsibility for Rosa.
Oh, yeah, exactly. The operator, somebody beings through pipe, surprise, and I'm forced out of my position again.
Back into screens, back into rafters. The high tide kind of blocking off, but not fully, but still just enough to get the spike down, and Khan in for that Viper's Pit.
Really want to secure that 11 points on the scoreboard. Having to invest a lot already. A lot of utility to scare them away. But now it's hunting time. Where is Khan? Sawamura is going to fly off the sky. And the line of the Hunter's Fury to fish people out. No damage at all for Khan. Still staying nice and warm underneath the toxic screen. Oh, literally on screen, sorry, for Viper's Pit. But meanwhile, Bethany, I'm going to wall this off. I'm going to stick the defuse. I'm going to let Rosa protect me. And I'm not going to leave this spike. And it is going to be a successful mission. And they were able to get the defuse.
No way. That's how they took the round.
Whoa.
Couldn't quite find Khan, but
yeah.
No matter. Alana in with the Hunter's Fury just to kind of push them off away from the Viper's Pit, off of sight. And then Bethany coming in with the savior wall to stick the defuse. Her teammates here to back her up as well. I mean, if not for Rosa defending her teammate's life like that, this could have been a very different round. But credit to Swaglord 9000 and Rosa to pull that off.
Exactly, the ultimate defense to make sure the diffuser is safe. But let's check it out. SL9 so close to make it even, but the operator still safe at hand. He's gonna get spotted again, forced out of position, but let's see if Salmona can get another kill. Lockdown initiated by SISU here, and they get more space.
A lot more being picked up with the lockdown. And then you got Khan all the way in the other half of the map. Swaggler 9000 looking for some sightlines with the operator. Then the Reckoning invested to push them off as well.
Wow, that's a lot invested. Now they're pushing the issue. Ferret and Emmy get a kill, but Polly's not going to stop. There's the Cascade. Khan, though, is going to envelop the entire site of SL9. And that is how this is going to wrap up. Bethany all in her lonesome. Still able to remove that one angle. Let's see if she can get the isolated fights. But I thought that was going to be it. As Khan gets a 3K, Sisu close to match point.
Decent aim from Bethany, nets her at least one kill, but still Sisu playing the macro game, playing the numbers game. This is now Sisu playing against Swaglord 9000, who have a broken economy. So unless you see Thrifties, it's gonna be very likely that's gonna be match point. And so far, once again, once they are playing this macro game,
Whoa!
holy
I heard that.
Power, yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot of power in the venue, and it echoed through. There's a lot of power, and it really shows through the score as well.
So slowly pushing up. It's all up against Sheriff, so they're very confident going for these aim duels.
Crispy shots from Khan here. She's not gonna stop. She wants to continue her onslaught, even aiming towards the person downstairs. And she may not have a lot of bullets, but they're rushing through. They want this match point. They know you don't have the economy, no ace, but they're happy about the results.
Flawless win being picked up. Now 1 point away from closing out the series. You got 3 ultimates on the side of Swaglord 9000. And that's the closest thing that they got.
What a performance from Khan. The confidence. I guess literally. Right there.
Yeah, look at the player count as well. She's locked in.
She is. She is. She's lurking. She has the Viper Spit. Well, earlier, wearing a lot of hats here. She's, what, 20 kills?
Yeah.
What?
So Coach Scouts are definitely calling the timeout for Swaglord 9000. There's still a chance for them to come back into this game. It's just 3 rounds away from the overtime. 3 rounds and 3 ultimates. One of them, I think, is Bethany's Resurrection, so it's a little bit different, but definitely possible for them to turn things around. Viper's Pit could flush SISU into certain uncomfortable positions, and I think that's what they're trying to center this round about.
That's true. They have the potential to really extend this. But so far, they don't have anyone to deal with Khan. It does feel like she has a lot of avenues to play around the map, and so they have to really watch out for 2, watch out for A.
Yeah, and you really have to love it and admire how SISU are just so capable. Yes, it's Khan up 28 kills. That's a really big number.
Yeah.
But also just the rest of her team. And Polly is so proactive in that little timeout.
Exactly. And let's see if SL9 is able to match that one.
You have Emmy locked down, but she's not any near position to deploy that just yet. Ferret's definitely not anywhere close enough to use a Viper's Pit. So I'm sensing that this could potentially be some kind of a retakes play for Swaglord 9000.
Possibly, especially Rosa gets an opening pick, which is incredibly important. No Khan, considering that she has been one of those pesky members that SL9 has to deal with.
Yeah, find some of these opening picks, hold down the site. Alana with the off angle.
The absence of sound, therefore no information at all. Meanwhile, Piety is going to get spotted out by this alarm bot. And that calls for Emmy to just really make sure to make her presence known. They're able to plant the spike though, but nonetheless, they're able to win it out. I don't think Piety can reach this one unless she's able to 1v5. It's going to be a hard or a tall order. And now there it is, double digits for SL9 as well.
Flawless win being thrown right back against Sisu. And this one, it's not any utility or anything else. It's just positioning and shooting. And that's what it came down to for players like Rosa, Alana as well. Playing up around 410, she used the headshot angle. Alana holding up from screens just to fend off any incoming attackers.
And it's like having to use the enemy's smokes as well in their favor, knowing that it's gonna... Love the energy though. A lot of smiles all around nonetheless.
Kind of knew like, oh, we should have done that.
That is the energy that it's giving. Oh, someone with the operator. First blood here. Again, SL9 needs that overtime.
Desperately looking for it, but not. You don't want to lose your duelist too early on. So Res comes through. But then all the way on the other side of the map, it's the Cascade and now the Cove plant. Poli has a Hunter Sphere for post-plant positions as well.
They have everything. If Khan gets an orb, gets a kill, there's a Viper's Fit as well if they really want to truly secure this round. Although a little bit hard to reach already unless you get control of yellow. Let's see though, it is going to be a one-angle retake. No flanks, no funny business whatsoever. Rosa and Lockdown gonna get put down. As Salmon is gonna get spotted in the middle. Rosa slowly creeping and using the poison cloud, gets a kill onto Khan. And gonna fly through on top of yellow, sees the heads, but drops down instead. The smarter play. Salmon getting kills right across the map. Ferret the only one left here. Running out of time, gets the dig, but no, Sisu will take this series 2-0.
And it all came down to the frags once more. Little attempt from Swaglord 9000 with a lockdown, but then you have all of these players from Sisu, the experience speaking volumes, the frags, the mechanical skill on the server really showing that they are all capable of coming together as a truly experienced team.
Exactly. Usually the struggle is how do you close that series, that map out, knowing that it's so close, knowing that anything can happen, knowing that the enemy team had 4 ultimates online, by the way. But at the end of the day, Sisu, just as you said, their experience truly shines in situations like these.
Truly veterans of the Game Changers Southeast Asian scene. Smiling and stuff. Yeah, and that's Poli as well. So, I mean, Swaglord 9000 had a pretty good showing.
Yeah.
You really love some of their ideas behind the agent compositions and Yoru, but once it comes down to the server, the way that they're playing, you know, you need a little bit more, especially when you're playing against a team like SISU. They're so coordinated together. They have a lot of players who are capable of fragging out. And you have some of these rounds where players like Rosa are able to take them down, or players like Alana, Bethany as well.
Yeah.
You want to see more of that, and it comes down to like a bit of confidence and some of the ideas of positioning when they come into the site. Because they almost mounted a comeback. It was almost an overtime.
Yep, it was almost an overtime. The first half was dead even. But the second half was where, again, this is SISU's domain, basically. It's the attacking side, which are definitely more comfortable for them. And I guess second half, I think Kwan did so much at the second half. Like, her presence was truly, truly known in most of these rounds.
Yeah, I really can't believe there's so many of these rounds where, like, remember the one round she almost got an ace?
Yeah, yeah. Never forget about that.
Went down middle, or just her presence up around 2 as well.
Yeah. She really slices the map in half. It's not split, it's ice block. That's what she does.
But through many of these rounds, because of this one player, sometimes you will have Swaglord 9000 being forced to position players across the map differently. And that's one of those examples when, yes, they managed to take down Khan, but then the next round they might do the same thing. And because of that, it kind of affects how they have their defenses set up, and it allows for SISU to create cracks across the map on other parts.
Exactly. Able to sort of create these hot spots, if you will, for them to think extra. But SISU uses that to their advantage, and of course the final round to end it all. Sawamura got a lot of really good kills over here, and SISU, again, no surprises on, you know, the result of this, but it felt like Swaglord 9000 really had it in them as well, especially on the second battle.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, they really almost managed to bring it back. I would have loved to see, you know, what they have in store on Bind. But clearly, you know, SISU just being this strong, like, once again, the experience, the way that they play together, the way that they support each other even a little bit. But that first half was where both teams were really keeping things very competitive.
I agree. And it felt like it could have been map 3, especially when we looked at the first half. Rosa was doing a lot of really good frags. Always sort of, it felt like the early 1v1s between Sawamura and Rosa. That felt like the lore for the first half. And it felt like Rosa constantly winning and really taking advantage of the forward push of SISU. But once the attack happened, well, that's where the lore kind of like toppled over and the new story arrived. And yeah, Kwan, no surprises that she's MVP?
No, yeah, no surprises whatsoever. 4 out of, I think, was it 11 first kills or 10 first kills of the whole team? 4 of those were hers, and that's big value. I mean, she's anchoring down sites as the Viper, but also, you know, sneaking in while her teammates are just kind of holding and cutting noise, waiting for the site to be set up, and then kind of stabbing her opponents in the back. She does that quite a bit. So it's very impressive what she does, but at the same time, just like, we hope to see a little bit more from Swaglord 9000.
Yeah, I mean, they do have definitely another chance, of course. I believe they're going to go up against Perfectionist. Yeah, so that should be an interesting matchup. But of course, Khan.
Wow.
Khan's really good.
Did she? I think she ended this map or series with a 53.6 shot percentage. What? Whoa. Okay.
That's crazy. That's a lot. And there you go. That just as we mentioned, it is going to be, don't worry, Perfectionist and SL9. Swaglord 9000 still has that second chance to keep their journey going over here at Game Changers Pacific. But of course, over there, it's going to be MIR Gaming versus SISU. I think that's going to be spicy.
Yeah, you definitely want to see some of these matchups, right? I mean, how is that going to play out? Yeah. Dorothy versus Sawamura, definitely something to think about. But apart from that, it's really just the strats and the calling. Because Polly has, you know, a distinctive style with how she wants to set up Sawamura. But then for MIR Gaming, it's BB, Dorothy, the whole team, and they're not just setting up for each other, they're actually playing around the map more.
Yeah, that's true. They are able to set up a lot of these individual plays, and meanwhile, we've got Polly and Sawamura, the utility plus, you know, the duelist mentality of having to take advantage of all of that. It's going to be an interesting clash on the following days, but I can't believe day 1 is
done.
I know.
It just went by so fast, even though we had a map 3 earlier.
I really wish I know I'm kind of saying this, but I do want to see so much more of all the teams that we have here.
I agree, but of course, there's still a lot more in store. But before that, let's head on over to the main stage for Mika, the winner's interview.
We're now on stage with Polly of SISU. Polly, I have to ask about Haven. Yes, 13 rounds in a row. It looked very, very dominant, but I'm wondering if it felt that way. Did you guys know you can snowball that way?
Actually, I did not expect we're gonna snowball like 13 rounds, but I'm kind of confident that my teammate can come back like anytime. Like they're just excited and they feel pressure at first, and then I'm just trying to, what is it called? Comfortable. Then make them more comfortable. Then after that they get back already, they wake up already. Then we just, yeah.
Your team looks very, very comfortable, and actually you are the only Thai player in a roster of Filipino players, right? So I think a lot of people are wondering about the communication, the dynamic. Is it challenging because you are the IGL?
Yes, it's kind of challenging for me because my English is not that good, but my teammates, they try to understand me. Like, yeah, they try to understand me and teach me English and also teach me about feeling with no word sometimes.
Oh, I think I need to ask you about that a little bit later. But of course, you are very, very experienced also, right? Do you feel like there's more pressure on you because you are very experienced, you've already gone to championships before, or do you feel more confident because of that?
Actually, I feel both of it, but yeah, I feel like I'm more confident. I'm still pressure. It's normal in competition scene, yes.
Especially since you are competing in your home court, right?
Yes.
How does it feel like having a Game Changers LAN in Bangkok?
Oh my God, I feel so happy because I know people, like many people in Game Changer scene, and I never meet them in real life. They all are my friends, like Boba or Sipto Esport that coming here also. So yeah, we have a chance to meet each other and hang out, and also yeah, we can have fun in game.
And you can welcome them to your home, right?
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Polly, and congratulations on that win. That is it for the first
Thank
day
you,
of
everyone.
VCT Game Changers Pacific. We're going to be back tomorrow with day number 2. Bye, everyone.
Everyone strive to reach the peak. Zoe is here, participating in every frame, perfecting the view for every battle. From Seoul to the world, Zoe strives for perfection, knowing that every frame is crucial to victory. As the tournament rages on, Zoe stands with you.
Battle, every frame, every frame, every frame, every frame, every frame.
Ready right now. Came for the win, gonna win hands down. This ain't a game, where's my motherfucking crown? Give it to me right now, let me grab it right now. Ready right now, ready right now. We don't ever lose, cause we got it right now. Push you in the face with a score right now. You don't like it where it is, come ready right now, 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 hey, ready right now, 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 come and see me, you a clown, ready right now, ready right now, ready right now, come and see me, you a clown, ready right now, we came to win 'cause the winners hands down, ready right now, we came to win 'cause the winners hands down. Ready right now, came for the win, gonna win hands down. This ain't a game, where's my fucking crown? Give it to me right now, let me grab it right now. Ready right now, we don't ever lose 'cause we got it right now. Push you in the face with a score right now. You don't like the way it is, come and see me, you a clown. Ready right now, 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 hey, ready right now, ready right now. Ready right now, ready right now, ready right now, ready right now, ready right